Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps that I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe, I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for a piece, man. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beat. They don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a beast. When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they want to call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin.
What's going on, everybody? What's happening? What's good? It's been a second, man. What's happening? But we rarely get any good ass fights like this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Last night was pretty damn good. You know what I'm saying? I mean, one thing about it, I was surprised. I was surprised by how many people were supporting Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman is still a star. And believe it or not, man, even though Keith Thurman lost last night, you know what I'm saying? Even though he lost, man, he showed a lot of courage. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know why I'm surprised by that because Keith Thurman, man, he's always, gave the best effort in the ring. You know what I'm saying? I can't think of a time where, I've seen Keith Thurman, he might have not been in the best condition or whatever, but he always went out there and he fought, you know what I'm saying, the fight that he can fight. He fought his best. And I just have to give him credit, man. I have to give him a lot of credit because Sebastain Fundora is no joke. You know what I'm saying? He's a champion. He's a current active champion. He's already, he is just this a Sasquatch. You know what I'm saying? He's different, bro. You know what I'm saying? For that weight division, I mean, he was so damn big and he was just so damn long. You know what I'm saying? And Keith Thurman, he went in there and he fought the best that he could fight. That's what I believe. I think he fought the best fight that he could fight. At 37, he did damn good. He did damn good. I mean, some people thought he'd be out of there 8, but a lot of people was rooting for Keith Thurman. I found myself really rooting for Keith Thurman. I just hate the old Keith Thurman and what he did with the belts at 147. And I was still on that shit, but I was actually rooting. I found myself rooting for Keith Thurman in the fight. Yeah, I actually was, man. 'Cause I was like, damn, what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just maybe deep inside everybody's a Keith Thurman fan. I don't know. I don't know, bro. But I was like tripping out at how I was rooting for Keith Thurman, bro, to win that fight, even though I said that Sebastian was going to probably win. Now I ain't say stoppage. I say he was going to knock him out, but Keith Thurman didn't get knocked out. I think he was on his way to get knocked. I think if they would have let the fight go on, maybe a one more round or two, because man, Sebastian was just getting stronger and stronger. He just started. He found his range. Keith Thurman was slowing down, and he was just you saw Keith Thurman face. I mean those leather gloves. You know what I'm saying? Somebody kind of was saying to check Fundora gloves like he might have had something in them, but I just think that kid is just so big for that weight class that he just pummels anybody that don't have any kind of special defense, who can't get out of range, who can't slip and move, and say he's gonna pummel him, man. I mean, it's like he's got that constant pressure, and I like how Fundora let the fight come to him. Even though he had calculated pressure, what I'm saying? And he just kind of slowly wore uh Keith Thurman down with the jab. I mean, the jab was just, man, to get around that piston jab. And Keith Thurman was doing good for a while, but them 37-year-old legs, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't beat Father Time. But I do believe this. I think a prime Keith Thurman would have beat Fundora. I think a prime Keith Thurman. I'm talking about, don't duck me, son. Keith Thurman, that dude. I think he would have beat Fundora, because I do think that Keith Thurman's skill and intelligence, his boxing IQ is better than Fundora. Fundora just has a physical advantage. He has skill too. I'm not trying to downplay Fundora, but Fundora has skill, but I don't think he has that, saying that next level IQ like a Keith Thurman who has the experience. Keith Thurman really, he did get beat by Fundora, but Father Time had a lot to do with it. I think Father Time had a lot to do with it. Keith Thurman, he went out like a true warrior, man. He was a true warrior in the fight. And one time, man, I really he earned my respect, because after all these years of frustration, fights falling through, and that might not be his fault. It might be PBC, the promotion things, PBC. What did I say? PBC? Yeah, PBC falling apart. You know what I'm saying? And he kind of hung in there, and stuck with him, and got the payday. Um, you know, Keith Thurman, I think he belongs, what I'm saying, up there with the rest of the fighters. Now, I'm not saying that, he was the best of the best, because I think if he would have fought Errol Spence Jr., Bud Crawford, what I'm saying, if he would have fought those two guys, even win or lose, I'm talking about win or lose, and he would have showed, had a really good showing against those guys, whether he beat one or both of them, or if he lost to both of them, what I'm saying, that would have told us, what kind of warrior Keith Thurman really was. But I think with this fight, because I consider Sebastian Fundora an elite fighter, what I'm saying, and he's an anomaly, what I'm saying. So Keith Thurman, he went in there and he showed a lot of guts and courage, because that boy is a heart attack. Sebastian Fundora is a heart attack for anybody right now. The way the boxing world is at 154, and he comes in that same kind of condition, he's gonna be blooming a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? He says, What's going on, Jeff? He says, let's see. Yeah, man, cause boxing it's been a while, man, cause boxing has been doing some funny business. I mean, I enjoyed the Shakur Stevenson fight, but we knew Shakur could outbox Tio. You know what I'm saying? This is why Tio stayed away from these guys. You know, he's staying away from the pure boxers. Is Tio talented? Yes, he is a talented fighter, man. But let's just keep it real. He don't really want to fight the guys that could beat him, and that's the problem I have with this era of boxing. They don't want to challenge themselves for win or lose. You know, they just want to stay on top and cherry pick and stay away from the guys that are dangerous. You know, I mean that might be a good business plan, but as far as the sport of boxing, you know what I'm saying, you're killing that side of it, the legacy side. And nobody seems to care about the legacy side of boxing. They want to fake and act like they care about the legacy. And that's just not what it is today. Right now, people are just trying to get paid. You know what I'm saying? They want the biggest fights. I'm not saying they're afraid, but they're just moving in a business way, right? In a business like way, right? So, you know, and then there's not a lot of highly skilled journeymen, you know what I'm saying, to really test the guys that, you know, so we got a lot of title holders holding the belt right now. That's why the belts are switching hands so much, you know. And once you see the champion finally face somebody and they get destroyed, and it's kind of like, damn, you know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't even really put up, you know, because Tio looked like everybody thought that Tio would put up a better fight than he did against Shakur. But it's just because he stayed away for so long. See, if you would have fought him, you know, back when he was at well, Shakur wasn't there yet, but if he would have fought those kind of opponents, you know, I think, you know what I'm saying, if you would have fought Haney, if you know what I'm saying, if you know, fight somebody of that caliber, right, then we would have had a better understanding of where his skills are, you know what I'm saying? And I always thought Shakur could do what he did against Tio because the way he stayed away from black fighters, it was just crazy, right? So when you see, you know, like Canelo stayed away from David Benavidez, you know what I'm saying, you just can kind of see it, say like, okay, he don't like pure boxers, you know what I'm saying? He don't like, you know, he don't want to be in the ring with guys that can outbox him. And yet you can see it over time, right? So the old fighters, you know what I'm saying, they fought, you know what I'm saying, you know, to challenge themselves, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they didn't really duck the way they duck today, and they duck proudly, you know, and the fans allow it. And that's what's kind of killing the sport for me. Um, it's hard to follow guys that, you know what I'm saying, want to be on Instagram all day. They want to be on Twitter talking shit, you know, saying that, you know, they'll fight this person. They call out everybody, but they don't fight, you know what I'm saying? They don't fight the people that they're calling out. It's always, I got to have the lion's share of the money. I'm the A side. And there, here comes the whole thing, you know what I'm saying, with the A side, B side, and they're not gonna make the fight, you know. Um, so that's what's kind of like been going on, you know what I'm saying, in the last few years of boxing. And it's just that these guys are not even stars yet, not outside of, you know what I'm saying, our boxing circle that you know, the people that watch it, you know what I'm saying, the aficionados and everything like that. They're not really stars like that, you know. They still building their names, and they haven't fought, you know, the opponents that would make them a bona fide star. Um, and then when they do fight a couple of good fights, you know, they want to sit back. You know, they don't want to build on that. They don't want to build on top of the name that they've made for themselves, right? And it's kind of like, damn, it's like what's really going on? You know, Shakur already said that, you know, he don't want to be, you know, he don't want to be banged up by the end of his career, and we understand that. But nobody wants to hear that shit right now. You still in the middle of your career, bro. Nobody wants to hear that crap, that kind of talk. You know what I'm saying? Just get in there and fight the best you can. And you don't even fight like that anyway. So, you know, I'm not telling Shakur to fight any kind of different way, because, you know, he fights what's comfortable to him. What's going on, light skin business up in the building, bro? I'm not telling him to fight any kind of different way. What I'm telling him is just fight the opponents that we want to see you fight. And really, it's only like maybe one or two people that we want to see them fight against because the weight classes don't really have a bunch of stars, right? And then there's too many friends. It's too much friendship going on at the top of the sport. All the people we want to see fight are buddies, or if they're not buddies, they're trying to make buddies so they don't have to fight each other. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of weird. Saying how many friends do Shakur Stevenson have? How many friends do Keyshawn Davis gonna make? You know what I'm saying? There's gonna be nobody left at the top for him to fight if you keep making friendships with everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, you need to cut that shit out, that clown shit out, man, and find somebody to fight because you just crossed the threshold of fighting a 12-round fight. So you shouldn't be walking around here like you're a champion. You need to be getting in the ring and fighting somebody that's going to give you some kind of cachet and status. But they want to come in like they stars already. But for me, getting back to Keith Thurman, for me, what's going on? What's going on, and Jeff? Jeff says yes. Shakur Stevenson and Keyshawn are ducking each other. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's obvious. You know what I'm saying? And I look at Keyshawn. I know he's a highly skilled kid, but he's still building on his career. He's still at the very edge, at the very beginning of fighting 12-round fights. So it's he gotta get out of this clown mode and get the business. All this cheesing and grinning and falling out with people. He got some kind of weird personality flaw. Where he can't get along with anybody for too long. And they kind of got wishy-washy character, right? You know, just on the personal side, because they can't, even though they make friends, but it's not like a real brother bond, right? Because I think Keyshawn is not in Terrence Crawford camp anymore. I think what's the guy name? He's talking shit on Keyshawn, talking about I think Keyshawn was talking about how he beat up Crawford in sparring and just this weird, crazy, talk and it's like, bro, you got to keep the codes. You don't talk about what happened in sparring. You got Aerosmith Jr., you know what I'm saying, giving out, cryptid thoughts about what happened in sparring. And it's just certain things that never went in the past that you don't talk about. You know what I'm saying? It's like boxers are like, they crossing that line now, what I'm saying? And that's practice. So what happens in practice don't mean the same thing is going to happen in a real fight. So to me, it's just like there's a lot of changing things that's happening in boxing like that. And to me, Keith Thurman, he represents the old guard, right? You know what I'm saying? When everybody was mixing it up in the golden age with Sean Porter, you know what I'm saying? And with Errol and what I'm saying, when everybody was banging, what I'm saying, Danny Garcia, what I'm saying, everybody's like really getting it in, what I'm saying, and Kell Brook and what I'm saying, you just had some really good competition to kind of crisscross and fight. And Keith Thurman, it was kind of iffy because when he was unified down at 147, Keith Thurman always came off like, he was that dude, but then when he started getting injured and you start taking time off and didn't look like he ducked, Aerosmith Jr. didn't look like he ducked Bud Crawford, it was just kind of like, oh man, what is going on? And then he lost his belts, what I'm saying, getting his belt stripped from him. I was like, what is he doing? Because I think everybody really believed in Keith Thurman. And so you kind of got a sense that he didn't want to lose to those guys back then. Maybe he was injured. I mean, it just didn't seem right. So then he almost got knocked out when he came back and fought what's his name? Jose Losapito, or so I forget how you say his name, Losapito or whatever his name is, and he almost knocked out Keith Thurman. and every year was a get back year for Keith Thurman. Every year was a get back year, and then you said every 3 years he would come back and fight one fight, lost to Pacquiao, got the fight that everybody wanted, lost to Pacquiao, bullshitting around, gambling all night. He thought he was just going to come in there and handle the great Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? He just took Pacquiao lightly, gambling all night, coming in, tired, you know what I'm saying? And I was just like, what is Keith doing? So in a way, he kind of sabotaged his own career because he should have beat Pacquiao. And you can argue that, it could have been a draw or a tie, but he's fighting against the cachet of Manny Pacquiao, right? You're not going to really win that fight unless you separate yourself, knock him down a couple of times, because everybody loved Pacquiao, especially the networks, and his name is bigger than Keith Thurman, and he should have known all that. Keith Thurman is a highly intelligent guy, unless they told him to take a dive or something. That I can't see how he missed that opportunity. I don't know how can you underestimate Manny Pacquiao? You know what I'm saying? And he just kind of let that one get by him. And so he made some bad decisions in his career. He made some bad decisions. So you kind of question where his heart was, especially over the next 3 years, when he's supposed to have fought Jerron Booth Ennis for the PPC, supposed to have fought Tim Tszyu, and these fights fell through, right? They fell through, and you just kind of lost track of where Keith Thurman was. And then every time you saw him, he was in a T-shirt in his home. Looked like he was semi-retired. Looked like he was semi-retired. And you just kind of just kind of, that you felt that potential that he had. Just kind of, it was kind of like a waste. What I'm saying, of Keith Thurman talent, because we know what Keith Thurman, he's got fast hands, fast feet, what I'm saying? He got, I mean, the dude is an athletic nightmare for anybody in the ring, which is why I really wanted to see him fight Earl Spence Jr., what I'm saying, after the crash, before the crash, what I'm saying? I just wanted to see that fight. And we kind of got played, what I'm saying, by everything that went on. What's going on, Romney? Emily Jones in the building. What's happening? What's going on, bro? He said, what's good, pool chat? Salute to the 300 for sure. And so to me, Keith Thurman legacy, even though he fought, Danny Garcia, he fought Sean Porter, them were some good legacy fights. So we know the man, he has that elite level ability, or he had it, right? So when he went into the Fundora fight, I mean, I just said, too much time off. Every year he barely beats his opponent when he come back. What I'm saying? When he fought Marius Barrios, and he won that fight clearly. But when Marius went to that body, oh my God, Keith looked like he was about to fold over, man. So when it came time for him to fight Sebastain Fundora, I said, no, that's not a comeback fight. That's not a fight that you come back to. That's a fight that's going to end your career. That's going to put you into retirement, right? But then there was a surge of Keith Thurman fans who was just like, I don't know, people just believe in Keith Thurman, because I guess when you display that kind of skill over time, that people just remembered who Keith Thurman was, man. I mean, and it wasn't no joke. Keith Thurman was putting motherfuckers out. What I'm saying? He was an incredible athlete. So people just kind of kept that on the forefront and thinking that, Sebastain Fundora was just this young kid that's, really not. He got dropped by Mendoza in the 7th round. He got dropped by Erickson Lubin in the 7th round. But did you see, what he did to Erickson Lubin? And he still was just learning his way, right? What I'm saying? Because Sebastain Fundora, he wasn't like Mike Tyson or nothing like that, but he is a freak at 154, right? With the length and the size, he just needed the experience. And even when he lost to Mendoza, that was just a miscalculation of Mendoza power, and he got caught. Any fighter can get caught. So that really didn't give us a good assessment of how good Sebastain Fundora really is, right? But then when he went in against Keith Thurman, you had the experience versus the prime young Sasquatch. You know what I'm saying? Because Fundora, he's kind of a freak because he likes to fight on the inside, but he's been switching that up in the last 3 years. He's been working on that jab and his outside game. That shit is outstanding now. His outside game is outstanding. You know what I'm saying? And he knows how to use that 80, that 80-inch reach. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I just knew that when Keith, unless he came up with something, a great game plan, that Fundora was gonna do him in, bro. He's just too old and he's not resilient enough. And from the first round, bro, when Keith Thurman went out there and he took that jab to his head and he fell back, oh my God, bro. I was like, no, don't tell me this shit for the end in the first round. But Keith haven't really been out there like that, man. You know what I'm saying? So when it get active, you fighting an active champion. This dude coming for you. You know what I'm saying? He feels like he fought to be the king of the hill. Now here comes some old champion dude that think he's going to teach me a lesson. So he got to fight. He's got to show you that this shit it ain't going to be sweet. And that's what he did. He went out there and he started jabbing Keith Thurman, and Keith Thurman was moving, and the wheels were good. So Keith Thurman got just as good as wheels as Sean Porter, right? Sean Porter got them wheels too. But them wheels Keith Thurman got, man. I mean, he's got like Ali legs. You know what I'm saying? His legs is his defense. He uses his high boxing IQ. You know what I'm saying, to get off his shots, right? He's got fast hands. But when you're 37 years old, you lose a couple of things. You're right. So I say it's no way Keith is going to be able to keep circling Fundora like that, because he got to stay way to the outside, and he's going to have to sell out and go to that body on the inside, and he's going to have to get out again. He's too old for that shit. He's too old. You know what I'm saying? That's a young man's game plan. And Keith, he was so athletic. That's why I said maybe if Keith Thurman was in his prime, he probably could have beat Fundora, because he had that kind of ability. He had that Roy Jones, first step thing going on, where he could just zip in and zip on the outside. But 37-year-old Keith Thurman, no, you know what I'm saying? No. He said, Poole, it looked like an old lion against a young lion. He says the changing of the guard. Yeah. But see, Keith Thurman gave Sebastain Fundora that opportunity. Whereas you don't see that a lot in boxing today. You know what I'm saying? The old guard is not giving the young guard that opportunity to put their name. You saw Canelo, he would never fight David Benavidez, right? Now you see, what's his name up at 175? He's not going to give David Benavidez a chance to beat his ass. What's his name? Damn. Hey, somebody put it in the chat. Damn, it's just the old guard don't want the young guard to come and beat their ass, right? But that's how boxing goes. You got to give the young guys an opportunity to shine. And David Benavidez ain't even that old. I mean, he ain't even that young. You know what I'm saying? He's starting to creep up there in age too. But when everybody's ducking you and they don't want their name on your resume, what can you do? Because he's in a predicament. I mean, I don't think Beterbiev is going to fight David Benavidez. I hope he will, but David Benavidez and damn, why can't I say the dude's name? Damn. Oh, Bivol. Bivol, you know what I'm saying? They going for another round. They're trying to get another round going. And I guarantee you that they'll probably retire after that. Because all David's gonna do is what Sebastian did to Keith Thurman. And, he wore him down, bro, with the jab. He wore Keith down with that long ass jab. Keith was just running around that ring getting tired. And Keith Thurman, he had a couple of moments, what I'm saying? He had a couple of moments where he dipped in and he started going to the body of Sebastain Fundora. And I thought that was good, but he should have done that from the beginning when he was fresh. Instead of getting tired pedaling backwards, because that really wear on your legs when you're boxing, what I'm saying? Especially if you got a lot of adrenaline going. And so I think he just wore himself out, what I'm saying, by circling and not going for it. I think that's the only thing that Keith Thurman could have done to win that fight, was to like sell out and just go inside and just go for what he knew, what I'm saying, instead of getting wore down with that long ass jab and pushing him further and further out until Fundora got his range. And once Fundora, what I'm saying, chopped him down he started mixing in straight punches and hooks. And once he got the range on that, it was a wrap, because Keith Thurman didn't have the stamina really to withstand, that combination punching that Fundora was doing. And when I tell you, when that boy stopped putting them damn punches together, the fight was over. But Keith Thurman showed heart. You start seeing his forehead, you saw them red marks on his forehead from them jabs, from them hooks. You saw the red behind his ears. And I was just like, damn, Keith, you know what I'm saying? Do you have another gear in you? Do you have another gear? Because looked like he was stuck. Looked like he was stuck in third gear, Looked like he was stuck. And I was just like, but I was proud of the way he stood up to Sebastian, because it did get to a point in the fight where he was like, shit, I got to fight this guy. And when he started wearing down, he didn't really stop fighting until he really got worn down, and he didn't want to get knocked out. And he really started going for it. That's when he started going to the body, darting on the other side. But I don't think he had the energy to keep that pace up, And Fundora was 28. You could tell he wasn't even breathing hard. He was just like, yeah, I'm finna tear your ass up. I'm finna really show you. I'm finna really style on you, bro. And I'm glad it was a stoppage rather than a knockout. Because I like that Keith went out on his feet. But he was getting raked up out there, man. His face started busting up. He had marks under his eyes. He had, Fundora just started, like really putting hands and feet on Keith Thurman. And I was like, wow, you never seen Keith Thurman beat up, bro, like that. I mean, you seen him bump, a couple of abrasions, bruises, but this was a clear defeat. This was like Keith Thurman. Yeah, you got beat, bro. You got beat, and that's you can't say that about a lot of people. That beat Keith Thurman. Even an old Keith Thurman, people was just expecting him to come out on top some kind of way, to figure out some kind of way to beat this young lion. And it was an exciting fight, bro. I mean, I was on my edge, bro. And I ain't know. I was like, I'm rooting for damn Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, King? What's going on, King Judah?
Hey, what's up, bro?
Man, what do you? Go ahead.
Nah, man, I was just calling them to let you know, bro. I don't know what's going on, bro. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. I really don't understand why. Well, no, I'm serious, bro. I don't understand why. Because I was talking, I was on Blue Blood channel listening to him. I was on BFTB listening to him, and everybody's so neutral about this, right? Everybody's so neutral, and that's cool, bro. But I'm not, bro. I'm never gonna get off the fact that Fundora is not supposed to be at that weight class. Now I'm gonna tell you some stuff I noticed. I noticed that Fundora is about 8 inches taller than everybody else in the division. But I watched people call Devin a weight bully for being 2 inches taller than his opponent. I watched even in the UFC, John Jones was 3 inches taller than his average opponent. They called him a weight bully throughout his entire career. So the weight bully tag is reserved for black fighters. And it kind of pains me to see that if now nobody talking about this, everybody talking about, well, you know, he's just a tall guy. He's just a tall guy. I don't care about that, because if it was in the reverse, do you know if they had a 6'5" black man whooping up on 5'8" white dudes, he would be getting flamed by ESPN. Stephen A. Smith would be talking about it. Everybody would be talking about how he's fighting in the wrong weight class if he was black. This is only happening, and everybody's praising him because he's Hispanic. That's the only reason they're praising this dude. And another thing, I was listening to people talk about, well, you know, Keith Thurman just wasn't good enough. The fact of the matter is, we'll never know, because the truth of the matter is, nobody want to talk about this. Nobody is going to beat Fundora. And then you tell people like, well, Lupin did good against him, and the other dude knocked him down. That's when he was green, when he was a tall-ass man trying to sit there and bang with him and giving them chances to hit him. Fundora is not banging with y'all like that no more. He gonna step back, jab you, and he gonna hit you from range until he break you down. Then he gonna step in and bang you. Nobody is gonna beat Fundora again. Nobody. I heard people talking about some, man, he lucky Crawford left. I put my life savings that is Crawford step in the ring with Fundora right now, he would get his ass whooped just like Keith Thurman did. That's physics going against Crawford in age.
Well, the thing is with Fundora, how long can he stay at 154 being that size? You know, how many fights before, you know, it works against him, right? Because your body can only, you know, look, that's a big boy, man. That's a big
But they was
boy.
talking about they was arguing with me. I heard people, they still got hope. Man, you know, Bud ain't there, but you know, we got Boots, we got Spence. Fundora gonna whoop all their ass like that to a bloody pulp, all of them.
Yeah, but I don't think he could stay at that weight class too much longer. I would give him maybe 2 more fights. He gonna have to move up before his body start eating in on itself. Cause that kid is big, man. That's a big. I saw like you saw that scene where he was standing in the corner waiting for Keith Thurman to come back, and it was just like, damn, that dude is big, bro. That's one tall dude.
Another thing. Where all the hype is? Why don't see nobody posting videos trying to guess what Fundora rehydrated to? Why nobody cares what Fundora is rehydrating to at 154? Why nobody checking to see if he gained an extra 25 pounds like they did for Devin Haney? Because I guarantee you that Fundora probably rehydrates to more than 25 pounds on fight night.
Yeah, I guarantee it. I bet you he looked like he was around. He looked like he was like 170 or something. I mean, you seen how big his upper body was, bro? He made Keith Thurman look like an ant, bro. You know what I'm saying? He says Boots will beat the shit out of Fundora. we don't know. They
don't understand basic physics. Boots gonna get his ass toe up. Boots gonna eat 6 punches before he can land one.
I tell you what, it's a damn interesting fight. I mean, because Boots, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, man, because he still got to prove himself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he got all the abilities in the world, but he's still going to have to get in there and prove himself. You know what I'm saying? I think he'll beat Xander. You know, Xander, as long as he don't try to go in there and knock him out, because we know what Boots look like when he's trying to put on a show. If you just go in there and just be technically sound, he'll beat Xander Zayas, because Zayas is just a good technical boxer, right? So he'll beat Xander, but I don't know. With Fundora, like you said, bro, he got that physics thing working against him.
This dude talking about he want to bet. There's no need to bet because Boots ain't gonna never fight him. I guarantee what's going to end up happening at 154, that Fundora is going to end up being forced to move up. His body might betray him. But if he stay at 154, don't look for nobody to unify with him. And if they try, Fundora going to whoop all their ass and he is going to be undisputed. You talking about he can whoop him. The physics disagree with you. Fundora is punching down on them. They have to punch up at him. He got the high ground at all times.
And I said that last night during the Keith Thurman fight because he had to punch up at this dude and he can't reach him. You know what I'm saying? And man, you have to fight a whole fight like that. Man, you know you're gonna get tired as hell, bro. That's why
Did you
he
see,
should have
did you
went.
see the moments? Paul, did you see the moments where Keith Thurman was trying to, you could tell he was trying to calculate how I'm going to get this punch off. Did you see the moments where he tried to set Fundora up to counter him? Every time he punched, Fundora would just lean back a little bit. Keith would swing at Albro and almost knock himself off balance trying to hit him. Because
Yeah.
when you that tall and somebody got to wind up to punch you, bro, you can see it, bro. It's in slow motion to him. When you getting ready to try to hit him, that shit is in slow motion.
Well, it's the area you got to cover, right? And then you know what I'm saying, Keith, he got wide punches already as it is. He don't have any short punches in his game. He's always been a wide punch type of person, a hook. He always liked throwing the hooks. But I thought he would be throwing, I thought what he would do is he'll feint, he'll feint like he's going to the head and he'll go to that body. Because you can't miss Fundora body, right? But he just wasn't aggressive enough early in the fight when he had all his power, when he had
Well, I
all
saw
his
something.
energy. So
Yeah, I
what now?
saw something with what Blue, I saw something what Blue was talking about. I agreed with him. I was talking to him in the chat, and me and him was agreeing. We was disagreeing on one thing. Blue don't think he'll weight bully. I do. We was disagreeing on that, but we was agreeing on the reason why I
Mm.
say nobody gonna beat him. Me and Blue agree. This is not the same Fundora that fought Lubin. This is not the Fundora that got dropped by that dude Mendoza. This is a brand new Fundora that he done patched up every hole that he had. They not gonna beat this Fundora because me and Blue saw it. I know you see it going to his body, but Paul, he not letting them get there because he been trained now that he come, bro. He gonna initiate his jab. He gonna establish the jab. You would have to work, bro, just to get the opportunity to go to his body. And the worst thing for you, Paul, is that if you go to his body and miss, or if you go to any part of his body and miss, he can step back, Paul, and he's so long that he can counter you from wherever he is.
Yeah, but
He don't
see,
have to step back in to counter you.
no, I get it. I mean, I get it. You like devastated by this guy' abilities, right? But long as he make 154, as long as he make 154, man, he is not a weight bully. You know what I'm saying? You would say all fighters are weight bullies then, because they all rehydrate. You know what I'm saying? A
No,
heavier
I don't
weight.
play that. I don't play that way. But to me, bro, I look at a person frame. Like this is what I don't like. You know how? Let's say, all right, I'm gonna give you an example. Let's say a person is an inch or 2 inches taller than somebody else, right? Somebody
Hmm.
might look at them and let's say you're more naturally muscular though. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You might be more naturally muscular than me, so you might walk around heavier than me. Then
Hmm.
somebody might call you a weight bully. I don't think that, bro. I played too much sports. I know that your height is more important than anything because the fact that you close to his size, that tells me you can put on the weight to fight him. Usually, what will let you know somebody in the wrong weight class is they height, Pool. It's not their muscle mass. It's their height.
No, I get it. I get that. But that's why. But that's why he came down to 154, and that's why I said I don't know how long he's going to be able to make the weight. Right? I don't know how long he's going to be able to make the weight. He's going to have to go up to at least middleweight or something, man. You know what I'm saying? This dude is just too big, man, for that division. How long can he sustain that? You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, come on, before this shit start eating him up. You know what I'm saying? And he just start looking weak. You know what I'm saying? Because he's going to have to move up sooner or later.
I just
But
challenge everybody in the chat. If y'all the type of people that watch multiple channels, because I know a lot of people do. Like, y'all probably don't have a favorite fighter, so y'all listen to a biased fighter for somebody else. I just challenge y'all to go to these channels that don't like Devin and ask them how much did Fundora rehydrate to.
still, I know he said that he make weight easy, but that's he's going to say that. He's not going to come out and say I'm breaking my neck to make this weight. He's not going to say that. You know what I'm saying? But you could clearly see that he's a grown ass man and that I don't know how long he's been at 154, but it's about time for him to eat a couple of sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? And
But
move up.
I'm actually, do you remember this? Because I don't know if you do, but I know I told you for sure. Do you remember when Fundora, when we first saw Fundora, remember Fundora first hit the scene, right? And I was
Right.
like, and I saw, and I don't know if you remember my critique of him. I say, bro, I think the dude good, but he give his height up. He fight too much in the pocket.
Right.
And I said,
Right. He
I
did.
said, if he ever start fighting tall, nobody gonna beat him. And he at
I
that point.
remember that. I remember that. I remember you saying that. And but like I said too, I said he was going to take a few losses before he get his bearing, right? at that weight
Right.
class. And and they caught him early. The people who caught him early, I thought Spence and Buck might have caught him early. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Moving up and be the first victories. I said once this boy get his momentum going, it's going to be a problem for a lot of fighters. And he's got his momentum going, but he did take his L's though. And you got to pay your dues as a boxer. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of talent at 154 as far as pro. And being a pro, there's a lot of talent at 154, and they be getting busy. You know what I'm saying? So, he was going to take a couple of losses, I thought. But to see him get better, it excites me. Even though that he has this big advantage, what I'm saying, to see him get better, that's what I want to see from all fighters. When they fight a tough fight, I want to see them get better. Like you said, close up all your flaws. And now I see Fundora. I saw him working on that jab, and I just knew he was going to destroy Keith Thurman because I knew he had that jab together. I saw it coming. In the way he's been deploying it in his last couple of fights, I said this kid is getting better. He's just
But
getting
listen,
better.
I don't want to confuse my critique, right? Of course, I'm mad because the nigga a weight bullet, right? But at the same time, I'm not gonna deny the fact. You know why? He making me so mad? Because the nigga good too, poor. That's why I know they're not gonna beat him. He's not a bad fighter either. That's why they're not gonna beat him, bro. Because this nigga got all the talent. He got good reflexes. He got good boxing IQ. Got a good jab, and he aggressive, poor. He want to hurt you. They're not gonna beat this dude, bro. People listen. You know me, Paul. I'm pro-black as they come, and I'm telling you, it's not a black fighter in that division that's gonna beat him. They all gonna get beat up to a bloody pulp. If they step in that ring with him, he gonna have all their faces shoot up, all of them. He gonna chew Boots face up. He gonna chew Charlo face up. If Errol Spence try to fight him, he gonna chew Errol Spence face up. If Crawford come back out of retirement and go to 154, he gonna chew his face up too.
Gaiman said, look, man, he said that man naturally thin. His sister's trying to go down in weight. She's a grown woman, but they like that, bro. And that could be a possibility too. That could be a possibility. I mean, is this the only weight for Fedora? You know what I'm saying? I doubt it. You know what I'm saying? But will Jerron Boots Ennis try to wait him out? And I mean, shit, even Jerron Boots Ennis gonna have to move up soon. Shit, them some big boys. And these are some little weight classes for guys who probably should be fighting up at 160 or 168, right? So it's gonna be close. I hope that Boots don't try to duck Fundora. I don't think he will, but it's a possibility. The way the fighters are moving right now nowadays, you just never know, man. You just never know. That's why I kind of sit back and just kind of look at these dudes and just see how they coming at the fights and everything. But here's what I want to do, because Keith Thurman had a post fight uh, message last night, and I want to put on some of that, and we're gonna do some reaction to what Keith Thurman said, because I almost forgot about the damn thing. Um, Let me share my screen, and because it's been a long time since I did this shit. Let me see. There we go. So Keith Thurman, he had some words in the post-fight conference. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't watch it last night because I had to get my butt down here. So let's see what Keith Thurman talked about. Can y'all see that? Can you see that, King? Let's see. Can you see that? Hello? Can you guys see that? Because I got it on the full screen.
Nah, we can't see it, Paul.
You can't see it? God damn, what's going on? Let's see. Let me see if I can get. I don't know what's going on. Let me see. Okay, it says. Oh, I got to take down. I got it. I got to take down. Let's see. It's been a while since I've been maneuvering on this thing. All right, let me see. Let me clear the way. Let me clear this picture. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. All right. So as you can see, he was pretty banged up, man.
And that's how everybody gonna look that fight him from now on.
Y'all got that. I'm having technical difficulties. Let me see. Where the hell did that? Where did it go? Oh, okay, I see. Oh, okay.
Man, tell Jay to come up here. Jay just hit the check. I want to know what he got to say.
Okay, hold on. I got to get back to the damn mainstream.
I know Jay got some good. I know Jay got some logic on this. Somebody got to see where I'm coming from.
Shit, Jay with Fundora. All
Nah,
right,
Jay
so here,
was rooting for Keith, I think, but he was rooting for Keith, I think. But still, the point is, bro. My bad. Go ahead.
Former unified champ, Mr. Keith, Time Thurman. And I will turn it over to Keith. And Keith, if you just wanted to open it up, obviously, certainly not the result you wanted. Just thoughts on the fight and what happened.
Well, first off, man, it was just a great fight. Thank God, man. It's beautiful boxing, big stage. It felt good to be on that stage once again. Fundora's a tremendous champion. But whoever the fuck that referee was, don't hire him for fucking main event shit ever again, man. Real talk. Do you remember Eric Morales versus Marcos Maidana? Do you remember how many times people fought with broken orbital bones? Shit's not even broken, man. Never got dropped in the whole fight. I'm getting caught on the back end of punches. The referee told me in the locker room, show me something. Move your feet, duck your head. I won't stop the fight. I'm using my legs. I'm getting caught on the back end. I wasn't buckled. He just jumped in like a white rabbit, man. So the little hoppy referees, they're not made for main event boxing. The fight was getting fun. The people were standing on their feet. We was just getting into the grind, and he was getting really comfortable swinging wide, swinging big, swinging wide. Because he's young, because he trains hard, he put that press, because he's a volume puncher. He put that press, and the referee reacted to that, So Fundora's preparation, his fight style, it all ended up planning out for him. But as an OG, man, 4 more minutes, it would have been a lot of fun, I promise you. 4 more minutes, and he could have made a mistake right in front of me, man. I was waiting for it. I knew it was going to be one of these kind of tough fights against a young champion, and I had that long-term vision, but the ref didn't let me get there, man. So it was unfortunate, but I'm grateful. I'm okay. I'm able to talk to you guys. I don't need to be in the hospital. Everything is what it is. I want to give a shout out to my sponsor, ICI, and just, I'll be back, man. I want to do great things in boxing once again, and I'm going to come back hard. I'm going to come back strong.
All right, guys. Well, we're going to open it up to media questions. So
hold on. Now, Keith Thurman is that dude, man. Hold on, let me get back to the screen. Let me see. I'm trying to. Okay. So I thought that's kind of easy for Keith Thurman to say. He wasn't on the outside looking in, you know what I'm saying? Because he didn't look like it was getting fun. It looked like his ass was done. It looked like he was cooked, bro. Was he putting up an excellent effort? Yes. And did he start getting some shots and start touching Fundora? Yeah, he had some good shots coming in, but he didn't have nothing on it, bro. He was already spent. So I don't know if it's just Keith Thurman trying to save face, you know what I'm saying? Just trying to, save some of his brand. But you could see the way Fundora was hitting his ass, bro. He was cooked, bro. I mean, I don't give a damn what Keith's talking about. And I love my man, you know what I'm saying? I love the courage that he showed up in that ring, man. Not a lot of guys can do that. But he was getting towed the hell up, bro. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Jay, I'm back, man. I didn't see your thing. If you want to come up, bro, I got you.
Yeah, so cool. The few things I noticed, bro, that stick out to me, right? First thing I noticed that Keith Thurman, is delusional as hell, bro. That nigga is Donald Trump of boxing. He will say anything. He got to keep the promo going. Second of all,
Yeah.
he the only fighter I ever seen in a post-fight conference, and I've seen a lot of them get beat up and banged up like that. That brought ice with him. He didn't just do that for optics. That nigga is hurt. Nobody brings ice with them. That man got ice on his face while he talking. That man got toe up. But also he was talking about, yeah, the fight was just getting started. The grind just got started. The only grind I seen was that man grinding your face up with them gloves over and over again till the referee saved you. He talking about the referee stepped in. He's too hoppy, man. We don't need them in championship fights. That man hopped in there because he didn't want the guilt of watching you get killed in there, because Fundora could have killed you in there.
Okay, Jay, I see you. Yeah, man, but really, man, Keith, I think really, what I'm saying, this was to let everybody know that he's looking for other fights too. He's not going to retire. And he showed heart, what I'm saying. It's good that it was a stoppage, but it wasn't a knockout. And he showed that he don't have no quit in him. I think that was very important moving forward for Keith Thurman, because nobody wants to see a quitter. And I think he dealt with a lot of punishment, bro. His face was one or two more punches away from just tearing apart, bro. I mean, he started getting red quick when Fundora stopped putting 2-3 punches and stopped going upside his head. Then he bent Keith over and he stopped putting them combinations together, going with the uppercuts. I said, man, stop the fight. Stop the fight. You know what I'm saying? And Keith, I don't know what the hell is he talking about. What is he talking about, man? That dude was destroying you out there. You know what I'm saying? Every time he started jumping on Keith, he lost the ability to push Fundora off him. I mean, he don't know how to tie up. Keith Thurman don't know how to tie up, bro. It's like, come on, bro.
I don't know if they can tie him up. I think his dimensions, that's
man,
my theory.
It don't matter. Grab an arm. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but grabbing his arm, not like, think about it. Think about, Paul. If you somebody close to your size, grabbing their arm mean grabbing them close to the elbow area where they can't move no more. You'll go do that to Fundora and all you get is forearm. That nigga still got the most of his arm free.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather get hit with one than damn two? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I try. What I'm saying is I definitely try. I just think
he could have snatched him off
up.
balance just to buy himself some time. You know what I'm saying? Right, and Keith, he don't have those kind of defensive tactics. You know what I'm saying? He just don't have it, bro. You got to be able to tie. Crawford knows how to tie a motherfucker up, bro. He would tie your ass in a knot to where you can't go nowhere. And I know he got a wrestling background and all that, but you would think that Keith, because he's so intelligent, that he would have, grab Fundora, so even trip that nigga, push him over your back leg, put your leg between his trip, throw that nigga down, something to survive just a little bit longer.
I think that dude was in awe. That dude hype. I'm being honest with you, bro. I just got that's because what I seen over and over again, not just one time. Because I've been seeing fights with somebody getting whooped, and I'm about to say something. You're gonna be able to relate. Everybody know when you in school and you saw somebody getting beat up, but they not scared, but they know they can't win. They throw one of them get off me punches. You know them punches when you're not even looking. Them scared punches like get off me because you're getting beat up. He did that. For Keith Thurman threw multiple get off me punches. That was the punch you throw when it's like, I don't want to give up, but I can't beat you, and I'm kind of scared. He threw a scared. He's not even looking. It's just a get off me punch.
Yeah.
He did that multiple times.
But it had got to the point he had got so worn down from the outside, and I think he was at the limit of his conditioning. And then Fundora started going to that body. When he hit Keith with that damn body punch, I said, it's over. It's over. When he started going, because Keith still got that issue with his body. When you go to his body, that's like his Achilles heel. That's the thing that's his weakness, his weak spot. And when he wasn't darting in and going to the body and trying to like really, put some hurt on Fundora, I was just like, man, I was like, it's not going to be long, man, before Keith get worn down from the outside. How long is Keith going to allow this to go this way? And when I seen it went a few rounds and he just getting scraped up and then his skin start to bruise and tear, and he got the cut over his eye. I was like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, like you said, he might have just been in awe of how big this guy was, or how long he was. And I think he just was just kind of like, he was just kind of confused at how he was going to get in. And then when he did get in, he got hit with that shot, like you were saying. He was trying to get up out of there, and he got hit by that uppercut. It was like a weird hook uppercut that Fundora threw and caught Keith Thurman on top of the head. It's like, damn, this dude would hit you. He will hit you in any angle, bro. He don't give a damn. He hit you in the back of the ear. If you're bent over, the dude he just keep throwing a volume. He got just enough power on that volume punching, man, just to hurt the shit out you, man. Because I didn't think they was like super hard shots, but he got pop coming from the long distance because his arms are so long. I mean, he was just fucking Keith Thurman up, man. This was just like, it got to a point where I was like, man, you're not going to be able to do it in the second half of the fight against Fundora. You know what I'm saying? Because he already found his range. He already found his timing. You know what I'm saying? Now he's cooking, because he felt comfortable with coming behind the jab and then start throwing combinations on Keith. And Keith, all he could do was duck and take those punches that he was going to take. And he just didn't have the resistance. He didn't have the punch resistance for all that. You take too many of those shots and then you up out of there, bro. And he was just overwhelmed. He was outgunned. Um, Shake says, he says, I think EJ can beat him because EJ is going to try to break that skinny nigga ribs. And he says EJ is way meaner than Keith. Only problem with that is Errol Spence Jr. is going to Zuffa boxing. So he's on a whole nother universe. He's in a whole nother universe.
I'm gonna tell you too. You remember when you remember back in the day when Fundora and Errol Spence was first getting teased. We all had the same breakdown, man. Spence gonna get into his body and break him down. Yeah, that was the old Fundora. I'm the biggest Spence fan they got, bro. Spence is stuck in mud. He gonna come forward. He gonna get grinded up too. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. He gonna get grinded up too.
I mean, especially now. Since he's been out for a while. Every training footage that I see at EJ, he looks super slow. And I know it's just practice, and I know we're not watching him spar or anything like that, but it's just ever since, one defeat to Crawford should not, it's got to be something more to what's going on with EJ because, what I'm saying, he just don't look as, he don't look as energetic. You know what I mean? He don't seem to have the same kind of stride and pride when you see him. He just looks super relaxed, and he just don't seem like he got it. He just don't have that same kind of spirit, and maybe I'm just overthinking it. We got to see that first fight with EJ, man, and see what he looked like. I think the old EJ could have beat Fundora because he had a little bit more, he had a lot more spring. He was more on his toes. And what I'm saying, he had the experience and the momentum going for him. He definitely would have beat the old Fundora, I believe. But then I can't say 100. You know what I'm saying? I really can't. You know what I'm saying? Because Fundora, he's a phenomenon, man.
They don't have the dimensions. They don't have the dimensions to beat him. My thing is, bro, everybody trying to think of the next opponent. Nobody at 154 has the dimensions to beat this dude if he gonna fight tall and use his height. Bro, let me tell you something. His challenges not gonna start until he gets to elite. Now, mind you, he may very well always be taller than most people. I'm not taking that from him. But his challenge is not even gonna start until he get to 175. That's the truth of the matter. Them the only people that have the dimensions to fight him.
No, I mean, I understand your logic, and your logic is sound, but logic don't always go in boxing like that. You know that. You know what I'm saying? You say to 175, man, you bugging. Now I don't know because there's not a lot of talent right now. There's not
who
a
at
lot
168? David Morrell, that's 168.
David Morrell, that's 175.
See, that's what I think. I think you need them type of. So tell me who at 168 right quick. I don't keep up with the. I need to look at their frames to tell you if 168.
Well, you got
is.
Mobile, you got Lester Martinez. Those are some of the see, like you said, there's not like a lot of talent
Right.
at those weight divisions. So you might be right. That's why I kind of corrected myself. It's like, yeah, it ain't really a lot of talent. You know what I'm saying? Mid-range talent. There's not a lot of, you know, specially talented guys at those divisions and stuff. You got that Muslim dude. I haven't seen him fight in a while, but you
Hamza
know,
Shiraz.
yeah. You got the Muslim dude.
Okay. Hamza Shiraz. All right, 168 might be a valuable division. And he's the brother. You gotta understand look at the length of their arms and their legs. The dimensions, they can fight him because of their dimensions. Y'all trying to say that people who are physically different than him biologically can beat him. That is not true.
Well, he's definitely gotten better, but I do believe that the more he move up, he's gonna be facing more power. So it's, you know, once you start taking punches from those heavier hitters and stuff, you know, it'll slow you down a little bit. So I mean, we got to see, man. You making it look like goddamn Fundora is gonna get all the damn belts. He gonna rack up all the belts from 154 to damn 175. That's a tall order.
No, what I'm saying is, this is what I'm saying. At 154, yes, but the more he go up, he might take a loss. Like I said, if he go to 168 with people like Hamza Shiraz who have the dimensions to actually fight him back, even if he fighting tall, he can start taking some losses. I'm just saying at 154, the dimensions won't allow. I'll give you an example. But that's just like Devin Haney. Even if Devin Haney drained himself and shrunk himself to thin as he could, right, Paul? Let's say if he go back to a 135 size. A flyweight would never be able to beat Devin because his dimensions won't allow them. His arms are too long. He is too tall. His legs are too tall. So Devin can shrink himself as skinny as he want, like Fundora, and a flyweight will still get destroyed by Devin Haney.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying, and he is a monster. I mean, Fedora is definitely a goddamn monster, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I can't call it this early, but I do feel your logic though, man. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted to go to saying what what's the name was saying about Errol Spence Jr. and Tim Zoo. That's a good fight. That's a good fight, man. Donald, what's up, bro? That's a damn good fight, bro. They say it's official, and it's going to be in Dallas. That's really going to be a big fight. I want to see what EJ looked like. You know,
Errol got to do
hopefully,
his thing, bro.
yeah, man. If he falls short in that fight, man, because Tim Zoo, you know, they both kind of, you know, coming back as damaged fighters, right? Both of them took terrible losses. You saw what Fundora did to Tim Zoo. You saw what Fundora did to Tim Zoo, man. That shit was crazy. You know, finally somebody could take advantage of Tim Zoo, and that all he got is a right hand, bro. You know what I'm saying? And Fundora that like really destroyed him, man, just exposed him. You know, he says, still says EJ don't need to get in that ring with Fedora, which is crazy work, bro. That's crazy work. He says, Sham says, he says, nigga don't do no amateurs, no Olympics, just come out of nowhere like the monster anyway, nigga. 9 times out of 10, niggas cheating. No way you don't have none of that experience and beat Lubin T. Yeah, I feel you. You know, I don't know, man. You know, Fundora, he did come out of nowhere. You know, I don't even know how to explain it. You know, no Olympic background. You know what I'm saying? You know, everything's obscure about him. So, hey, he's an anomaly, bro. That's all you can say.
This is my argument. This is my argument, bro. If I go on the street right now and find me a tall, slim, athletic dude that got them fighters mentality, I train him up, really give him some real training. I can throw him in there against flyweights. If he 5'11" and I put him in there with the flyweights, he'll whoop them too with no experience.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. He says, Rowley said he bet Fedora can make 147. Laughing my ass off. He said, how is he making this weight? He said you got to check the scale. It's something shady going on. Either he on some diuretics, some serious diuretics. Uh, he doing something. He doing something to make that weight. You know what I'm saying? Diego Pacho. This is the homie pool. Salute my main man. What's going on, bro? What's going on, Thomas? I saw you on some other podcasts and stuff. What's going on, bro? He said that good. Yes, sir. Life is good. What's happening? The 300 coming through today. He says, nigga, even Kimbo had a highlight tape in backyards. Where this nigga come from, man? He jumped out the sky, man. Fundora jumped out the
Hey,
sky.
now I put a motherfucker too tall. He don't jump out the sky. He just stepped down.
Right.
I didn't think he lasted this long, tell you the truth, because usually, like Manuel Stewart used to say, the big tall guys usually were uncoordinated and stuff like that. So it was hard for them, to get the timing and the rhythm and stuff. But shit, these athletes today, man, they different, bro. They different. What's going on, Trill Hill in the building, bro? What's going on? It's different with these guys, man. So they coming in, with the will and experience to get better. And he did take his loss. He did get knocked down, so he's paying his dues. It's not like he's invincible, right? And I think the more he fight and the more training camps that he's got that long frame. Is just like NBA basketball players. The more they run, the more they get worn down over time. And I think it's going to be the same for Fundora. I think he's going to end up getting worn down. And trying to make those during those training camps. All the sparring he's got to do. And I think his body is just going to break down because he's just too long. He's just too long and too big to be killing himself like this, But my man said he think he just like that, which would be a scary deal to think that if he could make weight that easy at 154, it's going to be a problem. For everybody at 154, it's going to be a problem. Said Thomas Hill in the building. He says facts. He says life good. He says seen him just stay down. He'll be open for shots. Just got to step to that dude, and he definitely get touched a lot. And that's what I thought Keith Thurman was going to do, not stay on the inside, but I thought he would have to be careful, on his way out, on his way in, and on his way out. But I thought he would be doing that more to keep Fundora, range from getting his timing and getting his range, and that's a high boxing IQ thing to do. And just to stay on the outside, he just kind of made the same kind of mistakes that a regular fighter would. I thought Keith would be looping shots from the outside as long as he could, and maybe hurt Fundora, not beat him, but hurt him. And I don't even think he hurt Fundora in this damn fight. I don't even think he hurt him, bro. Which was just egregious, bro. He says Keith was a shell of himself. He can make a good fight versus smaller fighters, which is why I was surprised he took this fight. This is, Fundora is not a comeback fight. This definitely was not a get back year for Keith. He always say that. He said that he's looking for more fights, but Keith like to go sit down for 3 years. I know he always make it sound good, just like after he fought Pacquiao. He'll fight, then he'll go sit down, right? But if he goes sit down this time, there's nothing for him to come back to because he's going to be up in his 40s, right? Who wants to see a 40-year-old Keith Thurman? Now I do believe if Floyd Mayweather come back, that would be a good fight for Floyd to come back to fight Keith Thurman. Just to get a warm up, just to get a tune up. Oh, I'm sorry, Jay. You've been sitting on here just chilling.
Nah, it's all good. I was letting y'all cook.
Mm-hmm.
What
Yeah. So what do you think about all this? What do you think about, Fundora, Keith Thurman, the way he looked, the way Fundora looks sharp, he looks a whole lot sharper. He look like he's been working on his craft, really.
Yeah.
What do you think about all of it?
So first, I'm gonna say I did pick Keith Thurman to win. And first I'm gonna say why I picked Keith and then what I saw in the fight. So I picked Keith because I thought I wanted to wait until the weigh-in. The weigh-in to me was gonna be what determined who I picked in the fight. And I thought that Keith, because I do respect Keith's boxing IQ in his mind, I knew that he would know how to beat Fundora. It was gonna come down to if he was gonna be able to do it. And when I saw him come in 2 pounds under, I knew that he was prepared. At least I thought he was. That was my mentality and my logic going into the fight. So I'm like, yeah, Keith, he gonna be in 12-round shape, so his power should carry. And then I thought he was gonna end up catching Fundora late because we saw Fundora hurt in a couple fights, and we seen him get knocked out. So yeah, so that's why I picked Keith. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, Keith gonna have one more, last good performance, and then he should catch Fundora and knock him out. But what happened in the fight was, man, this motherfucker Fundora he got way better. Like, he's starting to use his length. And man, now the way that he fighting with his dimensions and his size and all that. And another factor on why I picked Keith was because I was thinking that Fundora been at 154 for a while. And the fact that Keith Thurman was able to come in at 152, I'm like, Keith should be healthy. He should be strong at this weight. And Fundora has been there for a while. So I'm like, okay, that might play a factor too. But man, this dude, I guess, it's just his genetics to where he can carry that weight and it ain't gonna bother him. That motherfucker just an anomaly. And like I said, now he using his length and his size. Man, it's gonna be hard for somebody to beat him because it's gonna be hard for you to get to him. If you can't get to him, you can't beat him. Like Keith Thurman, he might have landed 3 or 4 good shots on his chin the whole night.
That's what I was saying too, Jay. I was saying that, bro, you got to understand, most people, I don't care. You got people talking about all these great fighters. Yeah, they great. The dimensions working against them. They would, listen, bro, they would eat 6 points. They face would get chewed up just to hit him. Just to get in position to hit this dude. Your face would get chewed up just to get to him.
Yeah.
Every time you work your way in to get a punch on him or to establish yourself, he gonna be taking something out of you, bro, just for you to try to make a statement. Each time you're gonna lose something.
Right.
I mean, Trill, I think people do see Sebastian, Fundora is getting way better, bro. Because he used to remember how he used to always fights, kind of leaning over. And you see how he made that correction. And not only did he make the correction, he's really good at boxing from the outside. And he's very accurate, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like, what I'm saying, he's just getting used to it. And we saw the transition. We seen it against Tim Zoo. He was busting Tim Zoo ass up. Um, the boy done, he's spending time, saying he done got himself together, and now you got to go through hell just to get a punch on him, man. And he's throwing it with a lot of volume too. He's pumping the jab. So he was kind of messing Keith up with that jab over time. And I just knew Keith Thurman was gonna, start catching that jab and trying to go in on it. But that power behind that, what is he, a lefty? No, he's a southpaw. The power behind that left, man. Once he dodged the right jab, man, the power coming behind that goddamn that left. I think Keith didn't want no more of that shit, bro. I mean, that dude, like you said, King, he just has the dimensions, man. He really do. Uh, he's got the dimensions, man. I mean, he's gonna be hard to beat. Um, but I do
Do y'all
think
see anybody at 154 that can give him problems?
I
Because
think Jerron Boosin is gonna give him problems. You know what I'm
I
saying?
mean,
Because I think Jerron Boosin is that one fighter that would throw caution to the wind and go on the inside and fight this dude. You know what I'm saying? I think if anybody could get in and out, it would be Jerron Boosin, right? I
yeah.
think he's the dude that he's got the athletic ability, he's got the power. I think he got the durability and punch resistance. to withstand because you're gonna have to go through the meat grinder to get to Fundora. You're gonna have to take a battering, you know, because he's gonna fight his ass off to keep you off him. But I think once you pass that storm, I think that's when you can hurt Fundora, right? You got to get it right inside that mid range and stop fucking them up, and then get the hell on up out of there. But you're gonna have to be able to withstand that a number of times to get that done. And I don't think he came across nobody right, you know, that can really withstand what he got going on right now. And Keith, he just found that out that his punch resistance ain't there. You know, the old Keith Thurman might have beat him. The old Keith Thurman might have beat Sebastain Fundora. Um, but that's at 147. You know what I'm saying? If Keith could have moved up and maybe his power would have been a little bit better at 154 in his prime. Um, you know what I'm saying? It's a fantasy thought, but you know, Fedora, he doing his thing, man. I mean, we got to give him credit, man. We got to get him, man. The young man he's a true champion. You know, he's a real one. He's working on his craft. He done patched up uh his mistakes. He's fighting from the outside. I kind of want to see him fight on the inside again. I want to see him mix it up. And he was doing that a little bit last night with Keith Thurman when he was trying to take him out. I was like, God damn, look at the volume. He looked
Yeah,
like he had 13 hands and feet on. At one time, he was punching him on both sides of his head, and he was getting hit with uppercuts, hooks. He was punching down on him like he was punching down in a hole or something and shit. He was punching down on Keith Thurman. I was like, God damn, you know.
yeah. Like for me, like as far as the Boots thing, I do
Hmm.
think Boots would be the closest one to beating him. But man, it's gonna be hard because, like you saying,
Yeah,
it's gonna come down to how much damage can you take within the first 3 or 4, 5 rounds, or first half of the fight, really, before you really start understanding how to attack this dude and get in on his range. You know what I
right.
mean? Because his range is so, it's so different than anybody else at the weight class. I mean, overcoming a 3 or 4 inch reach, you can kind of figure that out. Maybe take you 2 or 3 rounds. But with him, now that he's actually using his height, it seemed like it's gonna start taking these dudes like 6 rounds just to figure out how to attack them and get to them. And then by that time, you done took 6 rounds of damage.
Yep.
You know what I
Jay,
mean?
well,
So
well, Jay, let me say this. You made a good point. You said like a 3 or 4 or 5 inch reach disadvantage, right? But he also have like a 7 or 8 height advantage. So that's a multiplier. When you fight
right,
somebody, you gotta add the height to the arm reach because it's a multiplier.
yeah, that's facts. Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be tough at 154, man. It's gonna take somebody like Boots, an athletic dude that got quick feet. But man, it's still gonna take him a minute to figure out how to get to this dude because now he using that height. So if he
Yeah.
can time Boots coming in, like I said, I know Boots got quick feet, but it seemed like Fundora is, he getting better enough to where he can catch these dudes coming in and keep them right on the end of his punches. Man, I don't know, man. I don't know about 54, man. It's gonna be tough. If somebody there can do it, it's gonna be Boots, but I'm not sure if I favor Boots right now over Fundora.
Wow. And that's real. That's real. Like you say, you see the overwhelming. I mean, it's his accuracy, and he's using both hands. This motherfucker used both hands, bro, very well, very well. I mean, it's not like he's inaccurate. So he's like pinpointing, and that was another thing I think my man was saying up top. He was saying that his vision. I think that was Emily Jones saying that. He said his vision, man. He done had some laser correction or something because that motherfucker was blind before. He was missing all kind of shots. Now this boy is on your ass. He see everything, every opening. Um, and he's taking advantage of it. You know what I'm saying? And he just he stays busy, which is diabolical, man. For somebody to put that kind of pressure on you and press your ass out, bro. I mean, it's going to take somebody with some power, just like Mendoza knocked him out, and I think Kid was saying that he didn't go for Mendoza. I don't think Mendoza just lost to last night to Yunez Tellez, right? So I don't think he could really mess with Fedora. That was more of a lucky punch or a mistake by a green Fundora. So I don't think Mendoza would last 2 rounds with Sebastian Fundora right now. Not this version of him. You know what I'm saying? And that was just like King Juno said. That was just a green Fundora, and he stayed. You know, he stayed. He let Mendoza in too close, and he was able to counterpunch him right and get him up out of there. But if Fundora would have ever got up like he did with Eric Lubin, if he could have got up, he would have destroyed Mendoza. You know, because this boy here, he's going to be a star. I don't understand why Fundora don't really seem to have the backing. You know, because even with his performances, he don't seem to have. You know what I mean? I don't. You don't feel like, you know, like he's that hype superstar, right? He just, I don't know. Maybe it's his personality. I don't know. It's just he don't seem to, have he don't instill that fear or that dread or something. Maybe it's the skinniness of his body or something. You know, you don't feel that dread when you see him. But then when he's in the ring, then you see a whole different dude. Maybe it's because he's so calm outside the ring. He's always smiling. Maybe that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I don't. He don't have that that dread. When you call out his name. But in the ring, that boy's a nightmare. That boy's a nightmare. He just got like a wild boy face. He got this soft nigga face. You know what I'm saying? But when he get inside that ring, man, he turned into a beast. And he was smiling at Keith last night too. I was like, damn. He said, how do y'all like Adams and Yoli and chances at 160? Um let me see. Adam, I mean
Talking
he
about
he's good.
Adonis.
I,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think none of them dudes at 60 got a chance.
Oh, I mean Adamas. Yeah. Adamas, he looked good in his last fight, but he's not looking special. He looking good. He just, I mean, he beat, what's his name? What's the kid from Texas name? Uh, he
Ammo
he don't have,
Williams.
yeah, he don't have enough experience, bro. He ain't got no defense, and Carlos still had a hard time getting him up out of there. Carlos got to work on his game, man. He's got it too easy up there. And he need to go ahead and fight your boy, the Cuban. You need to go ahead and get him, and they need to get that fight on because it's not a lot of talent at 160. So, but Carlos Adames needs to tighten up, man. He gonna end up, letting one of these guys, these no name guys, beat him. You know, but he looked okay. He should have knocked Ammo Williams out. He knocked him down, but he should have been able to knock him out. He says Fundora versus Benavidez would be the ideal fight. He said Fedora had to be 180 last. Now it damn sure looked like he was big. Life is good. It damn sure looked like he was like humongous in the ring. And boy Judah was talking about that shit. He was like, man, this is not a human being. I was like, oh my God. That nigga had me rolling, boy. He said, this dude is different. I was like, you act like you just seen Fedora for the first time. He
But
said,
what
no.
got me was, when they had him fighting regular people, because like when I say regular people, he didn't get big names at first. I know y'all like Lubin, but Lubin wasn't a big name to me. So I mean, like, I had a little bias watching him whoop up on people who wasn't nobody. But seeing him in the ring and they threw Keith Thurman in there, somebody who was somebody at one point, and I'm looking at the helplessness of the situation. I said, nah, bro, this shit ain't right, bro. This shit ain't right, bro. I'm looking at one point, because in boxing, you naturally bend your knees while you're fighting, right? So when they meet in the middle of the ring, you're not seeing their real height, right? But at one point before the bell rung, Keith was standing straight up tall and Fundora was standing straight up tall, and that shit looked ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
agree with that too, Judah. Like now it's like when he was first coming up and he was learning and he was giving up his height, you actually felt like dudes had a chance. and the height difference and all that and the reach, it really wasn't that big of a deal because he was giving it up. But now that this motherfucker actually using his height and reach, it's like you really see how unfair it is. Like it's crazy. Now it just look ridiculous. I think, but for me
Right.
though, I want to see him. I want to see him fight Hamza Saraj. Like that's the only dude like with the same type of body style, that I feel like besides Boots, if Boots can't do it, that's
Yeah.
who he gonna have to run into at 168 to give him a good fight.
Right, I
But
agree. He the only one that have the actual dimensions that even if Fundora tried to fight tall, Hamza Shiraz can still touch him.
right,
Yeah, but y'all know how they moving in boxing. They're staying away from those kind of fights. He's not going to seek that guy out. He's going to stay away from that guy, and he'll probably been moved up by the time Fedora get up there.
how much
Because
longer y'all think he can make 154?
that's what I was telling people. That's what I was kind of putting out there. But some people think he just like that. It's his family
That's
skinny.
probably. But Paul, you say he don't talk that much, right? But tell me if y'all notice this pattern. Everybody we seen that was weight drained. They be so tired they don't talk that much. You remember Devin at 135 when he was going through weight cutting? Shit, he wasn't talking. That nigga, he didn't even want to be in front of the cameras. They be trying to recover. So for
Shit,
all
them
we
niggas.
know, bro, he might not be as debilitated as Devin was, but I believe it's some debilitation going on with Fundora. Why he trying to make weight? Because he don't talk. He don't want to be in front of the cameras.
Shit, them niggas be fainting off the scale, man. Them niggas be fainting and shit. And, you know what I'm saying? Trying to recuperate, man.
At one point, the ref said when in that fight, I remember the ref when he was fighting Keith Thurman last night. The ref had stopped and said, now Fundora is laughing at him. I said, bro, nah, they got to get this dude out the ring, bro.
Yeah, for real.
He
Yeah,
was
I heard
laughing
that.
at that man, bro.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
in this
god damn
post
it,
press conference,
the motherfuckers he a damn Nephilim, bro. The Nephilims are evil motherfuckers. They laugh at you because they giants and shit. This nigga a giant, you know.
yeah,
Keith
what made
Thurman.
it so? My bad,
Hmm.
Paul. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now I was
What
just
you
gonna
say?
say to what Judah was saying, like the fact that he was laughing at him and all that, and then in the post fight press conference, I mean in the ring interview, they asked him like, "What did you think it was gonna be this easy?" And he was like, "Nah, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't think it was gonna be this easy." Like he pretty much just kept it 100, like that shit was easy. You know what I'm saying? So not only was he laughing at him, then he came in the ring. It was like, yeah, that shit was way too easy.
Right.
So yeah, that's
Well,
bad, man. That dude.
I mean, let's look at. I mean, he fighting an old guy coming back. You know what I'm saying? Off of. Did Keith have a fight? Did he have a fight before this? Um,
Yeah, he fought that dude Brock Jarvis,
man,
but I
that ain't
don't know
shit.
how long ago it was. Maybe over a year. I want to say.
Well, I'm just saying. You know, I mean, he fighting a 37-year-old guy. So he's in the height of his prime. So I'm saying you don't really get. I mean, it's Keith Thurman, yeah, but it's not the best version of Keith Thurman. So
Yeah.
I don't know why he laughing and shit. It ain't like he beat Jerome Boots Ennis. It ain't like he beat what I'm saying, anybody who's active. And then now you got to start looking at the other fighters because they take it so long to get in the ring. Hell, they're gonna start needing tune-ups and stuff. It's
Yeah.
just
They
taking them.
about to start avoiding him, bro. They about to start avoiding Fundora, and I don't blame them. It's not one of the things where you're gonna hear me say, "Oh, that dude a duck." This was y'all. Let me tell y'all what's about to happen. What's about to happen is people about to start ducking him, and y'all not gonna hear King Judah give them no flack for it at all. I wouldn't fight him either. You're not gonna throw me in the ring with that mother. Make that nigga move up. You not about to throw me. If that's the case, make one of these flyweights with a name. I want to fight Inoue then. How about that? I'll lose some weight. Let me fight Inoue then. Nah,
Man,
bro, because
anywhere, beat your ass.
man, I whoop the shit out
Dang.
anyway. Even if I gotta grab him and choke him out, even if I whatever I gotta do in that ring, anyway don't have. Listen, tell you something. Anyway don't have the mass to do nothing with me.
Well,
Yeah,
that
that
nigga,
nigga
that,
couldn't
that
throw it.
nigga take that nigga eat that damn nuclear spinach and shit, whatever he own and shit. Motherfucker be hitting like Tyson on your ass, boy. Only thing about anyway, that nigga he get dropped. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, with guys who don't have half the skill. He gets dropped by cab drivers. You know what I'm saying? Police officers. It's like ain't no way he gonna fight Shoo or nobody who's got highly skilled like that. Because they're gonna nullify everything he does.
Jay, man, what you thought about your boy, bro? Itama.
Itama, I mean, I only seen him fight a couple times. I thought he looked good last night, though. I did
Bro,
Man,
watch him
that
fight last night.
motherfucker! I went and watched
Itama,
this fight
dog.
last. I went and watched this fight last night, man. That dude, he looked like. I mean, then he got the afro shit going on. He looked like a light skinned Lamont Sanford ass nigga, but the nigga hands are fast. You know what I'm
Yeah,
Fast.
he can
saying?
fight, bro.
Yeah, he
Man, that
twitchy, fast. Like he got
bro,
that explosiveness.
when he knocked out that fat dude with the titties and stuff, I mean, he hit him with an uppercut, bro. I didn't even see. I was like, God damn, you got a heavyweight that can move like that. And then he got quick feet. He got
They not
fast
gonna beat
ass
him,
feet.
bro. They not gonna know,
Say,
bro. I don't see no heavyweight beating that dude.
no,
I think
no,
Usyk could beat him. I think
no.
Usyk
Well,
could
I
beat
don't
him.
know.
I
I got
think
to
it'll
look
be a
at his
good fight.
size.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a good fight, but I think you know what I think gonna happen though, Jay. I think they both gonna be able to get off on each other, but I think that in the end, bro, the youth of Itama gonna be able to take more damage than Uzi.
Yeah. That's if he can figure out Usyk's footwork, his lead hand. It's a lot you got to figure out with Usyk, man. He got that Lomachenko going on to where if you just can't solve that puzzle, if you ain't never seen nothing like that, it's gonna be hard. But I agree, if he is able to keep up with it, then it is gonna come down to what you just said. But I don't know how many people can solve that, man. That's tough. That footwork, that shit is so educated. It's hard, man. I don't know. I still favor Usyk right now, but let him get, a little bit more experience, and then I feel
Hmm.
like it'll be a better fight. But by that time, who knows if Usyk will still be fighting?
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
and I
about to
told
say.
Poor, oh, my bad.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Drew.
No, I was saying,
Go ahead.
but when I was talking to you, I was saying that even if Uzi, I ain't gonna lie, even if Uzi decide not to fight him, shit, I don't blame him either. Uzi done did enough. He ain't got to fight Itama to prove no point.
I agree with that
Yeah,
100%.
he too he
I
Yeah,
too
love the
low.
fact
He
that he
too low
wanted
on
to
the
fight
totem pole.
Wilder.
Hmm. Well,
Now go
Wilder
ahead,
getting ready to
Jamal.
fight again. He's getting ready to fight what Kushal Kushal
Chisora.
Chisora. He's getting
Wilder
ready
need
to
to sit
fight him.
down, bro.
But
Respectfully.
have you noticed he's been getting the fight since he done passed that age point, since he done aged out. He's been getting
Yeah,
the fights. Before he couldn't get the fights like that. So now everybody lining up to fight Wilder.
right.
That shit pissing me off. So now everybody want Wilder name, when he was up, when he was athletic and knocking niggas out. They was trying to freeze him out and stuff. Now everybody want a Wilder fight. That's how boxing is today.
I
That's
think
how it.
Usyk would have fought him regardless. I feel like Usyk got that. He just got that fighting spirit, and he got that competitiveness. And the reason I
Right.
say that is because of the reason I was getting to about him even wanting to fight Wilder. Let me know that he really want to be the best in his division and of his era. Like I don't want to leave no stone unturned type shit.
I mean, Usyk is okay, man. You know what I'm saying? But when he got hit in the midsection, what I'm saying, by man, I'm getting old, man. What's
Daniel
the
Dubois.
Dubois?
Was
When he
Yeah.
got hit by Dubois in the stomach, man, and they called that shit a low blow, I was like, bro, stop,
yeah, they
stop.
saved Uzi, bro. They saved Uzi with that one.
I'm just
That's
saying,
true.
man. That's how that's who they want to represent the heavyweight division. And I'm glad to see a fighter like Tama or whatever his name is. I'm
Yeah,
glad to see him because he seemed like he got that kind of athletic ability and skill to where the heavyweights used to be. What Michael Dokes and people with fast hands and they twitchy and shit like that. So you had to go through journeyman like that back in the day. And so it's good to see the heavyweight division starting to get some athletes again. You know what I'm saying? Where it's going to be competitive. You know what I'm saying? Because that's supposed to be the best division, right?
Yeah.
The heavyweight division. So I'm glad y'all turned me on to him because I wasn't. I was like, damn, who the hell this guy? I kept hearing his name, and didn't he beat up? He beat up Derek White, right? He beat up Derek White. He beat his ass. I went and watched that. I said,
Yeah.
God damn, this dude's so
Now,
fucking fast. Yeah,
now I'm gonna tell you
speed.
another one I like. Another one I like. He not as athletic as Itama, but Frazier Clark. He a
Oh, I got.
bald head, light skinned dude. He from the UK too. He good too, bro. Frazier Clark.
Okay, I'm gonna have to check him out. I never heard of him.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
neither, man. It's like it's some names starting to drop, and they got to rebuild boxing. You know what I'm saying? They got to rebuild. We got to get some athletes in. It's just so many guys who just didn't pan out. Once they got a belt, what I'm saying, they started moving funny, and we just got to get those athletes that really want to prove that they the best. I don't know if Tank. I think Tank's supposed to be fighting Pitbull again, or
Yeah.
is he? I think he's trying to fight Pitbull again. That'll be a pretty good fight, but I'm saying I don't think Pitbull could beat Tank. You know what I'm saying? I
Yeah.
think Tank
But
had
my
enough
thing,
time to get his head together.
yeah, my
Yeah,
thing is like I say, a lot of people don't like to fight. Oh, Tank, why you fighting Pitbull again? Like I said, bro, I keep it fair all the way down the middle. We accepted a lot of other people taking easy fights coming back. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna hold that against Tank. He been out the ring. He taking a fight. He think he can win. He not the only one that do that.
right. That's why I had to kind
Yeah.
of That's why I had to kind of reevaluate because that's the way they moving now in boxing.
I
That's the
mean,
way
I understand where you come. My bad, Paul. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's the way they moving now. Today. What I'm saying? They're allowing their favorite fighters to kind of pick and choose. You know, who they want and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So we can't just single out if everybody's doing it. You can't just single out one guy. You know what I'm saying? But Tank, he came up during the time when everybody was you still kind of believe the fighters was going to fight the top guys. You know what I'm saying? Everybody still believed that shit, even though everybody was still cherry picking. That I'm gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? Lomachenko. I'm gonna fight da 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 da. I'm gonna fight Devin Haney. Then they go off and fight some other kind of fight. And just like I think we've seen enough of that now to where these guys are just gonna do what they want to do, and they're not gonna fight each other. You know what I'm saying? Until the business get right. You know what I'm saying? And because Shakur could have fought Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, but he offered him 25%, and I thought that was good enough because if you would have beat Devin Haney, then all of a sudden, you the man. Now the next time if you run it back, now you got the lion's share. So these guys I think they really only want to fight each other one time. They don't want to fight them two and three times. I think them days are gone. Where you see the older Bivol and Better Be, they older fighters. So you're gonna see the rematch and whatever, to break the tie and all that. But these young guys, they only want to fight your ass once. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to see you again. You know,
Hey, is
once
Uzi
they
is Uzi still undisputed?
I
no,
think they stripped him of the
no,
IBF.
no, no, he's
Oh,
not.
because
No,
I'm looking at Itama. He had two
David got a
belts
belt.
on. One was called the
Dave,
Intercontinental.
yeah, David got a belt. So he got the belt that Bivol dropped. He got the belt that Bivol because he was trying to fight Bivol, and Bivol dropped that belt. I think he was ordered to fight David, and he got that belt that
No,
Bivol
I'm talking
dropped.
about a heavyweight. I'm talking about a heavyweight though.
What about it?
I was trying to see if Usyk was still undisputed.
Oh, Usyk? I don't think so. I don't think he's.
Nah, I
I don't
think
think
they
he's
stripped him of the
undisputed.
IBF.
Yeah, I think they stripped him too.
Oh, because I see Itama had two belts on his shoulder, so they can't be world championship belts, huh?
I don't
Hell
even
no, ain't
know.
nobody
It
even know
might be
who this
that
nigga
IBO
is.
joint they be trying to, make a real belt over there in the
He better
UK.
not have no damn belt this damn soon.
Yeah, nah, he don't got one. But I'm glad. So back to that point about Itama, I want to see him fight Dubois. I
Mm.
think that'll be a good fight, and that'll really let me know how far he is. That's if Dubois still got some
G with
legs.
you, Jake. Guess what? I want to see it too. That'll be a good fight. But this my thing, bro. Y'all know me. I don't just say nothing about anybody. Bro, ain't nobody gonna beat Itama. They all gonna line up and he gonna knock all of them down one by one.
And that, you might be right about that, but the reason why I want to see him fight Dubois is because I do believe that Dubois is skilled. You know, he got some experience, and he can keep up with his speed a little bit and all that. I mean, I would slight Itama when it comes to the speed and all that, but you know, Dubois, he a pretty athletic heavyweight. He one of the most athletic heavyweights at the division right now. So, you know,
Man,
that's a
the one,
UK fight. I want
hmm.
to see it. And another thing that I'm questioning about Itama is I want to see how much of a dog he is. I need to see his heart because for some reason them dudes over there in the UK, they like to quit. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna just keep
Hey,
it
but he
G.
aggressive though. One thing I
Yeah,
no,
but
I agree with you. We got to see how he take punishment. But one thing I can say about
right.
Itama, when the bell ring, he start working you instantly. That nigga's aggressive. He trying to break you down instantly.
Yeah, I agree.
I
I
like how
like his skill set. I like everything I see for
yeah.
sure. But you gotta, to
He
me, I
fights
want to see
like
the internal.
he fights like a damn like a 147 pounder the way he move in there, man.
Right. Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
when he come in the range, man, he's sticking your ass. You think he out of range, and then he just lean in and he pop your ass, bro. I was like, this dude here is something else. You know, he gonna be a problem. Tracy said, Fedora is a problem. Yes, sir. He definitely a problem, bro. You know. But yeah, yeah, I had when you told me about that King, I had to go check him out, man. I was like, God damn,
Yeah, I
I
don't
haven't
think they
seen that
beat him, bro.
I haven't seen that
I
kind of
don't think they.
ability in a long time, man. I don't even
Now
think
I'm gonna
I've
tell
seen
you. I'm
that
gonna tell you what's gonna be more entertaining, y'all. But I know you say Dubois. The most entertaining fight is see him against Jared Anderson. That's gonna be entertaining.
That's a good one.
man.
That's a good one.
Jared
That is a good
Anderson,
one. Cause Jared
Yeah,
Anderson is a dog. That's gonna
they
benefit.
athletic. They
Yeah,
athletic, bro. That shit gonna look good, bro. Two big heavyweights athletic. Yeah, that shit gonna look good, bro.
yeah, I like that fight right there. That's fire. That's
I
fire.
have
Cause I seen the dog in Jared Anderson when he fought big dude. What's his name? That knocked him out.
Man, that boy was knocking Jared across that ring, bro. He hit him one time. Jared went to one side of the ring. He hit him again, knocked him to the other side. He was knocking the nigga across the ring.
Bro,
Yeah,
I have
man.
no faith in Jared Anderson. I don't think Jared Anderson want to fight. He got his hands in too many other things. He's gonna have to dedicate himself to the sport of boxing if he want to move forward. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna have to get his head together, man. Because you know, right now he already said that boxing ain't his number one priority, bro. And that's a problem right there. You know, that's his
Yeah.
problem. He got to put boxing first, and if he don't put boxing first, he ain't gonna progress.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think I ain't got no type of faith in him making it to the top of the division or nothing.
Mm-mm.
But if he do make it to the ring, I know he gonna have heart and he is athletic and skilled. So him against
Yeah,
Itama, that's a good fight, in my opinion.
oh, yeah. Now it's a good fight, but he gonna get destroyed. Because
You
from
think
what I've
so?
seen, and I don't want no American boxer to lose to no goddamn British boxer. I really don't. You know.
Hey, I hate to say it, y'all, but I think they got it, bro. Like I said, I'm looking
Oh
at Frazier
yeah,
Clark and I'm looking at Itama. I think they got it, bro, as far as the heavyweights go. The UK dudes got it right now.
yeah. Because I haven't seen anybody move like that, bro, in years. Somebody with that I mean, the boy's skills and athletic ability all put together. That shit remind me of 80 heavyweights. You know, the heavyweights in the 80s, and I was just like, damn, the snap that he put on them punches, bro. It's a beautiful thing to watch, bro. It's like, damn, you know what I'm saying? He's what's that heavyweight name? I can't remember. Had them fast hands, but he wasn't that accurate. I mean, yeah, that boy is something to watch, man. I'm glad y'all turned me on to him, man.
I think, yeah, I think he's generational, bro. You know, I know it might be early, but
Yeah,
I think Itama generational.
God damn, King, you already giving this nigga the keys to the Hall of Fame. God
Right.
Hey,
damn, man,
bro. I
we
know
gonna
when
take your
I
ass
know
off
when
the
I be
tower.
seeing, I know when I see greatness, bro. That dude different, bro. He
I
not
know when
normal.
I see it too, but god damn, don't give him the keys to the Hall of Fame yet. God
Hey, he
damn.
just retired today, Pool. He ain't got to fight no more. You got it. Just throw him in there. He ain't
That's
got
what
to fight
I'm
no more.
saying. Like, yeah, the motherfucker bad, but god damn, him and Fundora, they don't need to fight no goddamn more. God damn.
Nah, I definitely see the skill set though. I see it, but with them UK dudes, man, it's the internal. I don't be trusting that shit. Like, I don't know. It's something about them dudes, man. They willing to give up in that ring. They willing to give up, man. And you put somebody in there with them that can push them to that level. I don't know. So I want to see it. If he can get past that, if that check the boxes for me, then I'm with you, Judah. Like
Well,
he
my,
he
my
gonna he
thing
gonna
is,
run a division for sure.
what's going on with American, American black boxers? You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't mind ducking our fighters, and they trying to build up the Hispanic. The more we see more talented Hispanic people coming, boxers coming, but we don't see more Black American, special Black talent coming in. It's like we're not building up, and I heard Ward talk about this too. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of the black people are not going into boxing. You know what I'm saying? They're going into basketball, they're going into football, even basketball. They're trying to kind of like switch up the races and stuff. You see more, what I'm saying, mixed, people coming in from different countries and stuff. So, you don't see the domination of the black American in boxing and what I'm saying, in basketball. They're trying to mix it up or something, man, because I don't see a lot of black talent coming in like we used to,
Right.
and it's just like, wow, things are changing, man. I know boxing's a hard grind, and I see a lot of the talent in the gyms, but I don't see them switching over to pros like that. And there's a lot of amateurs too that's good that's coming up too. There's a lot of early pros that's coming up. So, what I'm saying, it's just that they got to do a better job of making that transition and getting with one of these promotional companies. You know what I'm saying, so they could be seen and stuff. I'm just like, damn, where's all the talent at 160, 168? You know what I'm saying? Where's the talent at? It
None of
should
the
be so.
big body black dudes doing nothing. You're right. Like, when you look at the lower weight class, 140, 154 and down, we got black representation. We don't have people at like
We didn't use,
168,
yeah.
175.
hmm
We don't have that no
And
more.
it's like, I don't know what's going on, man. It's like, I guess people say shit, fuck getting hit in the head. You know what I'm saying? Or the companies that just don't want to put the money into building up stars and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? People want to go off Instagram and
These
saying,
rappers, they all
yeah,
rappers.
yeah, and they're going shooting for that big money. You know what I'm saying? Big money fights instead of, working on the smaller fights and getting these guys some experience. You know what I'm saying? So they could be seen, because we don't have the Tuesday night boxing no more, the Friday night boxing no more, you know what I'm saying? So we can see these guys in the ring like we used to. Used to be able to see, who was, coming up and coming and stuff. Shit, you don't even hear anything about what's his name, sons, Emilio, and what's the other kid name? Shit,
Fernando,
uh,
Fernando
Fernando.
Vargas.
Yeah, Fernando Vargas children. You don't even see them anymore like that. So I thought they were gonna be bad as hell, but I guess you can only go so far with the talent that you fight. And I think he lost his last. I think Emilio. I think he lost his last one, and I don't know what the hell. Maybe he's just going back to the drawing board or something. You know. So he destroyed. So he destroys Usyk heavyweight division, heating up again just a little bit, just a little bit. They need
Yeah.
some more talent. They need to build these guys up, because outside of our circle, man, people don't know who these names, don't know these names. Everybody know Usyk. They know Tyson Fury, Wilder. That's about it. Them guys done got old. It's time for some young talent to come in and build up that division again. Right now, I'm saying it's not enough. It's just not enough. You got the 154 division leading boxing right now. You know, and that's kind of ugly. That is kind of ugly. You know, but other than that, so anybody, what's that kid Mayweather guy? What's that? young kid, Moten. What's his name?
Yeah, Camille Moten.
Camille Mo. What y'all think of that dude? I haven't been seeing a lot of him, but
Man,
I
he
like him,
fight.
bro, but I like him, bro. But
That's
he gonna
Tank.
he
That's
gonna he
Tank
gonna take
step
some he
brother.
gonna take some losses, bro. He good, but he not. I don't think he a phenom, bro. Camille gonna take some losses.
yeah, I
He
told all my friends they big on him, man. I was telling them I think he gonna lose before he win his first world title.
he looked like Tank step brother. The
Yeah,
whole
Yeah,
light
he look
skin
just
thing.
like me.
What is it about Mayweather? He like these little short, light skinned power hitters.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't know what the hell going on. Floyd giving me Diddy vibes. Why you always want the same type of young dude around you?
but Floyd talking about coming back. Y'all want to see that fight with him and Pacquiao? Y'all want to see that?
Yeah, I want to watch it.
yeah, I do too. I want to see it. But I kind of lost some steam for me when he did an interview the other day saying that it was gonna be an exhibition. I don't want to. I mean, I still watch it if it's an exhibition, but it don't hit me the same way if it ain't no real fight.
Well, he probably doing that because he don't want it to affect his record.
And Manny gonna make it a real fight. Manny gonna be in there
Right.
trying to win.
Yeah, but if he
But
do
you saw what
win, it's
Manny,
not gonna matter to me for real. That's the problem.
but but you saw what Manny looked like in his last fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't look like the old Manny. He was trying to. He didn't have the foot speed. Couldn't leap into his punches. He was still leaping into his punches, but it wasn't as crispy. It's slow. He looked like an older fighter. Don't look like the old Manny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's Floyd. I mean, Floyd take care of his body and stuff, but Floyd shouldn't be too much ahead of him if he is ahead of him. So, it's a good fight.
I
But
don't know.
I think
I think Floyd an anomaly, bro. I think Floyd probably gonna be the most athletic 40-something-year-old we seen.
yeah, I do agree with that. I agree with that. We're gonna have to see it for sure. I think
Yeah,
Floyd can get in the ring with a lot of these dudes right now and beat them.
Yeah,
yeah.
the
I want
lower
to.
levels, the lower
Yeah,
levels. I think Florida beat the lower level niggas right now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Shit,
Like
I
you
He
don't
might
think
probably.
he
not
can?
beat.
You don't think he can be a champion at 147 right now, or unless that's what you're talking about?
Oh yeah,
That
yeah.
that way.
Some of them, yeah, he can beat some of them. I
Okay.
don't think, and I'm not just saying this because I'm like, I don't think he can like. How I want to say this. Some niggas gonna be too much because of their youth. Like I know it's gonna sound crazy, but I think Brian Norman will be too much for Floyd right now. I think he
Hell
too
no,
aggressive, too strong. I really do. I think Florida do more running than anything.
man. Florida sidestep that nigga, man. That nigga slow, feet slow. He'll never hit Floyd, bro. That nigga too
I'm
green.
just looking at the pressure he'll put on them, bro. Like I'm to the youth, bro.
You
Youth,
know
it's not.
pressure.
It's
Don't,
when you
now
dealing
you
with
know
young niggas.
pressure.
When
Now
you
you
dealing
know
with young
pressure,
niggas, bro, it ain't skills that tip the scales, bro. It's how
bro.
fast and strong they is.
Who is the best you ever seen under pressure?
Floyd, but I
Floyd.
watched Floyd
Floyd.
too as he got older.
That
Floyd
Floyd.
reflexes, his reflexes was diminishing the older he got.
Yeah, but he don't. It ain't all. It ain't just that. It's that shell defense, man. Floyd is a great counterpuncher off that. All he go back to that rope dope that nigga with the Philly shell. You know what I'm saying? He don't know how to handle that shit. You know what I'm saying? That boy is not that good. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
this
He
all
is
I'm gonna
not.
say. This all I'm gonna say. I look at logic, bro. If Floyd really was, even at his old age, able to beat these young niggas, he wouldn't have retired.
Nah, I don't know about that
I
shit.
think I think the difference is the niggas that was at 147 at the time. Cause right now 147 is a whole bunch of 35 pounders. You know
Yeah.
what I
Yep.
mean? So now you looking
So
at it
you
like,
saying he
man, them
retired? So
dudes,
you think he retired more because it was niggas like Spence, Crawford, and
yeah,
niggas like
like
that? Yeah.
yeah, like it ain't that right now at 147.
It's like
Right.
147 ain't nothing but tank resume
man, how did Lewis Crocker?
and
How
Devin
did he
Haney.
get a belt? How did Crocker get a belt? You know what I'm
Cause it ain't
saying?
Right.
nobody up there. That's
That's
it
what
right
that's what I'm
there.
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's weak divisions, man. You know,
Yeah.
Right.
that's why your boy had to move up, man. That's why Ennis had to move up. It was really nobody, you become undisputed over weak division. You know what I'm saying? Nobody gives a damn, you
How
know.
y'all see that Boots and Xander fight going?
I got
Supposedly they
boots.
signed a contract.
I
You know,
got
Man,
boots. I don't know if it's gonna be about KO, but I just, They not beating Boots, bro. They not beating Boots, bro.
But you see a competitive fight.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be entertaining.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's yeah, I think it's gonna be a highly technical boxing match. You know what I'm saying? Long as Boots don't try to make a show of it and try to knock him out and stuff, and cause that's when Boots get in trouble. You know, that's when you start taking those overhand rights. But see, luckily he fighting Xander, and Xander don't really commit like that. You know, what I'm saying to his punches, he just get points. You know, what I'm saying he kind of win on points. You know, he's not a bruiser, or he don't have power like that. You know, what I'm saying to hurt Jerron Boots Ennis. So I think I see Jerron Boots Ennis winning a boxing match. You know, what I'm saying too much power, too much abilities, too much athletic ability for Xander. I'm surprised he took the fight. Tell you the truth.
man, me too. Me too. I was surprised, man. That shit. But you know, that's the type of stuff right there for me that's gonna keep him, you know, his that Puerto Rican, you know, him trying to, you know, become that face of the Puerto Ricans. They gonna respect
Hmm.
that, and that's gonna go a long way
And,
for them.
and let me tell you that
Respect for
to
Virgil Ortiz.
call out Jerron Boots Ennis where Virgil wouldn't do it. That's going to give him a lot of respect. You know, I
They
mean
always talking about.
You think that was on Virgil though, Poole, as far as why
I
him
know
and,
that was. I know that was on Virgil. Listen, bro, I'm
eh,
I'm going way back. I'm going way back when they first wanted to fight each other 5 years ago. When his training came out and said we need 4 years to be ready for Boots. Do you know that Bozy and Boots didn't say nothing, but 4 years later, all Bozy said it's been 4 years. They still wanted to fight. And they still, and listen, now you got Oscar and Boots, and Poole made me realize this. You got Oscar and Virgil, I mean, putting on the antics to put up the smoke screen. Don't you remember when Ryan Garcia and Oscar did the same thing? Whenever Ryan didn't want to fight, they'll just argue publicly and put up a smoke screen. Everybody forget about the fight that was supposed to be made. That's all Virgil and Oscar did.
I
They
agree
went
with that.
neither one of them wanted Virgil to fight Oscar, so they just publicly beefed to the point where now it's like, oh, we don't know who did it. We don't know who was the reason why the fight didn't happen. They both was in on it together. Neither one of them wanted to fight Boots.
I agree with that to a certain extent, Judah. This is where I'm at with it. I believe when Turkey Al Sheikh was involved with the Virgil and Boots fight, the fight could have happened. And I believe at that point, Virgil said, yeah. And I believe that was because they knew that they was gonna get overpaid for the fight. Now that Turkey kind of was like, I'm kind of good on Boots because of the whole tune-up thing he was saying when he went to 154 and all that.
we
I
fight all
think that
night.
kind of
Let's
turned
go to.
Turkey off with the fight. And then now it's gonna be up to the promoters. So they looking at maximizing the money, Oscar and all that. So I do feel like now all that shit is a smokescreen with Oscar and Virgil and all this shit they got going on. But I believe when Turkey was involved with it, it was a real fight, realistic to happen. They was gonna get overpaid, and Virgil side said yes. So that's why I can't
Yeah.
really put it on Virgil to say that he actually ducked him. I just think now the politics is getting in the way. That's why I hate the fact that all these promoters and all this stuff is still a factor when Turkey willing to make the fights.
Bro, Virgil not what the people think he is, bro. Virgil still to this day have a fight that he impressed me in. Even when he started step up in competition, niggas still got dropped. I forgot who that was dropped him, bro. Virgil
Uh,
not what they
that
look.
was Boca Chuck. Boca Chuck dropped him.
Yeah, and then let me tell you something else. Something else that we got to normalize. You know, for years, bro, decades, it's always been Mexican pride. Oh, the Mexicans, they got pride, they got heart. I'm starting to rethink that. It's all the Mexicans doing the ducking and drug cheating. I feel like the Puerto Ricans and the Cubans got more heart.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I
Yeah.
can see where you're coming from with that, but I feel like, and I to your point with Virgil not being like that, I don't really think that Virgil is like the best fighter, but I do believe in his heart. You know what I mean? I believe that he will fight, win, lose or draw. I believe he'll get in there. So, and I think Boosa actually beat him. You know what I mean? But the reason why the fight didn't happen, I don't think that it was 100% on Virgil. Now,
But my
yeah, but
my thing is they got more cachet than anybody at 154. Even Fundora. You know what I'm saying? These are the two stars at 154 that everybody want to see fight. And when you start seeing the fans, you know what I'm saying, wanting to see that fight, it's already building without them even saying anything about the fight. You had Boots go into the ring and confront Virgil, and Virgil, I don't like his confrontation style. You know what I'm saying? It's like if somebody confronts you, bro, you know what I'm saying? Hey, let's make the fight rat. Let's I'm not fighting nobody but you next. And it just seemed like Virgil was just too. It's like he was just too like I ain't saying he's scared of Boots or nothing like that, but he didn't want to lock in with Boots like that. You know what I'm saying? And um, to see him, just kind of waffle. I've never seen him really waffle like that with anybody. Besides Boots, and that's really the only fight for him. He already fought Chip. He almost lost that. You know what I'm saying? He had to come from behind in that fight. He was, his defense was a little lacking, and then he beat what's the I keep how to say his name, the other white guy. So he beat those two guys,
Uh,
and I think
Imagine.
Boots Maginot, he would have put Virgil at the top of the hill, man. That would if he would have fought Boots right after his last fight, that would have put him right there. It would have made him the star. You know what I'm saying? That would have made him that guy to beat, man. You know what I'm saying? And it's like when these guys get that momentum and they become the top, gunslinger, it's like they don't want that shit, bro. They don't want it. They don't want that pressure on them like that. It's like they do anything to avoid being that guy. Everybody got to fight. You know what I'm saying? And something that I'm kind of noticing in boxing that nobody wants to be the guy like Tank. You know what I'm saying? Everybody wants to fight Tank because he's the guy. Nobody wants to be in that position. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and that's what I'm noticing that pressure is busting the pipes of these fighters. They don't want to be that dude that everybody come after. They want to be the dude on the side. You know what I'm saying? They want to kind of lay back so they can kind of pick who they want to pick to fight. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that you have to fight a tough fight every time that you enter the ring, but you know, these guys are still kind of building themselves. It's not like there's a whole bunch of talent out there to where they could just build their names off of really good journeymen, right? So
Right.
you gotta fight the next tough dudes. You know what I'm saying? Because they still building their names. We just got Shakur and Tio in the ring. They should have fought. They should have fought a while back. You know what I'm saying? We just now getting Devin Haney, saying to step up and fight, the top competition at 147. Well, I can't really call your boy top competition. Um,
Right, Norman.
Brian Norman. I can't really call him top competition, but we know Devin is willing to fight the top guys. He fought Lomachenko at 135. You know what I'm saying? You got Abdullah Mason down there at 135. You got Oshaki Foster down there at 135. So, these guys, once they get the belts and once they get to the top, they got to move like champions. And that's what's going to keep the sport alive, man. Because all this, negotiations falling through, that's killing the sport. You know,
Who?
they
But
got.
go ahead. My
Mhm.
bad.
No, I was just saying, like, they got to take the challenges when it's there, because when they do all this waiting and they get beat by somebody else, what I'm saying, it's like, it just kind of kills the whole build up. And I don't want to see Virgil get beat by nobody. I don't want to see Jerron Booth get beat by anybody. I want them to face each other first before they start losing or something like that, right? Because those two were made for each other, man. They came up at the same time, and the names are kind of rising at the same time. So they need to meet right now, man, while they at the top of their game. I think Boots is 28. I think Verge is like 26 or 27. I think he might be like 27. He's a young dude.
Yeah.
So they need to be fighting right now at the height of their game before they get fucked up, you know?
Right, but to the point I was trying to make earlier, though, I feel like that's the problem. Like before, you had the politics involved. Like these promoters is trying to maximize their profit on these fights, so they was only willing to put the fights on if it made
Hmm.
sense financially. You know what I mean? And then now you
Yeah.
got Turkey Al Sheik that's willing to pay these dudes just for the best to fight the best, Now you actually getting to see the best versus the best, and it ain't no politics involved. That's why the fights is happening. So just
Mm-hmm.
for back to the Boots and Virgil thing, when it was on Turkey, he was willing to make the fight. That fight was rumored to be on Devin Haney and Brian Norman and all that card. You know what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
now it's back to the promoters. Now you got the bullshit again. You know what I mean? Now they
Right.
like Virgil talking about fighting Earl Spence because now it's gonna be that A side B side shit and who's the bigger star and all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But to like so that's why I never gave Shakur Stevenson problem. You know, I never really criticized him for his resume because I understood that his style was difficult to beat and he wasn't an exciting fighter. You know what I mean? So the politics wasn't allowing Shakur Stevenson to prove himself. But now you got Turkey who came in the game and now he immediately fought Tio. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't about the stardom or, you know, who's the bigger A
Right.
side and all that stuff. It was just, I'm willing to pay y'all good money. Are y'all willing to fight? And they both said yeah to the fight. If they both were still on top rank right now, I don't even think we would have got that fight.
Right. And
So,
and and that and you know, right now, Shakur couldn't, he couldn't find anybody that wanted to fight him, right? But right now,
right,
if he said he was going back to 135, there's a bunch of guys that want Shakur Stevenson right now at 135. We didn't see that before. You know what I'm saying?
right,
So now we get to see what Shakur is made of. Is he really the dude we think he is, right? Is he really,
right.
that dude that's body body? Because we already know Abdullah Mason, even though I think he'll lose to Shakur because I don't think he got enough experience, you know what I'm saying, to fuck with Shakur right now. Um, but if he was to go back to 135 and he took that fight, I don't think if he fought O'Shaquie Foster, you know what I'm saying? Because they already got like a nice little storyline going with the sparring and shit, fighting and sparring and stuff. And it got a little heated between them two. So O'Shaquie Foster moved up so he could catch Shakur coming back at 135. So if we could get them two, if we could get Shakur to come back, that's his legacy right there. That's his legacy. If he could beat Abdullah Mason, if he could beat Andy Cruz, if he could beat those guys or Shaqy Foster, man, Shakur straight. That's really all he need to beat right there. You know what I'm saying? Cause them dudes are,
I'm waiting on him to get Tank. That's what I want. I still want that
man,
fight.
Tank,
I ain't sure if
man,
Tank gonna fight him, but
you might as well forget that. What's going on, Mr.
yeah,
Moet? What's going on, Master Khalid in the building? You might as well forget that because Shakur said something interesting. He said that he didn't like the fact that Tank act like he needed him. And I was like, what kind of logic is that? You know, he said he didn't like the fact that Tank acted like he was a bigger star, and saying he was on that kind of trip, that kind of time. He didn't like the fact that Devin Haney gave him 25%. I was like, bro, you the lesser name. You the name. Your name is lesser than theirs. And besides that, you got better boxing skills. So if you want to prove that, take the lesser money, just like Floyd did with Oscar De La Hoya. Floyd, he seemed like he was the better boxer than Oscar. Oscar was probably more exciting. I don't know. I can't really. That's arguable. But go ahead and take the lesser money, bro, so you could become the man. Why they're not willing to do that, I don't know. I don't understand it.
yeah.
Just to make the fight. It's a huge fight. Take the lesser money, become the man. No, they'll do everything that Floyd did. They try to do everything that Floyd did except for what Floyd did to become a star. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they just won't make that leap. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's so obvious to do that, and it's going to be years and years later if they turn down an offer. It's going to be
Right.
years and years. They never come back with a second or third offer. It's always that one offer and then that's it. You know, and there's no counter offer. What's the counter offer? You know what I'm saying? They never wanted to fight. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes me believe they never wanted to fight in the first place because they never come back with a counter offer. Or if they do come back with a counter offer, it's something they know they're not going to accept. So, that's
As
kind of
far
where
as the
I'm at.
25% though, I feel like a fair counter offer though was the 30% that Shakur presented for the for the purse bid situation. But I mean, I agree with y'all overall take on that. But to me, it's like now with Turkey in the game, it's like you ain't even got to really worry about that if these other dudes is willing to fight. You know what I mean? Like some of
Yeah,
these dudes, because
but
like, okay, for
Turkey.
an example, go ahead.
Mhm. Go ahead. No, I was just gonna say Turkey got certain. He got certain biases towards certain fighters because once you turn down a fight with him, he really don't want to fuck with you no more. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like Turkey, he ain't just purely in it to see the fight. I mean, once a fighter turned him down, he really, that's it. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only thing I hate about Turkey. He don't revisit you after he's been turned down. He's like the Godfather.
I mean, he did it. He did it with Tio. Tio like disrespected him and all that, and he came back and still gave Tio a fight. So I mean, I don't know, but
Well,
like what
Tio, he did insult him, didn't he? He did say some
yeah.
bullshit, something. He said some bullshit, but Tio, he was opting for a higher price. He was trying to play coy for a higher price or whatever. Um, and I think Tio, I don't know, for especially for Spanish fighters, they seem like they're in another league of their own because it seems like the Mexican fans really pay for their fight and they fighters. They really support their fighters. Unlike a lot of black fans, we kind of split up. You know what I'm saying? That Mexican money is pretty much guaranteed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They come out for their people, man. They support their people, they travel for their people and all that. You know, I don't know. That's a good point though with Tio. I don't know. He's kind of a I don't know. He's a corny ass dude, but he's kind of a special case. But I never thought he
Yeah.
was a superstar. I never thought he was special. You saw how Shakur made him look.
Yeah.
I mean, he shit. If Shakur would have turned up during that fight, I think he could have knocked Tio out, man. And
Yeah,
it's
I
like
agree.
I think he would have knocked Tio out. But that's a good point about that though. That's a good point.
And
Hmm.
but to that point though, as far as it's the whole now that it's time for these fighters to really like show who they are. When you think about Gary Antoine Russell, man, he got in the ring after that fight on that card and was like, I want Shakur last or some shit like that. And it was like, remember I told you the last couple times you was on pool that I thought that was the best stylistic matchup for Shakur. And then he got on there and pretty much was like, I ain't ready for that fight. So
Yeah.
it's like, man, I don't know. Like, to me, I'm curious to see who Shakur gonna fight next because like the list of guys outside of Oshaki Foster, it ain't really nobody else that's really or in Raymond Muratalla, and I do feel like Shakur he kind of is considering that fight with Muratalla, and I like that fight. That fight would be for the 135 ring belt or whatever, the true champion at the weight class. So I ain't mad at that fight. I'm tired of Shakur even mentioning 147 and them dudes up there because that shit is just like, and to your point, Pool, about Shakur, thinking he the man and not letting nobody little boy him, like with the Tank situation and Devin with the 25%. I do feel like Shakur is a little delusional when it comes to like who he is and his place in boxing right now. And the reason I think he's like that is because he always came up in the amateurs as being better than them dudes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he kind of still got that mentality that I'm really the guy. You know what I mean? So when
I,
they
I
coming
think
to
him.
him,
I think him sparring with Crawford has blown his head up. Him being up under coming up under Crawford as his mentor and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
yes,
It really has given him another you know what I'm saying, making him think that he's like better than everybody else. And I can understand that, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
I can understand that
I'm
coming up under a champion like Crawford, he's kind of like, he's kind of like siphoning off Crawford a little bit, you know. And I know the WBC stripped him kind of because of his relationship with Crawford,
right,
you know,
right.
which is diabolical.
So Judah, what's your take on Shakur now? Because I know last time we talked, you said that if he dominated T.O., that he was gonna be looked at. You would place him. You think he's uh possibly the best fighter in the world, and now they got him number 3 on the pound for pound. Where you at with it? I know Devin, your boy, and you know they kind of got the whole 147 thing going on, but
King,
he probably done ducked off.
King Judah, you there? King Judah, he eating breakfast, man.
Right. Well, what you think, Poole? Like where you play Shakur, like as far as just his stamp in boxing right now.
I can't say yet. It's too early. I
Okay.
can't say that. I mean, it's just too early for me. I mean, I got to see him. See, we just now starting to get the fights that we want to see, right? I knew he could beat Tio. The
Yeah.
problem is we don't have the talent to test these guys. And so when they do get in there or they do get a belt, what I'm saying, there's nobody to really test them. You know,
Yeah.
we don't have those mid-range guys like what's his name? Oh shit, man, my memory is getting terrible. We don't have the journeyman to like really test these guys so we can see what they'll do in certain situations. Because certain fighters used to give these champions problems until they made an adjustment. And saying we need to see the adversity going on, man. We don't see any adversity. These guys are just beating some mediocre belt holder. Then all of a sudden, saying, when they get tested and they get their ass beaten, we're like, damn.
Right.
Everybody was surprised to see T.O. lose so easy. Not black people. Black people's like, man, we knew Shakur could go in there and outbox him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Why you think he been ducking Devin Haney for so long? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, he's ducking certain fighters, over the years. So, I mean, he got beat by um what's his name? Cambosos, right? You know what I'm saying? How is he gonna go in there? He's supposed to be this top guy just because he just got by Lomachenko. You know what I'm saying? It's like he didn't really separate himself like that. So, I think when you see a champion and they got to separate themselves, they got to show that they got some holding, they got some power to hold on to the belt for a while. It's how you defend the belt. Defend the belt a couple of times. And then we could say, okay, man, okay, we could place you on the pound for pound. If you don't defend the belt, you know what I'm saying? It's like, how can we like really rate you? You know what I'm saying? And I think we look at the skill level of Shakur Stevenson and we know what we're looking at, but you got to go whip the people. Like if you would have beat Del Santos down, which was the fight, that was his signature fight. Del Santos got power, you know what I'm saying? He's skillful. And that would have been I think that would have been his greatest win if he would have went in there and whipped on him like he did Tio. As a matter of fact, I think Del Santos more dangerous than Tio was. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
agree.
So it's a lot of you see your boy Keyshawn took a page out of well, I ain't gonna say took a page out of Shakur, but he ducked Dos Santos, you know what I'm saying, which is
Right.
bullshit. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
know.
Because this guy he need to build his legacy too, right? And so they're ducking the tough fights. You got that's education right there. Shakur, I mean, I didn't like how he reacted, saying to Del Santo. So it kind of showed me something about him, right? When you saw Floyd face adversity, you know what I'm saying, what against the drunken master, you know what I'm saying? He didn't fold, man. He just turned up on him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When he fought what's his name? Zab Judah. You know what I'm saying? He was a superior speed, superior athlete to Mayweather. Mayweather made an adjustment. So he started separating himself in these tough fights. And that's what these fighters got to do when they fight somebody that's equally got equal abilities and strength and power or whatever it may be. So we want to see them grow and make, adjustments. They don't have the talent right now so we can make these assessments accurately, right? And it's
Yeah.
kind of frustrating because once you see somebody like Lewis Crocker get a belt, he gonna get knocked out, and it's gonna be that's gonna go to a champion. It's gonna be an easy belt for somebody to pick up. Zayas, he's a good boxer, but he only beat name 5 people he beat. We can't because the
Yeah.
dude he been fighting obscure talent, right? Obscure
Right.
talent. And so, we can't. It's hard to make an assessment when he meets the boot sentence. We really don't know how good he is, right? Um,
Yeah.
so I can't really place Shakur up there yet. I know he's the best. He's the best right now in boxing, um, as far as talent wise. But pound for pound, I can't really put him on that scale yet. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I just want to see him fight a couple of more guys, and I say, okay, yeah. I believe now. Do I believe he's pound for pound? I do, but I want to see it.
Yeah.
I just want to see it. You know. So, I'm not hating on him. I just want to see him put the work in, what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
all. 'Cause I couldn't tell you. I haven't went back and rewatched, one of his fights. You know what I'm saying? Just because, it's just the same thing, rinse and repeat,
Right.
you know. So what hey Judy, you back?
Yeah, I'm listening.
He asked you a question. Go ahead, you can ask Judy.
What'd you say?
I was just saying, like last time we talked, it was right before the T.O. fight in Shakur, and you said that if he made T.O. look easy, you would think he's the best fighter in the world. So I just wanted to get your
I didn't
take
say
on what you
best
thought.
fighter. I didn't say best fighter in the world. I mean, I see him as like I said this gonna push him to like number one, number two. As far as the name he beat. But honestly, I'm gonna give you my honest take. Right, this
Yeah.
my honest take. I always thought Shakur was one of the best fighters in
Mm-hmm.
the world. Right, but
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
will say this. I've seen more, and I'm not taking nothing from Shakur because he whooped that dude, bro. But this taught me more about T.O. than anything, bro. T.O. was never what they said he was. I watched Cambosis whoop him. I watched him almost lose when Loma's shoulder was hurt. Damn near came back and beat T.O. And then I watched him go in there against Shakur, bro, and look like a child. So what I'm saying is Shakur didn't do nothing wrong. Shakur did what he was supposed to do. But T.O. is like, bro, he T.O. was never what they said he was, bro. T.O. was no more. T.O. was an average fighter, bro. Sandor Martin whooped him. Jermaine Ortiz whooped him, in my opinion. But with that being said, bro, he had a name. So Shakur, again, this not my critique is not about Shakur at all. My
Yeah.
critique is Primo Lopez.
Yeah.
So I'm just glad T.O. out the way. I was happy T.O. I mean, I'm glad Shakur did it like that. I'm glad Shakur didn't leave no room for T.O. to feel no type of pride. I'm glad he destroyed him.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah,
where you
I
think
was.
he go next?
Who you talking about, T.O.?
Shakur and T.O.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. This is the part you're not gonna like, because I'm not gonna switch it up, bro. I'm gonna keep it real with you. What I've been saying about Shakur, bro, because I was disappointed that the Haney's went to that fight and they told the whole world we here to fight the winner of Shakur and T.O. And then Shakur called out kind of being. When the Haney's was there saying we want to fight the winner of this fight, you called out kind of being. I was disappointed, bro. Then I heard Keyshawn Davis, he called out Devin. Oh, I want Devin Haney. But then you turned around less than 24 hours and said, I want to fight Lewis Crocker. So to me, it seemed like you only called Devin out so nobody paid attention to the fact that Shakur didn't. Now, I would love to see Shakur unified. This was pissing me off about Shakur too. Why you not trying to unify at 140? Why you trying to fight Conor Ben? Why you trying to fight Ryan Garcia? Why don't you just unify at the weight class? You say you are 135 and 140. You went public and told everybody both of them my divisions. So why don't you unify at least one of them? You letting us know you got an option to unify at two different divisions at the same time. Why not unify at one of them? You're not chasing the legacy like you're saying you are. That's what's pissing me off. And then what I think gonna happen, and again, this is the part you're not gonna like. I think Shakur about to go right back to fighting C-class fighters. I think his next fighter gonna be of the caliber of Robinson Casasio. I hope he proved me wrong, but the pattern I'm seeing is you're not looking for the best of the best right now. You got that win off off T.O. They done bumped you up in a pound for pound. You're gonna live off that. You moving just like Terrence Crawford. Whenever people give you the accolades and you know they won't judge your next move, you use that to your advantage.
Okay. I disagree. So all right, let me ask you this, but I respect that. That's fair. But what do you see? Who do you see him fighting next? Like I know you said C class, but who you think is out there that's like a opponent? Because like I was saying to
Somebody
Pool
said the
earlier.
name. I forgot, bro. I was talking to somebody. They said a good name. I can't remember because everybody think it's gonna be Raymond Maratala. I don't believe it's
Yeah.
gonna be Maratala. I think Shakur beat Moritala, though. Don't get me wrong. I think he'll beat him, right? But I don't think it's even going to be a Moritala caliber, bro. But I ain't going to lie. I don't have the name for you, though.
Okay.
Somebody else said it. I don't have the name, but I don't think it's going to be a Moritala level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
O'Shaquie Foster.
Not,
O'Shaquie Foster,
he don't want
man.
O'Shaquie. He don't want O'Shaquie Foster. He don't want him.
He
Yeah.
need to. That's for his legacy and for people to take him as pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's a pound for pound fight for him to have. If he want people to see him as how he see himself, he need to go ahead and take that O'Shaquie Foster fight because that's fire. O'Shaquie
Now,
Foster, man.
go ahead. My bad, Paul. Go ahead. Now, you go ahead.
I was just saying, O'Shaquie Foster, you could see that he really hungry for that fight. And whether he goes in there and get his ass beat or not, that's a rival build up. That's a big build up fight. You know what I'm saying? Just like they build up the DeSantos fight. You know the dangerous fights. You know what I'm saying? I think Shakur is highly skilled, but he just need to get that killer spirit to get these fighters in the ring to prove that he is who we think he is, right? And I'm not saying that, he is just simply the best, but I know his skill set is hard to beat. His skill set is A1. Defense, offense, all that. But I also know O'Shaquie Foster is a beast. You know what I'm saying? O'Shaquie Foster is special also. So those are the kind of fights we want to see, where there's a question like, damn, we heard in sparring that O'Shaquie Foster, put the wham wham on Shakur Stevenson. And Shakur Stevenson came back on some revenge shit and got wham whammed again. And then they started kind of evening out. So I really want to see that fight, man, because I like the backstory. I like what I heard about both of them. I like O'Shaquie Foster. There's no exaggeration in that boy, in that kid. He straight want that heat. He want that fight with Shakur. He want that status. He want that pressure. You know what I'm saying? And Shakur, he just kind of, the way I see him move, it's just that he's moving a little in a business wise way. And I want to make sure that, Shakur like really stay on track when it comes to taking the best fights and the best challenges, you know what I'm saying? And if I see him get a couple of more good fights like that, I think he'll be straight. I think he'll be that dude, you know what I'm saying? It's like I just want to see him move like that dude. That's all. I just want to see him move like that dude. And I think Shaq Foster is the way to go.
Okay, let me speak on that point. Like, because to me, with the O'Shaquie Foster thing, man, I
Hmm.
just think that if you're a fan of Shakur, then you don't really see the point in him having that fight. And I say that because Judah said exactly what he just said, right, about the Tio fight, about how, after the Tio fight, going into the fight, you see Tio with one loss against Cambosis, and then you like, okay, the loss is kind of justified. But then after the fight, you see how Shakur did him, and then you start breaking down everything T.O. did. And that, I mean, I know Judah was saying that he really wasn't trying to take credit away from Shakur, but it kind of diminishes the victory of Shakur over T.O. because now you kind of looking at T.O. in a different light. And I say that because I think the exact same thing would happen with O'Shaquie Foster if he got in there and beat him. And because O'Shaquie already got 2 losses and a draw on his resume. So it's like, you gon' like us casuals, we see O'Shaquie Foster as a solid fighter. You know what I mean? But in reality, I don't think he's even nowhere near on the level of Shakur Stevenson. And I said that before the T.O. fight. I was telling y'all that when we was having the conversation. I just think that O'Shaquie is doing a good job of making people believe that he can compete. You know what I mean? And then to me, the only good win that he got on his resume right now is the win against Cool Boy. And we seen how Cool Boy showed up in the ring. I mean, on the
So
scale and in the
so
ring
so
that night.
what do you think about the sparring stuff that he was talking about? What do you think about all that?
I believe it's possible that he probably had some good days against Shakur in sparring. I believe
Hmm.
that's possible, but I do believe that Shakur is on a completely different level than O'Shaquie Foster. And I think that if
Hmm.
they was to fight, he would make him look just like he did Tio. And it might be a little, maybe O'Shaquie might win 3 rounds. Tio didn't win 1 or possibly 1. maybe Oshaki can get in there and win 3 rounds, but as far as actually beating Shakur, like I just think that that's a whole hype thing that people kind of, if you're not really a big Shakur fan, then I can see how you can feed into that narrative. You know, with him getting up there and speaking and being confident, and then a lot of people already kind of questioning the way that Shakur moving, it's easy for you to fall into that. But to me, as a Shakur fan, I don't see that shit being close at all. Like I think as soon as he get in there, for one, it's not gonna be a big money fight. It's not gonna be no big draw to the casuals or nothing. And then Shakur gonna get in there and beat him, and then people gonna do exactly what Judah just did with Tio and be like, man, this dude that had 3 losses, you know, like and to be honest with you, when Oshaki beat when he lost the first fight against Conceição, I thought he won the first one in a close fight, very close fight. The first one was. I thought it was close. I didn't think it was a landslide like everybody else. And at that time, I really didn't have no reason to, I didn't have no pick in that fight. But I did
Hmm.
think he edged it. In the second fight, I thought he lost. I thought he lost and they gave him the victory because they robbed him in the first one. And this is before the whole Shakur thing, so I'm completely unbiased. That's just how I saw the fight. So, and then we seen what Shakur looked like against Conceição. It wasn't even close. So I just think that that's a whole narrative thing, and that's just my opinion. But for me, back to the thing what Judah was saying about him fighting C-class fighters. If he do go down to a C-class fighter that is not a big name, I'm not gonna respect that as a Shakur fan. Like I need him to fight somebody like Raymond Mortaya, another champion, or if he is gonna fight a big money fight and it's happened to be a C-level fighter, it has to be somebody like Conor Benn. Because I believe Conor Benn is a C-level fighter. You know what I mean? But I understand the whole, he said he want the money and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not gonna be mad at him. And the reason I'm not gonna be mad at him because he just fought William Zepeda. That was his mandatory at 135. And then he fought Tio, which was a legacy fight. I'm okay with him going out there and getting a big money fight, a good payday. So that's where I see it. But if he do end up going down and fighting somebody that's like a C-level fighter, like Judah was saying, and the dude ain't really no name, he ain't got no money behind him, no nothing, then I will be. If it's like a tune-up style fight, if it feel like a tune-up, then yeah, I will, be critical of Shakur if he do something like that.
Well, I mean, he's just getting his feet up under him. He's just starting to get. He just had a major fight with Tio, so he needs to build on that. He don't need to go backwards. And I think O'Shaquie Foster, say if you watch how he destroyed Fulton, I think O'Shaquie Foster has gotten a lot better. I think his confidence is up there. I'm not saying that he could beat Shakur, but what I'm saying is the competition level. I would like to see it. You know what I'm saying, and assess how O'Shaquie Foster would do against Shakur Stevenson, because I do think Shakur is a generational talent. I just think he needs to continue to fight competitive fights. Conor Benn ain't gonna really get you nowhere. He come in there juiced up. He's gonna throw 1,000 punches. You know what I'm saying? If he what weight they gonna fight at? 147? Because Conor Benn ain't coming down to no damn 140. You know what I'm saying? So it just don't make sense. And then if Shakur fights Conor Benn, he definitely got to fight Devin Haney if he's gonna come up to 147. You know what I'm saying? And I know he was talking about the rehydration clause and stuff that he want to put that on him, and I have no problems with that. You know what I'm saying? Putting a rehydration clause or whatever. I don't see why it's such a big deal to everybody that, hey, do the rehydration clause. Fight Devin Haney. If you're going to fight Conor Benn, definitely fight Devin. I would say fight Devin Haney first. If you're willing to fight Conor Benn, Devin Haney's a bigger name. I don't
Right.
know what, I mean, look like that would be the more obvious choice. If you're talking about fighting big fights and you're talking about where you want your name to grow, you put Devin Haney name on your resume. That's what he's America Most Wanted right now. Everybody want to see the Haney's lose, which I don't understand. That there's just so many narratives going around about them. I was like, this dude is just trying to fight the biggest and baddest. And then Devin got to put in a lot of work before he go up to 154 because it ain't nothing but some crazy hitters up there, right? So he need to make his money right here at 147 before he moves up to 150. Have to move up to 154, and I don't think he's ready right now for 154. So he need to make his bones at 147 with the names that he can, and I think Shakur and Devin would be perfect. Now, if he's going to go back to 135, he need to go head on now. He need to go head on and stop dillying around, and that's where he can make he become a mega star by fighting those guys down there and go ahead and cleaning up 135 if that's what he's gonna do. Fight Devin Haney. He got himself a legacy and he got him a ticket to the Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? Right now, right now though, it's just sporadic. The win with T.O. put him one foot closer, you know what I'm saying, to being in the Hall of Fame. He beat Abdullah, he beat what's that little French guy name, Russian guy named Bertola, beat him. He got a lot to clean up right there. If he could do that, beat Devin, he good to go. You know what I'm saying? That's a career right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like
So,
I think
to,
mhm, he's
no,
gonna
I was
beat
just gonna say, to your point about Devin Haney, I do feel like that he should fight Devin Haney. And me as a Shakur fan, I don't. I mean, I'm kind of with you. I understand the rehydration thing, but as a
you.
fan of Shakur, I don't like the fact that he's trying to do that. You know what I mean? But I do understand it. But my thing about it is, for the Devin Haney side of it, it's like, how big is Devin Haney really? Because if we really break it down, Devin Haney is on his third weight class, right? At
Hmm.
147. So how big is this dude really rehydrating? Because and I'm saying that because I feel like if you on your third weight class, then you possibly like maybe a 160 pounder, 165-pound dude. So if you rehydrate the next morning to 157, then you can still, eat another meal after you rehydrate the next day. You probably gonna be around your walk around weight. So, and I say that because you got dudes like Jerron Ennis and Earl Spence that fought for the IBF and weighed in multiple times with rehydrations and still went out there and performed. And 147 is their first weight class. So it's like, Devin Haney, you had one fight at 147. How big is how much are you really needing to rehydrate to fight Shakur? You know what I mean?
But didn't he fight
And
Ramirez at 147?
he fought him at
Or was that
144. I mean, it was a
one
welterweight fight, but it was at 144.
okay, 144?
So that's just kind of how I'm looking at it. Like, the way that they really kind of walking away from the rehydration clause, it's kind of like, damn, like, how big is Devin Haney really gonna rehydrate to? How much more do he need outside of the 10 pounds? You know what I mean? Being that this is your third weight class and this is your first fight, you only had one fight at the weight class. But like I
Well,
said, I'm gonna keep it down the middle. I don't
mhm.
appreciate Shakur even asking for it. You know what I'm saying? But I do understand it from his perspective, because I don't know if y'all remember, but we was going back and forth about how big Shakur really is. And I was saying that he wasn't he the heavier he got is 150. Now, if that's true or not, I don't know, but I'm just saying, out of his mouth, he said that he's never weighed over 150 pounds outside of camp. So, in the way that he's fighting, you seen on the I don't know if y'all seen his All Access during fight week, he was eating plates of food and all kind of stuff. So I do believe him when he say that he don't get much past 150. So if that's the case, then I can understand him asking for a rehydration clause and not wanting to fight a dude that is gonna get in there and be 170. You know what I mean?
But that's what they got scales for. You know what I'm saying? That's what they got contracts for, and you know that you can account for that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? So if you think he's going to be too heavy, say go ahead and structure the contract the way you need it. But them two need to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think they're two of the big. They kind of like in the same class, as
Yeah,
far as their namesake, and that's what I'm getting at. Despite what the particulars are, I think them two facing off each other that'll create more of a buzz than anybody else I could see Shakur fighting. And then if Tank could come up to 140, we can get that fight going too. But Tank, the reluctance of this era of getting into the ring and make the fight happen is crazy.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm kind of at with it, frustrated. That's why I haven't been on in a while. Is that these guys just can't seem to get it done. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let me answer that. Y'all keep it going for me.
All right,
Uh-huh.
Judah, you still on here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So, yeah, man. What's your take on the whole? Where you think Devin going next? You think he going? Who you think he gonna fight? You think the Rolly thing gonna
Bro,
come
I'm gonna
through?
be honest with you, bro. I'm kind of pissed off right now. I'm pissed off that the fight ain't been announced yet. I really don't like that, bro. I'm not the type of Devin Haney fan that's always, oh, they do everything right. I'm trying to figure out why the fight ain't announced yet. You see what
Yeah,
I'm saying? That's kind of pissing me off, bro. Cause Rolly spent years ducking you. Devin and Bill, y'all already saw that they was trying to blackball y'all. They didn't want y'all to have a shot of becoming two-time undisputed. Everybody was saying no. Now Rolly finally get pushed into a corner where he gotta fight you, and y'all ain't announced the fight yet.
yeah,
Why?
yeah,
This shit pissing me off, bro, because I ain't gonna lie. If this shit fall through, bro, you're gonna hear a lot of criticisms for this. You know what I'm saying? If this fight
yeah,
fall through, I'm gonna have a lot of criticism because I'm be like, yeah, I said, now they really gonna blackball y'all. And don't expect me to be the Devin Haney fan talking about how wrong they is for doing it. Well, I feel like by y'all not making this fight happen fast as you can, you left the door open for them to start blackballing you.
yeah. I agree with that. Yeah, for sure. And see, that's why I only fuck with y'all on this channel, bro. Because even though we got our favorite fighters, bro, we keep that shit down the middle. Cause I'm with
Yeah.
you. Shakur go down and fight some C-level fighters, bro. I'm not fucking with that. You know what I mean? I don't like the fact that he want to fight Devin with a rehydration clause. Like, I can logically make sense of it, but as a fan, we on here, we looking for the dude that's willing to take the risk, to willing to put it all on the line. You know what I mean? And you ain't showing that. So I got to be critical of that. You know what I mean? But yeah,
Right.
I'm with you. Like, I don't see I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with Devin.
They
In
trying to
that
say that,
situation.
I think because the last time I heard BFTB, bro, he said that at first, initially, the holdup was the fight was supposed to be in New York. Devin wanted to fight to be in Vegas. Now, I don't come to find out, too, it was more to it than that, Jay. At first, everybody just thought the Haney's preferred it in Vegas, right? But come to find out, after that Tiger Johnson shit happened, I don't know if Bill and them got banned, and I think they say Devin got suspended by the New York Athletic Commission. I don't know why Devin got suspended, but they say he got suspended on some shit. So for all I know, Devin can't fight they say Devin suspended until a certain date. So for all I know, Devin can't fight in New York by the 30th. So that's why they wanted in Vegas. But I heard that wasn't hard to get it switched. I heard they already got their switch. It's supposed to be in Vegas. So now I'm
Right.
trying to figure out what's the next holdup.
Yeah.
And even Rolly said it. Rolly like, sign y'all into the contract. And my thing is, bro, I refuse to think that Devin ducking, bro. But I still don't know why they not signing this shit.
Yeah.
I
You
think
So
it's
think it
got.
might have
I think it's got something to do with they want the A side. They don't want to do that fight unless they can drive the money. They can do the demands. I think it's something along kind of like what happened between Errol and Bud. You know what I'm saying? They
Devin
want to
better
be the
not be
A.
doing that, bro. Devin better not be
What?
doing that because from I understand, Rolly sent the contract. Devin better not be
No, no,
holding
no,
up
no,
the
no.
fight
I was
because
talking about with Shakur though. I was talking about with Shakur. Rolly, no, no, not that. That. I think it's an ego thing between like Tank and Shakur and Devin. When it comes to making the fight, they want to make the lion's share of the money, and I just don't. I mean, once all you need to do is get that fight in, and then you get if you beat Tank, then you become that dude. As a matter of fact, whoever beats Tank is going to be the guy over the four kings, right? He's going to be the dude, right? He's going to be the man. So I don't understand why you just don't take the less money and go in there and get the opportunity. That way there's no more obstacles. You know,
I don't
but
think Tank is gonna give either one of them dudes a chance to beat him. That's my
yeah,
problem.
Exactly.
yeah, you're right. You're right, and that's frustrating in itself. Because look at as good as Tank is, even if you go in there and lose, what I'm saying, Tank gonna knock somebody down. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
You want to that's gonna be an exciting ass fight, even if he lose. You know what I'm saying?
right.
It'll be a good fight. If he didn't have that mental block, see, if he didn't have that mental block, we could have some awesome ass fights. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. It's just something that's just holding this era. It's something, some kind of spirit holding this era of boxing from exploding from what it should be. You know what I'm saying? It's like they get close and then there's no cigar, bro. It's just like, bro, just go fight the fight. But they just not willing to do it. And then they'll turn on the fans instead of the fans that buy the pay-per-views, the fans that support them, they'll snap on them. You know what I'm saying? I was like tripping how Tank went off on KO and shit. You know what I'm saying? His biggest fan, people who support him, for good or for worse. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's.
He, yeah. What's going on with these fighters? You know?
I mean, man, I think Tank fans is like, I mean, to your point, Pool, like they gonna be here regardless, bro. I just don't think. I think Tank done came into a situation where he was able to become a star without really doing nothing, and now
Hmm.
he don't want to let that go because he know that his fans is like they stuck, they die hard, they ain't going nowhere, and the reason they like that is
Yeah.
because the way he fight. Like, don't nobody care about whether Tank win or lose. They just care about they just love the fact of how he fights so much that that's all that really matter to them. You know what I
He's
mean?
like the
Because
little
even
he's
after
like
the
the little
Lamar
nigga
Rush
KO.
fight,
He's like Canelo. He's like the little nigga Canelo. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, right.
King can break that thing down for you, you know what I'm saying? You see this King Judah.
Hold on, let me see.
Yeah.
Oh, oh yeah. So KO. Oh man, what life is good been at? Yeah, bro. KO. He tried to tell Tank like, look, man, this ain't no good look because he believed in Tank. He was one of the last people to actually believe that Tank had heart, and Tank was the man that he told us he was. He was like, look, man, this ain't no good look. You saying you want to fight such and such? It's time for you to start fighting the big names. And then he told Tank, he thought he was waiting on Tank response. Tank just straight up told him, man, shut your soft ass up. That's some whole shit. Basically don't tell me what to do. I do what I want to do. You be a fan. And then KO took that, came back and told us, man, that was the best day of my life. He said, y'all just mad because y'all favorite fighters ain't curse y'all out. That's what he said in so many. I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what he said because he ain't hold Tank accountable for still being a bitch. He ain't even get on Tank for cursing him out and disrespecting him. All he said was, y'all just mad because y'all didn't get a chance to talk to y'all favorite fighters.
Yeah.
Well, my thing is, why would Tank go at KO at all? Period. Because KO he be doing some good work as far as what I'm saying. Just supporting Tank. You know what I'm
Well,
saying. And
Tank
for
don't
these
care.
fighters, right? That's what I'm
He,
saying. I,
yeah.
I think most of these fighters, it ain't just Tank. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you may have somebody different like a Devin Haney who support the fans, or maybe David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? And certain ones do care about the fans, but we got too many fighters now that don't give a damn about no fans. Virgil Ortiz just started coming out against the fans and stuff because now he's being pressured to fight Jerron Boots Ennis and fighting fights that he don't want to fight. Oh, I'm gonna do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what you fans think. It's like, bro, where this energy coming from? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I
You got
think Tank is kind of different though, bro. Because I've been hearing for years, bro. BLTV been saying, and I ain't believe it at first when he kept saying y'all really like Tank. Like if Tank see y'all, man, he wouldn't care about y'all at all. He wouldn't give you no glass if you was dying of thirst. He wouldn't give you no water. And now I'm starting to believe it, bro, because he ain't the first one to say that about Tank. And then did you see when the other fan told Tank, "Hey, champ, man, we miss you, bro. We can't wait for you to come back. The game ain't the same without you." Tank texted him back and said, "Man, fuck y'all."
Yeah,
Told him just like that.
it's
yeah.
almost like he's having a mental breakdown. The pressure is like breaking him down. You know what I'm saying? Because he, like you said, he don't really want to fight these guys. Yeah, I
I
thought he was
think
talking
it's
about.
just that. Go ahead, my bad, Paul.
No, I'm saying I was just gonna say that like you said, he want to do what he want to do. I think he feel like he done got so big, he got big enough to where, he can just fight who he want to fight and make the money that he want to make without taking the risk of taking the L. You know what I'm saying? That risk of losing to a Shakur Stevenson or losing to Devin Haney. I think that'll be too much for him. I don't think Tank will be any good anymore if Shakur beat him. I think that would affect his psychological. I think him and Tio kind of got similar mental blocks in their head when it comes to certain fighters. And Shakur does have that pure boxing genius shit going on. You know what I'm saying? And Tank probably he just don't think that's a good style for him or that he could beat Shakur or Devin got that he's got that dog in him, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think Tank just don't want to go up against that. Do I think Tank could beat those guys? Yeah. If he came in with the right mindset. You know what I'm saying? But with the mindset that he got now, he don't even want to challenge them dudes. I don't think that Tank could beat them guys. You know what I'm saying? It's just that he just don't have that killer instinct, to go against them dudes. He don't have the what you call it. He's not competitive. He's not competitive enough. You know what I'm saying? And to have the confidence, you know what I'm saying, to face them dudes. Because if he did, I think he would already went out there and tried to face them. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, Tank just ain't that fight I thought he was. I think he got all the talent in the world, but he just ain't that dude, bro. He just don't have that killer. He's not a killer. He don't have that killer assassin type like Abdullah Mason. I can see it all over that kid. You know what I'm saying? If you think you better than him, he want to fight you. He
Yeah,
want to
I,
fight
I agree with that. Even though I think Abdullah's kind of green, I do feel like he got that
you.
heart. You know what I mean? To
Yeah,
actually go
he
out
don't
and do
have
it.
the experience. He got to build a little bit too early, and he didn't have enough talent. Didn't face enough
Right,
talent to win for a while. Because he'll
right.
get beat now. I would love to see him and Tank go at it.
Yeah.
Um, I would love to see him and Tank go because I think Tank need to be motivated too.
I
He
think
kind of
with Tank, go ahead.
no. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think with Tank and the whole fans thing, like I think he look at it like, man, if you really look at back on Tank career, he never showed us that he really wanted to fight the best. And his fans, his hardcore fans, they ignored that shit forever. Like they wanted to hide behind all the excuses in the world that this dude would really wanted to fight the best, but the stars just didn't align for it. And it's
Hmm.
just like it's only so much of that. You know what I mean? Before you just really start being delusional. And then when you think about the times when he was with Leonard Ellerby, they always said that this dude is not fighting them until the fight was at a like a mega fight status and that they was trying to fight for the money. You know what I mean? And I think and Tank has even said it out his own mouth, that he's gotten into boxing only wanting to fight the money. I mean fight for the money. So
But
to
that's a
me, it's just
dodge though. That's an excuse. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah, I agree, and that's to my point. It's like I think now it's all coming. Now it's just coming to a point to where he ain't got nowhere else to hide but to tell the truth, and that's why he's going at his diehard fans. That's kind of criticizing him a little bit for the fights that he's taking and all that kind of stuff. And to Judah's point earlier, like I respect the fact that he said he gonna keep it down the middle as far as Tank coming back and fighting Pitbull. But for me, I don't really respect that because you already beat Pitbull and you know that that's a money fight. You just seen Pitbull and Lamar Roach fight to a draw, and Lamar Roach gave you a draw. If you're willing to fight Pitbull, somebody that's clearly on his caliber, why not fight the dude that gave you the draw? You know what I mean? But it's
Hmm.
because he's always fighting for the money. You know what I mean? It's always about the money with him. And I wouldn't even be mad because, like I said, I'm not mad at Shakur for fighting for the money in this fight. But the reason I can't look at it the same is because Shakur has fought his mandatory in Williams Zepeda. He just fought a legacy fight, moving up in weight classes, and beat T.O. So, yeah, you can go ahead and get you a money fight in. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to really look at it, but it's like with Tank, it's always been that. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, how much of that do y'all, as the people that are Tank fans, are they gonna let him get away with before you really start like criticizing him? Like, I'm not accepting no more fights until you actually fight somebody. You know, and then a lot of these dudes are looking at Tank's resume right now, and then you look at the landscape at 147, and they arguments be, well, why is everybody wanting to fight the people that Tank fought already? And it's like, it's not because they good fighters necessarily. It's more so because Shakur, for an example, he said that he's looking for the biggest money fight. So it's because these dudes are draws because Tank fought them. Tank fought these dudes and elevated their status. So now they became a real name in boxing. That's why these dudes want to fight him. Not because it elevates his resume like these dudes
Right.
are good fighters.
I mean, I mean, and we all, everybody, to me, people make exceptions for these guys because they still building themselves. They still, haven't tested themselves against everybody we think could give them a challenge, right? Um, like you and King Judah. King Judah got Devin Haney ringtones. You got Shakur Steven ringtones on your phones. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So it's like until they meet and see who the best, you know what I'm saying? It's not going to diminish them. It's only going to make them greater. It don't matter who. If they fought two times, if these two that got together and fought two times, they would become legends. And I don't understand how they don't see that. It's like they're missing out on the big time. They're missing out on the making the legacy of their careers. They don't even have to. If them two fought each other, you don't even have to fight. And they fought two or three times, man. You don't even need other fights. You know what I'm saying? It's like you don't even need to go down and go up and all this stuff. You could just fight each other a couple of times and see how it pans out. You know what I'm saying? But boxing is in it. It's not in that space where people look at it that way anymore. Everything is about being undefeated and all this kind of stuff. And I think that's really has messed up. You know what I'm saying? Where we want the sport to be and where we want it to go, and it's stopping a lot of fights. Trying to be the A side, trying to get all the money, bro. If I beat you the first time, you know, what I'm saying you're the A side. If I beat you the second time, I'm the A side. So there's that. These guys are still relatively young. You know what I'm saying? So they can fight two and three times. We've seen it in boxing, the entire history. Run that shit back. You know what I'm saying? Devin's got to fight Ryan. You know what I'm saying? That's a fight to be made. So he got a good mega fight on the horizon. Rolly is a good fight for Devin. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they need to they need to get away from. They don't have much politics because everybody don't want black fighters to dominate shit. So they need to get together and have each other back when it comes to making money. You know what I'm saying? But you got people like Tank who don't want these guys to eat off his dime. You got petty shit like that. It's like these guys never really done nothing to you to be on that level of hate and pettiness, right? You know what I'm saying? You should be willing to make money with your brothers. You know what I'm saying? All these little fights with these other guys, you know, I just don't understand why Tank moves the way he moves, and I don't understand why these black fighters don't try to help build each other up instead of tear each other down, on Instagram, talking a little shit here and there, when they lose. And one thing I can see about Shakur though, when it comes to he's the only fighter that I remember saying anything about that cheating with Ryan and the steroids and everything. He supported Dev, you know what I'm saying, when it came to Ryan. He questioned was Ryan on steroids when he beat Marius Barrios. And I don't know if he got something against Ryan or not, but he's like one of the only persons I know who's able to, just say something out when he was on the air, right? When he was on the air and stuff, and he questioned it. You know what I'm saying? Is Ryan on, I forgot how he said it, but he was essentially questioning was Ryan on that shit, what I'm saying,
Yeah.
against Mario Barrios. And I respected Shakur for saying it out loud. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? And so if Shakur
And
can
and I
just
I questioned I questioned the same thing too. So he really had a point with that. Like when you look at that Mario Barrios fight, and then you look at the Rolly fight, and it's like, and for one, not even before. And matter of fact, me and Judah was talking about this before the fight. The last time we was on before, was it during the Maritalia fight or it was during one of them
Yeah,
fights? We was talking about the fact that Ryan was looking like he was back on that shit again. You know what I mean? And then he go in the ring and he looked like that Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia. He was all jittery in his interviews and shit before the fight.
yeah, yeah. He be
And
acting
then
all crazy. I don't know what it is about those PEDs, but they make you a little crazy in the head. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Because Ryan is already goofy as fuck, but
right.
he go extra. When you're on that high where you just ready to get this work off on somebody because you feel like you got the advantage. You know what I'm saying? You feel like you Superman because just like Fernando Vargas. I remember when he was juicing, he talked mad shit to Oscar De La Hoya. He was
Yeah.
saying he wasn't Mexican. He was just being super and before he was like totally cool, professional. But when he started juicing and started thinking he could knock out somebody, you see the transformation, what I'm saying, in the attitude, what I'm saying. And Ryan, he gets real stupid with it. You know what I'm saying? When he feel like he gonna put some hands and feet on you and shit, he start getting real greasy. You know what I'm saying? And he tried to do it to the most pettiest way possible, right? And you know, you just got to, I was telling Judah one day, I said, man, if Devin ever get him in the ring again, they're gonna have to test him 247. They can't let him microdose you know. And then, if they go in there in a fair match and Ryan knocks out Devin Haney, then cool. It's not a big deal. You know what I'm saying? But be on a fair playing field. I don't even I as an athlete, I wouldn't even I couldn't allow myself, I wouldn't want to win that way, you know.
Right.
And I just think Ryan just has no moral compass. I don't think he gives a shit. You know what I'm saying? I just think he wanted to beat Devin that way. And it is shameful, bro. It's shameful, you know. More people are mad that Devin about him suing Ryan and shit, you know what I'm saying? And all that. They're more mad about Devin trying to sue and get the O off his record than Ryan cheating. You know what I'm saying? And I was just looking at that. I was just like, oh my God, bro, what is going on in boxing? Why are we this way? How do we fall into camps this hard? You know what I'm saying? Put the sportsmanship, what I'm saying, out the window and just go for our favorite fighters. You know what I'm saying? To me, with Tank not wanting to fight the best, that makes me look at him a certain way. I love his skills. I think he got the ability to beat these guys, but his will to fight, his reluctance to fight. That I'm looking at it different. I'm looking at him differently. I don't look at him as the super tank anymore. And I don't know, maybe he's going through some personal problems because I know like the Charlos and stuff, these women be tearing these fighters. They distracting them, man. I don't know if it's the women in his life or how it is when you can go through personal things and then all of a sudden you're going through this stuff with the law, getting locked up and all that kind of stuff. It's distracting because he's not concentrating on improving his craft when he's in his prime. And what the hell was that?
Nah, my bad. That was my
Oh,
phone. My other phone.
oh, yeah. But that's what I'm looking at. I'm just like, it's just frustrating watching these young guys when they going through all this other stuff instead of fighting. Um, I mean, they should block out everything right now. You know what I'm saying? And get the fights that they need in off of each other for win or lose, and then they could retire. All of them could retire in 4 fights. All they have to do is fight the right people, and they could be done with the sport. But they looking at it backwards. You know, I mean, it ain't about how many fights you fight. It's about who you fight. You
Right.
know, you fight four top guys, and you done because our expectations now of boxing is different. We done been so starved for so long. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the competition. So if you go ahead and knock off your rivals, bro, you could retire. You could go
Yeah.
ahead and sit down some. Hmm.
I think that's the problem though when it comes to Tank. I think he don't wanna risk it because he got so used to being able to fight the level of competition that he's been fighting, and it's been making it. He's been able to get by with it. But it's too much of the best fighting the best going on right now with Turkey Al Sheikh being in the game, that everybody's starting to realize who really can fight. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And now people like, hold on, a lot of the casuals was like, okay, I didn't know this dude, and I didn't know this dude. This dude can fight, because now boxing is kind of elevating a little bit, and now they ain't letting Tank make it no more, So and now all of a sudden, he's into this old, he got all these problems with women going on and all this stuff, and and it might be possible. I might be just a little critical of Tank just because the fact that he's never gave me what I wanted as a boxing fan, so I'm kind of looking at it from that perspective. But it's still like, to me, the reason why I'm kind of really not um I'm not really like giving him that excuse is because the way that Tank fought Lamont Roach, I've always seen that being like Tank's ceiling. When and so everybody's looking at it like he's not distracted and all this that he's distracted and all this kind of stuff, and that might be true, but I don't think he fought bad in the Lamont Roach fight. I don't think it was necessarily distractions in that fight. I just think he went up against somebody that can compete with him. You know what I mean? And that's what happened. Before the fight, all my friends, they more casual fans and they love Tank. And I've been telling them this stuff about Tank for years, about how he's not fighting the best and all this stuff, and they just call me a Tank hater. And it's like, I'm not really trying to be a Tank hater because Tank had the same opportunity to make me a fan as anybody else in the sport. You know what I mean? But it was how he was moving that turned me off from him. And I say all that to say, everybody was asking me if I thought that Lamont Roach was going to win the fight and what I thought. And I said that I thought Lamont Roach was going to go the distance with Tank. I didn't think he was going to win the fight. I picked Tank to win, but I thought he was going to go the distance and he wasn't going to get knocked out. And, and that's what happened. But he actually won the fight. You know what I mean? So I don't look at the like all this stuff the same way everybody else is looking at it, because I always felt that what we saw from Tank that night was what Tank has always been. It was just hidden, if that makes sense.
Well, Tank, you got to be careful of who you fight. You know what I'm saying? Inspiring. If you Tank done grew up fighting that guy, so that guy just like Roy Jones and Tarver. You know what I'm saying? They fought in the amateurs. They he was aware of Roy Jones Jr. style. So, he's been training for Tank for a while. He's been motivated to fight Tank for a while. So, and I think Tank just underestimated how much better that guy always was a dog, because even though he lost to the guy Shakur Stevenson beat, what's that guy name? He won
Jamel
the
Herring.
title. Yeah, Heron, right? When somebody know your style like that, you know what I'm saying? He's familiar with what punches that Tank like to throw. He knows the timing of Tank. So he's dangerous, right? So I think Tank went in there thinking, I'm just a superior fighter, instead of preparing to shut this guy down the way he's supposed to. And he
Yeah,
went out there and he got surprised. The guy don't have that. He don't even have that kind of power. But Tank went in there, and the guy still got speed. He still got other attributes. You know what I'm saying? That'll hurt you. And I think Tank was not prepared, bro. And he was gonna. I think he took a loss. He just took a loss, bro. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? He was mentally, for some reason, mentally, Tank he just wasn't ready. He wasn't motivated for that fight. And I'm not saying that Lamont Roach didn't do his thing, because he did. He went in there,
yeah.
he did his thing, bro. But he was up for the fight. And I
Right.
think Tank is one of them fighters. He got to be motivated. You know, Clearly, he got more talent than most guys. But when a guy who has talent gets in the and he's motivated, what I'm saying? It meant everything for him to win that fight. So
Yeah,
just like Crawford fought Spence. What I'm saying? Spence, it was up to Spence to do everything to prepare to be up for that fight. You know what I'm saying? It's not Crawford. It's not your opponent. You know, it's not his responsibility to get you motivated, right? And like somebody was saying, Tank loves. He don't love boxing. He loves the lifestyle. So
Right.
when you start coming across those guys that are dangerous, if you ain't up for that fight, it's gonna be challenging. You know, you gonna have to do something different to beat him, right? Because that dude, he's been training his whole life, just like Tarver went out there and knocked out Roy Jones. He's been training his whole life for that moment. You know what I'm saying? And you in there bullshitting. You in there
Right.
you bullshitting, and this guy's been ready for you. He knows what punches you're gonna throw. He knows what you're gonna do when you lean back. He done studied you. He got you right. So, but you don't have him. You don't know what the hell he gonna do because you haven't been watching him. You haven't been studying him. And that's my thing about Tank. It's like he's not paying attention to the craft of the sport. You know, he got all these other distractions, and you're gonna get your ass whipped. You know what I'm saying? Because boxing ain't something you can play around with. It's not something you gotta when you start going up in competition and they get better and better, these guys know how to read the punches. They know what they're doing in the ring. They're pros, right? So a pro could whip your ass, bro. He may not be, have as much cachet. He may not have as much talent as you, but if you come in there unprepared, and I think Tank has been coming in there unprepared. He's just been fighting guys that he's got way more talent than. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But when you fight that dude that's ready, who's been training and been in the trenches, in the gym every day, running every day, doing what he got to do, motivated to beat you. Now I don't know what a second fight, a motivated Tank, would look like against Lamont Roach, but I do want to see that fight. That I would have rather saw that than against Pitbull. I want to see him run it back with Roach because Roach is so motivated to fight Tank. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Whatever preparations he made, they were excellent. The catch and shoot was working on Tank. That catch and shoot shit, that shit was damaging, bro. And he's
Yeah, it
fast.
was nice. Yeah,
Yeah,
and he got better defense than Tank. To me, I think that was the difference. I think Tank is better offensively, but
yeah.
Lamont was better defensively, and he was reacting to everything, like you were saying. Everything Lamont was doing was reacting. And then another thing that kind of what I noticed in that fight too that kind of made me really not look at Lamont and say I think he won the fight, don't get me wrong. I just felt like he could have been better if he dictated the pace of the fight more. I feel like everything was on Tank's lead. Like for what I mean by that is if you look at how the first half of the fight was fought, it was fought at a slower pace and it was at the pace that Tank wanted to fight. It was like Lamont was always following Tank's lead when it come to that. Even though I felt like once Lamont got it to the level that Tank wanted the fight to be fought at, Lamont started doing better and winning at that pace. And then Tank would just turn it up a little bit more, and Tank would start winning until Lamont reached that intensity. And Tank
Hmm.
fans, I know what they see when they look at Tank, at least what I believe they see. I think they see a fighter that's like super athletic, super explosive, and he's super twitchy, and he just got that explosiveness about him, right? But if you
Hmm.
remember in that ninth round when he took that knee and then he got up, I believe Tank turned the temperature up as far as he can go, and for about 30 seconds he was whooping Lamont until Lamont realized that Tank turned it all the way up, and then when Lamont took it to that intensity, he started whooping Tank again. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I feel like they feel that Tank just got a level that he can go to, like some Super Saiyan shit, that nobody's gonna be able to reach his speed and his explosiveness and his power, and then he just gonna be able to walk through everybody once he get to that level. But to me, we saw him turn it all the way up. At least I feel like he did. I felt like he turned it up as far as he can go. And Lamont met him there and started still doing good, started still doing this thing against Tank. You know what I mean? So I
I,
don't
I
know,
just
but
think I just think Tank he wasn't reading what Roach does good. You know what I'm saying? And or he's gotten better at. Because if you fought this guy quite a few times, you should know what he's capable of doing. and looked like Lamont claimed to fame is counterpunching. He's a really accurate, fast counterpuncher, and Tank was just falling into that trap over and over. It's like this dude is a counterpuncher, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's a catch. I mean, he's a catch and shooter. You know, he's waiting for you to throw, and he's gonna counter you. And I'm just like, Tank was just trying to out overpower the dude. He just wanted to hit him with. He just wanted to hit him with the bing bing and be done with him. And it's like, no, sometimes that don't work, bro. You gotta, you gotta be patient, And Tank wasn't patient. He looked like he didn't want to be there. And Lamont Roach was already. He was just ready, And so Tank wasn't reading what he was doing. And his mind wasn't into the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because Roach, I mean, the counter punches was crazy. The
Yeah.
clean counter punch. Tank got a good chin. He's got a damn good chin, but man, Roach was tagging him. Roach was tagging him, man.
Yeah,
And I
he was
just
on
think
fleek.
that he wasn't reading what Roach was doing to him. It's just like, what the fuck going on here? You
Yeah.
know?
Like, you remember that fight that Tank had with Hector Garcia? The one he
Yeah.
fought before
Oh
he fought
yeah.
Ryan Garcia?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
That fight right there is what kind of let me know the level that Tank was on. And I say that because he was beating dude. I mean, he won the fight. You know, he stopped the dude in the
Yeah.
corner, right? But the reason why that showed me who Tank was as a fighter and like his limit, because that was the first time that Tank was in the ring with like a real good boxer, that's somebody
Yeah.
that was like educated in boxing. And if y'all remember that fight was going back and forth. That was a very competitive fight with that fight. The difference
Mm-hmm.
was the power because
Power.
he came
Mm-hmm.
from he came from 135. Tank was at 135 and dude was at 130 coming up. So if you look at the competitiveness of the fight and the skill level, it was pretty even. Like I said, they was trading rounds. Dude was able to hold his ground and not let Tank walk him down. He had a pretty educated jab, had good feet and all that. And Tank had a hard time figuring that dude out. Like Tank did get off, don't get me wrong, but so was Hector
Hector.
Garcia.
Mm-hmm.
And that fight showed me that if Tank got to a fight with somebody that was a very educated boxer, his height and his reach and his size would really, be at a disadvantage, and that's what I
Yeah.
always felt like his problem would be against, better boxers that was bigger than him was his size. So I say all that to say I know the triangle theory is not, most people don't try to use that in boxing, but the reason why I can use it in this case is because when you look at Hector Garcia, Lamont Roach, Tank Davis, all them dudes are boxers. Tank is a boxer puncher, but they all fight off of the fundamentals of boxing. Angles, footwork, being in position and out of position when you fighting. And if you look at all three of those fighters and the matchups that they all had, they all was very competitive fights. Tank versus Hector Garcia was competitive until the power was too much, but the skill level was the same. Then you look at Tank versus Lamont Roach, the skill level was the same. And then if you look at Hector Garcia versus Lamont Roach, the skill level was the same. You know what I mean? And they
Mm-hmm.
all fundamental fighters. Like, to me, I feel like you can't use the triangle theory when you have a wild card in there of somebody that has a completely different style, like a brawler, mixed with a boxer, or just when you have that other style in there, somebody else that's a pure boxer might be able to deal with a brawler more than somebody else that's a pure boxer. So that's when you can use the triangle theory. But I believe all three of them fighters are all boxers first. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I do believe that the triangle theory applies in this situation. And then if you
Uh,
throw the wild card in there, you got Jamel Herring, somebody that fought Lamont Roach, and he's also a boxer. Somebody that fights off of the fundamentals of boxing, and he was like on the same level as Lamont Roach, who in my eyes is on the same level as all the other two guys. And then you put Shakur in there, and it's like he can't even compete. because Shakur's skill level when it comes to those fundamentals is just on a different level, and that's why I think he's just different than those other three. You know.
I think I'm gonna be honest with everybody about Tank, and I know this this is controversial, but I think the fighters now kind of know that Tank will quit. He's a quitter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I hate to say it that way, but I think they know that Tank mentally he don't have a lot of patience. He don't have a lot of patience. He's a little better than Ryan Garcia. Kind of like that
Hello.
Tyson complex. Yeah, can you hear me? Hello? Yeah, kind of like the Tyson complex. Um, if things ain't going his way,
Can you hear me?
you know, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Hello? Yeah. So I think it done got out now that they know that Tank with the way he's looking at things, he's kind of a quitter, bro. That he's willing to quit if things go too badly for him. I can't see Tank allowing himself to get knocked out. I think he would quit before he get knocked out. You know what I'm saying? He has a weird pressure. He has a weird mentality where if he gets too much, the fight go too bad for him. And I've never seen him. With Lamont Roach, he took a knee. He just started coming apart mentally. Just start doing things, time out in the fight. And Devin Haney has said that Tank, quit their match. Once he kept going, he kept pushing the pace. That Tank quit, and I think it's starting to get out. They're starting to see that Tank is a quitter. I think a lot of fighters believe that if they just put enough pressure and they last the bombardment of the power, that Tank will quit. So he'll start to deteriorate and come apart at the seams. And I think that's the big secret that I think Tank kind of fears that's out there. Because more fighters are gonna push, push a little harder to see if he break. You know, and I think that's kind of out there now. You know, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, look like King Judah dipped out. Mm. They say, Shake said, I think I see Tank in person a couple of times. He's walking in New York. Said he's very small. Yeah, everybody, a lot of people say that about Tank. I've never seen him in person, but they do say he's a small dude. But shit, you know, you either gonna win or you're gonna lose, and nobody's saying that Tank should fight up at 147. Nobody's saying that he should fight at 140. I'm just saying, no, just fight the dudes that's in your division. That's all, you know. But saying that's pretty good. Saying I think we get it 3 hours. Saying we're gonna wrap it up. He says, oh, it kicked us out. It kicked y'all out. Okay, I'll send the link. So I thought everybody was dipping. Oh, maybe that link went out. Maybe that time link went out. But let me finish this thought. Yeah, man, I just think it done kind of got out there. I just put a new link in. I think it just done kind of got out there that Tank, he don't his mental isn't as strong as everybody thought. And saying if you get past his that power, saying in the beginning, saying, and if you're not shook, because Lamont Roach wasn't afraid. He was not afraid of Tank, saying like Frank Martin was. I think Frank Martin could have done a lot better, saying in the fight if he wasn't so afraid of Tank's power. And he got a taste of Tank's power, but you got to persevere past that point, right? Like when Tyson used to come in and he used to put that power on people, they get terrified, right? And they couldn't operate, saying they couldn't press their advantages, right? So I think it's the same with Tank. People feel that power and they get terrified and stop pedaling on the back foot instead of going forward when they need to. And I think Roach showed. I think he kind of destroyed that that image of Tank. Destroyed that image of him. Saying that you don't have to be afraid. that you can go in there and fight your fight. You know what I'm saying? Now it's going to be a lot more people coming at Tank with more confidence, because they know that Tank probably will quit if the fight's not going in his favor. So that's the little controversial thing I wanted to say. You know, if Tank can reestablish his dominance, you know what I'm saying, that'll be cool too. You know what I'm saying? But he's going to have to do it, and I think he's going to have more fighters come after him. You know.
I think that's a good thing though. If he's cause like that's like to your point earlier, where you were saying like these dudes don't be willing to, they don't want to do a trilogy and all that stuff. I feel
Yeah.
like if now that aura of invincibility is gone from Tanks, it's like now, bro, just go ahead and fight the fights, win, lose or draw. You know what I mean? Fight them a couple times, see what
Oh, I
happens.
get it, but yeah, yeah, I get it, but shit, who gonna tell Tank that? He's telling people to f off and you know what I'm saying, go to hell.
Right. Yeah, that's the
It's
that's
like
the
who
that's
who's
the
gonna
bad thing.
change who's gonna change his mindset?
Yeah.
You know, come on, y'all just want to see me lose. Shit, nigga, you the biggest star in boxing.
Right. And
Shit,
it's
that
not
don't
even
even
that
make
we
no
want to
damn
see
sense.
him lose. We just want to see him fight to somebody that we feel like can beat him. That's all. It's not necessarily if he win, then that's good.
Yeah, but somehow, but that could just be, saying something to say so, he could do what the hell he want to do. You know what I mean? You're not gonna force him to fight who he don't want to fight.
Right.
That's just something that's not gonna happen. He brings the cachet. He got the big head, thinking like he's the little Canelo at 135. I was sickened when he grabbed he had Canelo gloves and stuff, and I was like, what the hell is what's going on here?
Right.
You know, he's worried about being a big star rather than being a confident champion, and he don't even care about the belt. So you know, he just kind of disappointed me. That's all. Even though he was still a star and everything. You know what I'm saying? But it was just disappointing to see him drop out like that, just because people were putting the pressure on him to fight Shakur and fighting Devin. You know what I'm saying? So he was more than happy to move up to 140 to fight Marius Barrios. You know what I'm saying? But he probably won't be willing to go up to 140 to fight Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? Shit,
Right.
I think Devin will come down to 140. I don't know if Devin will come down to 140 or not, but
I think
I
he'll
don't
go to
know.
one.
Even
I
though,
think he'll go to 144 for Tank. I don't think he'll
yeah,
go to
but Tank,
144
Tank
to
ain't coming up to no
Shakur.
144. He ain't coming up to no 144
Right. Right.
because I don't think Tank want to fight that bad. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? To even take that kind of risk. But who knows? I mean, Tank might even gain more power with more weight. He might even become even more powerful. They was talking about how Tank was dropping heavyweights. I don't know how much bullshit that is. They say he was dropping heavyweights. You know,
Yeah.
and
I
I don't
think.
know.
I think he'll. I think he might get more power. If he goes to 144. I just think it's just a matter of him if he's willing to risk it. You know what I
Oh, yeah,
mean?
you might well forget about that.
Right.
Yeah, you might well forget about that. Tank like F y'all. He don't really need fans like that. But I mean, them the ones that made him put him where he is today.
Right.
And if he goes in there and injures his hand against Pit Bull again, because Pit Bull is it's like fighting a damn Ninja Turtle. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Pit Bull got some damn good defense to be
You do.
such a little dude. Um, so
And
he
you
gonna have to
mentioned.
be careful. Say what
Now,
now?
go ahead. Now, I was just gonna say with Pitbull, I'm kind of paying attention to what's like. I'm gonna give Tank credit if he go in here and
What's up,
stop
holy boy?
Pitbull. If he go in there and stop Pitbull, I'm gonna give him credit regardless, even if it's at 135. But I think what's happening is they gonna try to get that belt back at 135, and then make Pitbull go down to
Mm,
135 to fight Tank, where he done already been at 140 for a while, got used to the weight, and then Tank probably gonna stop him. That's how I see it.
mm,
But I mean, I'm not gonna be that harsh on him. You know, if he do get the knockout, because I respect Pitbull's chin and I know he a dog. So I'm gonna give him the credit, but I see the move. You know what I mean? I see the play, if that makes sense.
That
So
holy boy coming in here windmilling. He coming here windmilling for Tank.
that's when Dev was at
he says,
135.
he says, said why are we not remembering most of the time when the people was calling Tank out? They had 2 or 3 fights already lined up, and he said Shakur had a chance to fight Tank, but complained that he wanted a multi-fight deal. And he says, Dev said when Tank got out of jail, he wanted to fight, but moved up. You know what I'm saying? And he says then Dev was at 135 at that time. He says Tank campaigns at 135 as of right now. You know, you know, but
And
that whole boy, you had to come in earlier though. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and I
Because
mean,
Rat.
go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just gonna tell him like, look, Tank quit boxing, man. You know what I'm saying? It's like he quit boxing. He didn't even fight Jake Paul in a fake fight. So this is deeper than what we're talking about with Tank. He's going through some kind of crisis. You know what I'm saying? He's going through some kind of mental crisis right now. Um, you know, Rat win, we need him to be um at his best. You got a lot of exciting fights that he can make at 135, but he's already shown us that he don't want to fight none of those fights. And it's like nobody's saying that Tank is trash. We just want his mentality. We want him to get that killer mentality, like have that fighter's mentality, like Abdullah Mason. That's all everybody want. I think most people are Tank fans. It's just that Tank making people look at him sideways. You know what I'm saying? When he don't want to rematch with Roach, and that was a competitive fight. I think Tank should have been Tank first fight back is Lamont Roach. You know what I'm saying? Because anything controversy, you can't have that shit lingering out there, especially when Lamont Roach ain't on your level as far as the ranking goes. How we rank the fighters. Lamont Roach isn't ranked as high, and then you could even make the argument that Lamont Roach won that fight. You know what I'm saying? I heard something about they had a ruling and stuff. Did they give him the win on that? Did they give Lamont Roach that win over
Against
Tank?
nah, they
Tank.
they said nah, they called it a draw.
No, they call it the draw. Well,
Yeah,
that's for me and for most boxing fans and boxing fans, he needed to run that back just like Devin needed to run that shit back with Ryan Garcia. I think that should have been his first fight back. Um,
right.
you know what I'm saying? So boxing is just done a little bit differently now. You know what I'm saying? It's not.
Go
Mhm.
ahead, my bad. Now I was just gonna say, I think to Tank's uh I mean, to Devin's credit, I think it's a little different with Devin because of how much damage Devin took in the fight against Ryan. Tank was still up on his feet. He just had a good competitive fight. So for him not to come back
Right,
to the rematch, it was different than Devin because Devin got the shit beat out of him. You know what I mean? And it was like he
right.
had to, get that mental out of his head and make sure he
No,
still
I
had it.
understand, but still, you got to get that fight back. Any way you can. You got to go through that again.
Yeah,
You got to run that back. You know what I'm saying? Either any kind of way you can. You know,
yeah,
I
yeah,
understand about he needed to recover because he took a year off, right? He took a year and a half off or something like that. And that was good. That was good. But you got to go. You got to go through Ryan Garcia again. You know,
yeah,
he said about that Jake Paul fight though. Holy boy, that Jake Paul fight, Tank wasn't promoting that fight. Whatever mental crisis. Remember, I was saying you could just look at Tank, the way he's reacting to the fans, the way he's moving in boxing, and you could see during the promotion that he wasn't promoting the fight, bro. He was just in that bitch, just acting like he didn't want to be there. He was just showing up in, just rags and clothes, just regular clothes. He wasn't really trying to, you know, the acting that they was putting on. He was just flat, You know what I'm saying? It's like, so they canceled the fight, bro. I mean, I think he didn't even show up at one of the promotions or something like that, and they was like, no, they just ended the shit, man. And whatever it is, Tank is he just not feeling boxing. Even a fake boxing match, man. He was just like, I can't do it. So, and then he ended up going to jail and all the stuff with this girl and running from the law and all that stuff. So Tank going through something that's I mean, I don't know if he being attacked by a demon spirit or something. This nigga done went and got roots put on him and shit. Something. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, his mindset is not in boxing right now. Um, but you
But
know,
this is
he
my.
said, yeah,
Let
go
me
ahead.
say this to Holy Water. You know, my thing is with Tank, it's like you see how this dude coming in here and he got all these different reasons why the fight never happened. It's like to me, I want to ask him to like ask yourself, how much of that are you really gonna accept before you not looking for no more excuses? Because to me, it's like all these other dudes in boxing found a way, some kind of way, to make a fight with somebody that the other boxing world, I mean, the rest of the boxing world respected. This dude done been an A side for how long now? At least 5+ years, 6, 7 years, really. If we want to be honest, this dude has been an A side over everybody in the division he's in front of him and below him. And it's like not one time have he fought somebody that going into the fight, the perception of that other fighter is that he could possibly beat Tank. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't
Yeah,
like at some point, it's not enough excuses that you can make that why none of these fights never happen. Like, I don't care what the reason is. You know what I mean? Like, you can
yeah,
believe all the BS about, all these guys moved up and, this other fighter, he was going to jail and all these excuses that this dude just brought into the chat. And it's like, bruh, like, how much of that are you going to accept before you just realize that this dude, and plus, hold on, not even just the fact that it's been excuse after excuse after excuse on why the stars didn't align, right? Then you take into account the fact that he said it out of his mouth that he's fighting for money, and then Leonard Ellerby has said it out of his mouth that they looking for the biggest fights. It's like all that evidence is there to lead you to this conclusion that this dude is only after the money and he's looking for the fight. He's trying to create big events. He's not after fighting the best fights. You know what I mean? But these dudes love Tank so much, and because of the way he fight, that they willing to ignore all that and try to put the excuses on everybody else on why the fights never happen. The Jake Paul stuff, I don't. That was a fake fight to me from the beginning, so I don't even count that. But as far as with all these other dudes, like look at the fact that ask yourself why he never fought Lomachenko. He had an opportunity to fight Lomachenko. Lomachenko was calling Tank name out every time you put a camera in his face. But then all of a sudden, T.O. beats him. Then Devin Haney beats him. And now, and you see Lomachenko is clearly slipping. And now all of a sudden, this dude is in heavy negotiations with Tank Davis. Like all that stuff, like think about all this evidence. Like none of that stuff is coincidence. You know what I mean? It's strategic at this point. And it's just up to you if you want to keep believing it or not. Keep being delusional because you in your mind think that this dude can beat everybody. You ignore everything. You know what I mean? It's just I don't get it. Like to me as a grown man, I don't you know what I mean? You can't finesse me. Like I'm going to be able to see through the talking at some point. You know what I mean? You might be getting me in the beginning, but then the more you keep talking, the more you keep doing it, I'm going to eventually see the play. And I'm not gonna let
hmm
you run the play on me no more. You know what I mean? Like these dudes, they just continue to let Tank do it for years. Like you were saying,
oh,
Poole, you was a Tank fan in the beginning, but then it was just like at some point you saw clearly, like, all right, enough is
yeah,
enough.
you know,
You know what I
I
mean?
gave him the benefit of the doubt, you know, beyond everything. I gave him the benefit until he said till he quit. And when he quit and he didn't run it back with Lamont Roach, I was just like, no, something going on, man. And then the whole money thing, and fuck the fans, and I was like, no. So that's my boy. Tank he's like that son that just be beating the other kids' ass on the playground. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? You feel pride, but you don't want to say nothing bad. But he only beating up first graders. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's like so.
He that basketball player that's playing in the D League. You know what I mean? He
Mhm.
that
Yeah,
NBA
this
star.
40, and then nigga going for 40 every damn time and shit. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, you done called up the holy boy. You know, you done called him. You done called him
Who's
up.
that? Yo, Paul. What's going on with you, family?
What's happening,
Well,
bro?
what's your
What's
name?
going on?
What's your name? I don't know your name.
SJ, or you can call me Jay, whichever one. But you got an
What's
F on
going on?
though, bro.
Yeah.
Hold on. I got you.
Is that little Ellaby on that
You,
end? God damn, little Ellaby
you
done
good?
sent them up here.
Nah, I don't know none of them people personally. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's better, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I had the Bluetooth. The Bluetooth was acting crazy. First and foremost, my name is That Whole Boy, not Holy Water. I appreciate that.
Okay. Holy
Okay.
water.
My thing
I've been
is,
calling you that holy. I've been calling you that holy
yeah,
boy.
I know. Hey, man, I let the OGs be the OGs, fam. You know what I mean? But look, I'm a boxing fan, right? And I'm not gonna lie, I'm more of a Tank fan than the other 135 pounders. But we got to remember, we got to keep everything in order, right?
Hmm.
That Loma talk you was talking, man. When it's all said and done, what's his name? Bob was blocking that fight. He clearly told us that he didn't want that fight.
Hmm.
Then when Loma did have a chance to take that fight, Mr. Loma retired, right? Well, Shakur, I mean, like I said in the chat, Shakur had a chance to fight this man. If he was wanted to be the greatest and all this, that, fuck a multi-fight deal. Let me get this fight right now, just like he did the same shit with Devin. But
He
no one
never
calls this
did
shit
that
out,
though,
right?
bro. Yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna
Huh?
let you finish. My bad. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you get it off.
Yeah. I mean, look, right? Yes, we could put a lot of blame on Tank, but we got to put blame on all these parties that's involved because it takes two to tangle. It takes two to say yes, I want this fight, or no, I don't want this fight. You know what I'm saying? And I hear you. I heard when I came in, I heard you saying, yeah, I think that roast fight was the peak of what Tank has to offer. Now we are entitled to our own opinions, but I asked you in the chat, who would you like to see Tank fight that will quench your thirst?
All right. You just one, or who I want the most, or just like anybody?
Man, anybody that
Okay.
so
All right.
y'all can stop saying like, yo, he's cherry picking, he ain't fighting nobody. Woo.
Okay.
Who would you prefer him to fight
Okay.
besides the roast fight? Because I prefer that fight immediately, but I know that we're not gonna get that right away.
Okay. I want to see him fight Shakur Stevenson. I want to see
Mm-hmm.
him fight. I wanted to see him fight Devin Haney. I wanted to see him
Mm-hmm.
fight Lomachenko. I wanted to see
Mm-hmm.
him fight Tio. Right now, I would like to see him fight Abdullah Mason. I would want
Yeah,
to see him
that's a
fight
nice fight.
Raymond Morataya.
That's a good
Gary
fight too.
Russell, Gary Antoine Russell. You know what I mean? Like, this the thing. Like, for me, it's just like us as boxing fans that follow this boxing shit every day. We know who the
Uh-huh.
real players are in the sport. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we not gonna fall for the fluff. And
Right.
to me, it's
But
like Tank has never fought nobody that going into the fight, the perception of that fighter was he actually has a chance to beat
had a
Tank
chance to
Davis.
beat him. But you want to know something, bro? I don't think none of those dudes. Well, before the roast fight, I didn't have none of those dudes beating that man, and a lot of us didn't, right? And that's without the fluff and all that. But let's be clear. Just because these fighters get in front of a camera or in front of a mic and say they want to fight you, I want to fight. And when they get down and sit at that table and that them contracts don't get signed, all that shit is fluff. All of it. You see what I'm saying? Because if you really want to fight, it can happen. You can make it happen. That's
Right.
on all these fighters, all of them. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, like, I believe some of these dudes do want to fight, but some of these motherfuckers is overplaying their hand. You know what I'm saying? Some of them are definitely overplaying their hand, and some of them aren't stepping up to the fucking table for real. For real. They just talking, and that's it's been proven. And y'all act like y'all don't understand or see what's been going on. And you just saying Tank. He's old. He's fluffing. He's this. He's that. And I'm like, well, you know, Shakur. Shakur had a chance to fight that man, and I don't hear you saying, well, damn, I'm so disappointed in Shakur for not taking that one fight deal, beat that man ass, and become the man. I don't hear you saying that.
I haven't had a chance to rebuttal it.
I said
my
that.
rebuttal to,
I said that.
Oh, okay,
You said that
cool.
about
I
me.
haven't been
You
on
believe
the
that
boxing scene for a minute because boxing been trash to me, and it's
Yeah,
been.
me neither. That's why I've been out. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
cool.
Then the talking points is getting crazier and crazier. So I took a step back for a while, but I'm upset at
Hold on,
Shakur
let
for
me
not
address
taking
that
that
one
fight.
point. Let me address that one point because I didn't address it because you didn't give me. I mean, I wanted you to finish all the way first, but then you asked me the question
Okay,
about who I wanted to see him fight. And my
right.
point to that is, Shakur never got offered a one fight deal, and when he was talking
Huh?
to Steven Espinoza, they cleared that up. They cleared up the fact that Shakur has never been offered no fight to fight Tank Davis, whether it was a multi-fight deal.
So who cleared that up?
Shakur and Espinoza when they was on Sway in the morning. If you go watch the
I
interview
need
they
this. I
did,
ain't see that. I'm gonna check that out.
they
But
literally had an interview sitting side by side together on Sway in
uh-huh,
the morning, and they
Since what's
both
happening?
talked about that situation.
I'm gonna check that out. I didn't hear
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
I ain't hear
They
that.
said they okay. So what they said was you can go
So
check it out for yourself, but I'm
I
a
will.
at least paraphrase what they said because I don't remember exactly. But
Uh-huh.
Shakur got up there because he knew the narrative that a lot of Tank fans was putting out there that Shakur was quote unquote offered a fight, right? They saying
Mm-hmm.
that he was offered a contract, and it was because a lot of this is when Loma negotiations broke down. They was trying to find another opponent for Tank to step in to fight Tank. And
Right.
everybody was saying that Shakur was offered the fight, but that wasn't true. So Shakur cleaned it up in that situation. And then he addressed Steven Espinoza like, bro, like, why you saying that you offered me a fight and all this stuff? And then Steven Espinoza start cleaning it up, start backtracking. It was like, well, I didn't say this technically and all this lawyer shit. You know what I mean? So
See
at that
now.
point, it was.
Okay. Wait, my fault, bro.
Now go ahead.
See, what I gotta see it before I can respond to that. Go ahead. My fault. I mean.
Nah, with that, so that was the point to the Shakur Stevenson situation. And now
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how much you've been. I know you said you ducked off for a second, but right now it's a lot of people out here talking about Shakur was offered that he's in a multi-fight contract with Matchroom, and he can't make a Tank Davis fight at this point, and he's lying about his contract.
Mm-hmm.
Of it being only 3 fights instead of, and instead he signed a 5-fight deal. But that's not true because they both, Shakur said that he only signed a 3-fight deal, and Eddie Hearn said that he only fought a 3-fight deal. But for some
Yeah.
reason, Tank fans don't want to believe that that's true because they want to feel like that he's ducking Tank Davis.
I don't think it has
I
anything
could
to
believe.
do with about
I
being
could
a
believe.
Tank
Oh,
fan.
what's going on, Tucson?
What up?
Damn.
Can you tell me?
What's going on with you?
Can you tell me
Oh,
why
wait,
Shakur Stevenson is on the Matchroom website if he not
let me
signed
tell
to
you
him?
something.
What
Tank
up,
legal
Paul Counter?
team.
What up,
What's
Paul?
going on? Hey, Tank legal team has now arrived. You know what I'm saying? The Johnny Cochran of Tank fans has just entered the building. What's going on, Tucson?
Yeah,
Now, but
yeah.
listen, right before you cook a
No,
little bit
no,
too.
it's not even about being a
2 cents.
Tank fan. It's about common
Before you
sense in
cook,
life.
let me land this real quick before you cook. 2 seconds. Me and Will having a dialogue, right? I believe maybe he do have a 3-fight deal, right? But I don't believe that they counting that Patty fight as a fucking fight on that contract. You understand what I'm saying? That was a what would you call that shit?
What fight?
Damn, who was he? Huh?
What fight you were talking about?
That Patty fight. I don't think that counts as a fight on that contract because he was supposed to fight the young bull. What's his name? Junior bull.
Yeah, Kid
Yeah,
Austin.
Yeah, he was supposed to fight him. Now that fight would have counted. I don't think that Patty fight would counts as a fight on that contract because he was a stand-in. You know what I'm saying? So he probably do got a fight or two still on that contract. I don't know how many fights he signed for, but we understand once you get a belt, these motherfucking promoters definitely put your ass up in the ringer. They extend that contract.
So my point to that though is, what point is it for them to lie about his contract situation? Like
These
what?
motherfuckers lie all the time. What?
I get it. You're right. They do. But I'm saying, what is the logic behind it? Like, what is the reason for him to lie about something like
The
that?
logic is to keep the fans enticed, to keep the fans engaging, keep us talking about these people. That's the point of all these things. It's called promoting. Promoters are liars, just like lawyers are fucking liars. Okay, and they're gonna lie until they get the best outcome of their monies that they're looking for from them fighters. We always got to keep that in mind. Always, all these motherfuckers are liars.
Okay,
When it's about that dollar, they're gonna lie.
I get that point, right? But this is the thing. When you look at the landscape in boxing right now, with Turkey Al
Mm-hmm.
Sheikh being in the play, it don't matter what promotional company that you sign with to make a fight no more. Like none of that shit even matters no more. You know what I mean? Like who you sign with, who you doing business with has nothing to do with you being able to fight the fights. Like at first,
Oh,
before Turkey
question.
came in the game, it was about, hold on real quick, let me land this part.
Okay.
It was about who you sign with because everybody was trying to do business in house. But in
Mm-hmm.
today's time, all the platforms is mixing and matching. The only
Question, bro.
reason, yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I got to stop you real quick.
Go
How
ahead.
long has the Rehide season the Turkey been in the game? How long?
For I mean, probably about 3 or 4 years, maybe. I
Okay,
want to
so
say.
they new
Go
to
ahead.
this shit. So whatever they got going on is new to this, right? Only reason why they got some say in this fucking shit right now is because most of these promotional companies has lost they goddamn network deals. Right?
Right,
That's the only
right.
reason why all you motherfuckers talk, not you specifically, but all these people was talking about turkey, turkey, turkey. And guess what? Guess what? Them bombs is dropping over there. Ain't nobody fuck going over there right now.
Right. Now, okay, that's true though, but the context of our conversation was about Shakur Stevenson. And when Shakur Stevenson supposedly signed his fight, Turkey Al Sheikh was in the game. You know what I'm saying? So if that's the
Uh-huh.
case, then since he signed his fight, I mean his supposedly 5 fight deal that he's lying about, Turkey has been in the game and nobody has cared about promotional sides of the street shit since he's done that. So to me, it's no argument, it's no reason for him to lie about that other than Tank fans thinking that it's about him ducking Tank. Like that's literally the only reason and the only people that would even bring up the fact that he has a 5 fight deal because they want to use that argument to combat a Tank fight. That's it.
Okay, I'm gonna take this back a little bit, right? I'm gonna take it back before Shakur signed with Eddie and them, right?
Right.
Would you say he ducked Devin when Devin
I can
offered him
see,
that fight?
if I'm being honest, I can see how people saying that, but me personally, I don't think that. But I
You
would
don't
give you
think
that if you want to
personally?
say that because of the 25% deal or whatever.
See now you see how you make excuses for this man,
But I'm
right?
not making excuses
Us
because
true
I just
boxing
told
fans would
you I
call
can
him a.
see how people saying it.
Let me land this. Us true boxing fans would say, "Yo, get your ass in that ring, beat that boy ass, and become the number one dude out here."
Who said
I
that?
mean, you think
I
Mike
heard it clearly.
had it? Mike had to step up and beat niggas' asses to become number one. Floyd had to step up and take that shitty ass deal from Oscar to become that number one dude. Sometimes you got to take a shitty deal to make prosperous moves afterwards. So are you going to hold his feet to the fire like how you trying to hold this man's feet to the fire?
I just
That's what I'm
said that
asking.
I just told you that I can see how people saying that. So I'm conceding that if that's your point, if you a Devin fan and you want to say that he ducked, I can't argue that. But I can
Right.
argue the side that I can see from Shakur's perspective, and that's the part
And
of it that people don't want to, that other people don't want to acknowledge. That Shakur actually had a valid point on why he didn't take the 25%. But I
that's not
understand,
valid
like
to me.
I know Pool. I know Pool. I've been listening to Pool for a while, right? I know
Yeah.
what he's looking for in a fighter. I know that he's looking for the guy that's willing to put it all on the line. So if Poole was to get on here and be like, Shakur is a duck because he didn't take 25%, I can't say nothing about that because I know Poole's logic on what he's thinking and what he's looking for in a boxing fan. But if you want to be technical, Shakur literally had a valid excuse on why he didn't take that fight. So that's why I can see both sides of it and I can be realistic. You know what I mean? I'm all
Hmm.
about being realistic, bro. Like, I'm not
I
trying
was
to
just
protect
about to
none of
say
these
that, Shake.
dudes.
I was just about to say that Devin took that deal, fought Cambosos twice. So sometimes
Thank you.
you
You
gotta
got to
do
lay it
that,
out on the
man.
line, bro.
I mean, now these fighters are able to do what they want to do because boxing has changed. The rules have changed. They're no longer tethered to the traditional way of moving in boxing, and that kind of sucks. Because fighters they don't have to take the fight. You could call a fighter. They don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? They don't care what you call them. You know what I'm saying? And then the next fight, if he fights, if he's looking to fight Rolly, then you could say he's ducking Ryan. You know what I'm saying? Even though he's trying to go after Rolly. You know what I'm saying? So it's this duck thing. It's like it's irrelevant if they're going to get around to fighting the guy. You know what I'm saying? Because I
See,
think that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
my fault, Paul. But my thing, it's not just about the money, right? These guys we're talking about, Shakur, the Devons. We're talking about these men talking about legacy, right? It was more
Hmm.
than just money on the line right there. There was undisputed. So it's like I hold Tank to a certain standard that I hold all these other fighters to the same standard, bro. There ain't no shaking over here with me. I want, as we scream, we want the best fight, the best woo woo woo. But when it's time to actually hold their feet to the fire, we find somehow, some way, an excuse for these dudes. No, get your ass in that ring, bro.
Okay,
Get
so
your ass,
let me
especially if it was undisputed. It's more than just money now. Now you are fighting to be the man. You understand what I'm saying? So like, no, you don't get no motherfucking slack off from me from making moves like that. You know what I'm saying? That's just me though.
Yeah, nah, I mean, and I can't argue that. You know what I mean? I understand that perspective. Like I said, I'm not here to protect Shakur. You know what I mean? If
Hmm.
Shakur did something that I feel like, he should be criticized for it, then I'm gonna criticize him for it. Or if I could see both sides of it, I'm gonna acknowledge the fact that I could see both sides of it. You know what I mean? And that's the
Hmm.
part of it that I just be wanting boxing fans, at least mainly Tank fans, to understand that they never want to. I don't know you that much, so I can't. I'm not really speaking on you. I'm just saying generally.
Right.
They don't
I
never
got you, bro.
give Tank no flack for nothing. Like, it's never his fault. And to me, it's like this dude has been in the power position for too long for him not to have fought anybody that the boxing fans wanted to see him fight. You know what I mean?
I
Like, to
got you.
me, it's like for an example, if you gave somebody some money, let's just say you gave somebody some money, and you told them, they told you they was gonna pay you back in a week. After a week come up, you might give them an excuse, and then they might be like, I'll pay you next week. They might give you another excuse, and then if this your peoples and you rocking with them, you might give them one more chance. But after so long, it's like, bro, like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like,
I got you.
eventually you're gonna get over the fact that I'm not listening to nothing else you talking about until you pay me my money. You feel me? And that's what I feel
Straight up.
like Tank fans is not trying to acknowledge. Like, this dude has been giving y'all the runaround for too long for y'all to still be sitting here hiding behind these excuses. You know what I mean? At some point, it's put up or shut up. Like, it's a perfect opportunity for you to fight Lamont Roach, somebody that the boxing fans never even asked for from the beginning, but he made his way into being a real player for your resume, and you're not even about to fight him. You know what I mean? So it's like, bruh, like, this should show you right there that this dude has never been about fighting the best. It's always been about the money with him. And that's the part of it that I be wanting Tank fans to acknowledge.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. But I already acknowledged that. That young man Ben said that back years back. You know what I mean? He's a prize fighter. They ain't worrying about no belts. I mean, either you accept what the man has given or you don't. I mean, just like when Bud told us to fuck the fans. UK fans is better than the US fans. It's either you accept what the fuck that man saying and keep rocking with him, or you push him off to the side. You see what I'm saying? So I mean, all right, my fault, 2 cents. You can slide up in here. My bad.
Yeah, 2 cents. Yeah. You know, they got the GTD tattoos on.
Oh, here you go, Paul.
Pool, you know what I noticed? You know what I've noticed going around these YouTube streets now? Now you know me, Pool. You know me since I started my channel. You know I've always been a logical person. But now all of a sudden when I present my logic, it's because I'm a Tank fan. And they just say that to shoot down my logic because they ain't got no rebuttals. I don't understand this whole Tank fan thing as if everything I think or every opinion I have is based off me being a Tank fan. Like, I don't know who started that or where that came from, but I really wish people would stop that dumb shit because is that how other people think? Like they make all their decisions on boxing based off who they a fan of? Because that's pretty immature and I don't do that. I'm very objective and logical and I got common sense. So not everything I say is based on because I'm a Tank fan. Like that shit really starting to get irritating to me. I don't know why they keep doing that. But you seen my boy Fundora last night, Pool?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that all morning. Shit. We 4 hours in. Yeah, what did y'all think of the fight? I want to get y'all perspective. You know, me and Jada
I said before the fight Keith was gonna get stopped. I don't know, like listen, it takes nothing away from Keith as a fighter. It's just he's not in his prime no more. If Keith was one time, I think he would have gave Fundora a hell of a fight. And he had like all the attributes and things to beat him. But now Keith is older, he's slower. Look how slow Keith was looking in there. He just was well past his prime. Like he didn't have nothing for Fundora. He didn't have nothing for Fundora.
What about you, Holy Water?
Yeah, I ain't even watched the fight last night. I already knew Keith was gonna get washed.
What?
Yeah, I already knew Keith was gonna get washed, so I didn't want to watch. And to me, I felt like that was an exhibition fight, and I didn't appreciate it. So I didn't want to see it.
Javante Tank Davis energy. God damn it. That's
not too much.
But that's not fair for you to call it an exhibition fight. That's not even fair.
What's not fair?
To call it an exhibition fight. People thought Keith had a shot.
Man, Keith got fans, y'all.
I'm gonna be honest. I picked Keith to win the fight.
People had the money was on Keith.
Yeah,
all right, that's all good.
Let me tell you something. Don't say shit about Keith Thurman, boy, because they will come out the woodwork, boy. They were coming out last night. I was like, you don't think Keith gonna win? I said, where is the damn? You know, Fundora really don't have no nigga fans like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just that I don't know, Fundora. It's just something about his personality that he just don't seem to, grab the fans like that on the black side. You know what I'm saying? And Keith,
he's a weight bully though. He's a weight bully. I don't even think he should be fighting. Never mind. I don't even want to get into that.
Well, it's the thing where Keith has got that energy, man. It carries over from when he was unified, at 147, and he's just his personality is just people buy it, man. He could sell a goddamn Eskimo a piece of ice, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, damn, they were just coming out, man. Keith gonna get him, and I was like, and then I found myself rooting for Keith, even though he's getting his ass whooped. I mean, I told him, I said, Fundora should stop, he should knock him out. You know what I'm saying, before the fight. But then, once they start fighting, I'm like, come on, Keith. Come on. Let's go. I'm just like, what the hell am I doing? You know what I'm saying?
Because you was reminiscing from the old days, the one time, Keith. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't duck me, son. You root for him. You know what I'm saying? That's not who he was.
That damn belt. He would hold that motherfucker. He would hold that motherfucker hostage. That nigga would be doing a victory lap for 3 years and shit. You know what I'm saying? Until he get the person. That's what he did when he was unified. After he won, once he unified with Porter or Danny, guys, I feel which one was the last fight. Shit, he said, "Man, I'm injured. I'm injured. It's a get back year." It's been what 12 goddamn years. Goddamn, now it ain't been that long, but you know what I'm saying. It's been some years, man. And then he came out, And he came back and fought Pacquiao. Okay, Keith got this. You know what I'm saying? And he goes in there, he gambles all night at Las Vegas, come in tired, you know what I'm saying? Who else knows what else he done out there? And lose that fight, barely beat Josecito Lopez. You know what I'm saying? I'm just like, bro, what do Keith just let me down in so many different ways.
He cashed out,
But
Paul.
bruh, yeah, you can
That
say
man
that, but
cashed out.
I was just surprised at how many people thought he was gonna win. I said, man, this is an active fighter, this is an active champion. The motherfucker is a Sasquatch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and he's only getting better. He's
They
only getting
really
better
think
with
they
that.
really think Fundora is trash, Pool.
No, I
Man,
don't think he
shit.
trash. I seen him fight now. I don't think that man trash, but
They like he
I
got
do
no
think he shouldn't be in that
skill.
weight class.
They think he got no skill. You can catch him. And I'm like, man, listen, Keith Thurman. I don't care. I don't care. He may not be the most skilled or an elite fighter, but his attributes, he gonna give any fighter a tough time. Any of them.
You know, you know what surprises me about that tall motherfucker is that he likes to fight on the inside. He a dog for real, for real.
Yeah.
I mean, I give Fundora his credit. He's a dog for real. But I did not want to
And,
see that fight
and
because
now
Keith
the way
hadn't
he
been
comes
active.
behind the jab, the way he closes in behind the jab with the southpaw left. Oh my God, bro! The way he was hitting Keith last night, Jesus Christ!
I'm
Keith is a pretty
gonna
fair
watch it.
skinned person. He's a pretty fair skinned person, but when I seen that red blister across his forehead, that nigga started getting red marks all in his head, his face. I was like, this nigga had blisters behind his ears,
And he
behind his
said
ear.
a lot of those marks was from his gloves, Pool trying to block.
Oh my God, man! I mean, the way he was punching down on him, it looked like a cartoon. You know what I'm saying? The way he was beating him, the way he was beating down, the way he was punching down on Keith, that shit looked like assault. That shit looked like an assault, man. I was like, Keith, God damn. I thought they were the previous round before they stopped it. They was going to stop it in the previous round too. You know what I'm saying? Because
You think they should have
Fedor.
stopped it?
No, yeah, I do because I didn't think Keith had a path to victory. So you know what I'm
I mean, but
saying?
he still could have fought though. They ain't have to stop it. He wasn't like hurt.
Well, I think he was getting there. His face started. You saw how his face started like
Bleeding.
getting cut up. Yeah, started bleeding and stuff. And he's an old fighter. I think he went out. I think he went out right, man. He went out like a warrior. He started picking up the pace once he would get the worse he was getting beat. He started fighting a little harder, but he was just outgunned. He was just
He said
outgunned.
in the post fight press conference, he was saying he was picking up the pace, and he was like, Fundora was starting to make mistakes. He was starting to get comfortable, and he was punching wide. So he was like, I guess trying to set him up for something. He was saying, but I'm
Man, the
like, Keith
punch
Thurman, you was
stats.
taking 3 shots to get 1.
I was just saying that the punch stats was 100% power punches, 100%
What?
uppercut,
God
hundred
damn.
percent, 100% jabs, nigga, 100%,
Yeah, I gotta watch
100%
that now.
unknown stats. This
I
nigga was
gotta
getting
see
hit
that
with
shit.
that nigga was getting hit with everything. He was getting hit everywhere. It's like, no, man, stop the
I
Yeah,
fight.
think
that's why I wasn't
Tim
champion
Zoo fought him
for
better.
Earl to fight him on the first comeback
Yeah,
fight. I didn't want Earl to fight him on the first comeback fight.
I don't think Earl coming
man,
back, y'all.
Yeah, if he don't, that's all good, man. He gave us a hell of a career, boy.
I'm hearing he can't get
I
cleared.
ain't,
what?
it's them eyes,
And
man.
I was thinking that's why he was talking about fighting in Australia, because no commission here would clear him.
Yeah, you're right, Shake, man. I don't know how he didn't fall because he was getting fucked up at the end there, bro. He couldn't get out the way of any shots. And then this boy is so tall and lanky, he just got awkward angles, man. It's like he couldn't see. He couldn't see where the shots were coming from. And he was just overwhelmed. I mean, and then when Sebastian bent him over and leaned on him and he was still hitting that nigga, I was like, oh shit, this is getting bad. I was like, oh my God, bro. I said, stop the fight. I don't want to see my OG like that go out like that. I did not want to see that, you know what I'm saying? And I'm glad he went out on his feet, but I don't think he had a path to victory. I know he was trying to set him up. He's seen the Mendoza fight, but I don't think he got that kind of pop anymore. He ain't got that kind of speed anymore.
Yeah.
He didn't work the body early enough to set the tone. he allowed Sebastian to get warmed up and get his range and stuff. So, once Sebastian got the range and shit, it was over, bro.
And boy should have called Victor. Boy should have got with Snack.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, man.
have anybody seen Earl Spence's workout video with Ronnie Shields?
Yeah, man, he looked slow.
Yeah, he looked bad. So to your point, I didn't
I
hear
don't
what
think
you
he looked bad.
I didn't think he looked good at all. Like I mean his punches was sharp, but his balance, like look, he didn't look sturdy to me at all. Like for some
He
reason,
just
But you know why he was trying to fight off his back foot. It looked like he working on fighting off his back foot.
I mean,
well
I don't
he
know what it
you
was,
know
but that shit didn't look good.
EJ always been flat footed, but he always had a bounce. You know what I'm saying? He had that freshness, the bounce, like when he fought Peterson and when he fought Michael
Mm-hmm.
Garcia. So he always had a little bounce where he can box. But now I don't think he has a choice. And then his reflexes look like, his motor skills look a little slow. Um,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so I just want to see, I want, maybe one more fight if he, look different, if he could change the pace and, he can keep up and, he don't look like, he don't look like a handicap, you know, type of fighter. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he can go far in Zuffa boxing, but I don't know. I think we're looking at the last fight
Nah, he'll probably never go to Zuffa.
well, that's where he was talking about going.
He talking about going to Zuffa?
Yeah, they're talking about what Zuffa was talking about getting him. And what Tim Zoo, what they talking about fighting on the PBC?
Yeah, they PBC.
Okay. I thought they were going over to Zuffa and stuff. Cause
No, I don't think Earl and them went to Zuffa.
well, I could see Earl fighting Charlo.
I think Charlo gonna fight Fundora next.
Man, that's crazy.
Is that a competitive
Fundora
fight?
called him out at the press conference.
Shit, I
Oh
don't even
man.
think that shit competitive.
I think Charlo can beat Fundora.
Shit. Not the way he fought Canelo.
Nah.
Man, because it's about the mindset though too. It's about the mindset. They minds seem like, they don't have that competitive edge anymore. It look like they done burnt all that up and what they did, in the mid 2000s. Look like they kind of burnt all that up and they don't have the same kind of spirit to go in there and be competitive. You know what I'm saying? They done made the big payday. Now they just trying to get what they can get, you know. Because Charlo, he just lost to Canelo. I mean, that's it. And he was out his
Yeah.
he was out his weight class, out his league. And I mean, why not just come back and pick up, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people he could beat at 154. You don't have to fight the top guy. He can fight a couple of fights, you know what I'm saying, to fight them the Boca Chucks and fight the Mandrinovs.
But you gotta think like now Charlo, since he lost all his belts. I mean, some people say he's high risk, low reward. I don't know. I feel like they kind of like just want to hate on Charlo because he lost to Canelo, but I don't think he's low reward. And I think if you beat Charlo, that's the ex undisputed champion. That's a good name on your resume. So
Well, he's still a
I don't know
linear.
why people don't want to fight him.
He's still a linear champion, right?
Yeah, but nobody want to fight him.
Well, like you said, Fundora want to fight him.
Well, yeah,
So
Fundora called him out.
and that's a top name right there. So if he said he want the big money, because I can't stand to listen to his interviews. That nigga have me. I'd be like, damn, with all that bullshit he be doing. You know what I'm saying? But he said he want the big fights. That's a big fight for him right there. So you know what I mean? I just hope he don't go in there and look crazy. You know what I'm saying? And let Fundora knock him out. Out the ring or some shit. And flipping tables over and shit
See,
like that.
I think Fundora got the footwork and the power because Charlo got power in both hands, and he got the footwork to go in there and fight Fundora. And if it turned into a fight, I think he's sturdy enough to stand on the inside with him. Now,
You ain't finna get my spirit up. You ain't finna get my spirit up. You ain't finna do it.
It's
It says
true,
Fundora.
Paul.
Shit. That
It's
nigga,
true.
his mindset gone, man. He ain't got that same killer instinct, man. He just
Man, it
trying to
was
make a
one
bag.
fight, Pool. It was one
I
fight.
know. All right. I know, but he didn't go in there with, I don't think he really gave it his all.
I think you should
Uh
rewatch the fight, Pool.
no, I watched it. It's just that the way he trained differently. I don't understand with the switching of the trainers. All this shit is just, you got to be focused, man, when you fighting the biggest fight of your life, bro. You got to, I don't
He
know,
came
man.
off a 2-year layoff and a hand injury.
Well, you know, he answered the
For
call. He got the bag. Now he's got to get back on track. You know what I'm saying? If that's what he want to do, he's got to get back on track. 2 cents. He set a high limit. He's the ex undisputed champion. That means
right.
something. You know what I
Charlo
mean?
laid down in that fight, man. That's how I see it. Like I get it, the hand injury and the layoff and all that, but he didn't try to compete in that fight. We're just gonna be honest. He went in there, thought he was gonna be able to do something, and when he saw he couldn't, he gave up.
I mean, I feel like we seen plenty of fighters go take a money grab. It wasn't. People didn't want to end their careers over it like they trying to do Charlo.
Nah, I agree with that too. I feel like I definitely feel like Charlo can make some noise at 154 for sure. Like I ain't counting him out. I don't think he can beat Fundora right now, but I mean I do feel like he can compete with them dudes, and I feel like they should fight him. Like you were saying, ain't nobody trying to fight Charlo, but that to me like that's damn near one of the best wins at the division right now. So, like when Boots and Virgil fell through, I felt like the perfect opponent for Boots was Charlo.
Charlo, Boots, and Fundora hardest fight.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Yeah, but that would be that. I think that would help push Boots. What I'm saying, into the next. What I'm saying, star level. Get his
Mm-hmm.
star power up. What I'm saying. But see, black people, the way they doing boxing now, they don't want to give these young boys a chance to put that name on their resume. You know what I'm saying? It's just crazy the way they're moving right now. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I was Charlo, I would have went straight to Jerron Boots and said, "Let's make some money, man. You need that extra push at 154.
I
Let's
think they
go."
gonna make that fight. I just think they gonna let them try to get belts and make it like a big fight.
I mean, Virgil Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? And Jerron, but what's the problem there? It's like they just not
Man,
moving like fighters, bro. It's just, come on, how long we gonna have to wait? 7 years, what I'm saying, for these guys to get in. Take the $3 million from us, the little pussy poke ass 300 million. I mean $3 million, and fight Boots, win or lose. It's no shame to losing the Boots. You know,
man, they
I
don't want that smoke.
mean, Boots a bad boy. He got a good legacy. I mean, come on, the man fought in the amateur, the Olympics. I think he fought. Didn't Boots fought in the Olympics?
I
Fought in
don't
the Olympics.
know. I only heard nothing about boosting the Olympics, but he was in the
I thought
amateurs.
didn't he fight Gary Antoine Russell in the Olympics?
Oh, that was
Yeah,
in the Olympics they fought? Yeah.
nah, they fought in the Olympic trials. He lost, and
Okay,
Gary
it was the
Antoine
Olympic
went to the
trial.
Olympics. Yeah,
And
Gary Antoine
Gary,
won
not to get off subject, but Gary, I don't know what's going on with his skill level. What's going on? He do the same shit over. I don't see him getting any better. You know what I'm saying? He's not reaching new heights. It's just like I'm just kind of disappointed with the whole, Russell family. They just getting on my nerves. They keep overrating them, and every fight is goddamn, what I'm saying, life or death. What I'm saying, for Gary Antoine Russell at 140. It's
Because he
just
fight
like,
some good
damn,
competition, though, Pool.
shit. But he's supposed to be that dude, though. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to be getting better and better. It's like he looking kind of iffy out there. It'd be kind of like, God damn, Gary, I don't know if you're the favorite. You be losing a lot of these rounds. You know what I'm saying? It's like, damn, you know, I don't know. And then,
Hey, Juice,
look,
since
yeah,
earlier you said Charlo was the best. Was the toughest fight for Fundora.
Yeah. Well,
I
Boots will be a tough fight for Fedora, too, but
Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's Boots. Like I don't think it's Charlo at this point. I think Charlo he too old. Boots got that youth behind him. He got that youth, and his foot speed is better than Charlo. I think with Fundora.
I don't know. Go ask your brother. Oh, they not
Man,
here.
what's
What you say, Paul?
yeah, I was gonna say, you know, like Jamal, you know, I don't know, there's just so much crazy shit going on. These guys are losing the will to fight, bro. You know, it's like I know life goes on, boxing ain't everything, you know, but damn, it's like Jamal done dropped out. He said he ain't coming back.
Oh, I
That
ain't
dude
hear
said
that. I ain't hear that. When Jamal say that?
yeah. I forgot where I heard it, but they said Jamal Mel he got mental issues, the nigga depressed and shit. You know what
I
I'm
thought they
saying?
said that was a rumor. That wasn't true.
Oh, they said it wasn't true. I didn't
Yeah, when they
confirm
were
it.
saying he dropped at that fight because of mental problems, they said that wasn't true. He was never even about to fight.
No. What I heard is he ain't coming back to boxing. You know what I'm saying? Because he got, you know, because of that girl or whatever happened between him and his wife or whatever. And I'm just like, damn,
He been
man.
training with Ronnie Shields though.
Oh, he has?
Yeah, they got
Okay.
a picture of him and EJ training together.
I thought that was Jamel.
Nah, that was
That,
Jamal.
that was Jamal. I thought that was Jamel.
Nah, that
Okay.
was Jamal.
We're good. We're
You know,
good. You know.
Jamel and Spence beefing.
You mean to tell me they actually beefing? I thought Jamel just
Yeah,
said he wasn't
Jamel
gonna
was
fight.
just talking shit. He talked shit about Spence every chance he get. Call him the little fish yesterday.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me. He trying to build a fight. That's all. He trying to build that fight. You know, he want to fight Spence. You know what I'm saying? He trying to build that fight up. But you know, that'll be a good fight though. You know, that'll be big in
Man,
Texas.
Charlo. I mean, I think Spence done, Pool. Like he done. They not finna clear that man to fight.
Oh man, I do not want to hear that shit. But you know, every fighter got an expiration date. You know what I'm saying? So
I mean, I feel like he pushed it long enough. Like, just chill, Spence.
well, them dreads ain't making it no damn better.
Them dread.
I mean, bro, that
You don't like
that's
his hair, Pool?
no. I'm old school.
Come
You
on,
need.
Paul. What's wrong with dreads, man? I got dreads.
Well, I ain't saying like if you're a fighter, I don't want to
Oh,
see that
okay.
shit on a fighter. Not personally. Like yeah, it's cool, but he just looked too relaxed. He don't look like he clean cut and tight. What I'm saying, ready to get back with the shit. You know what I'm saying? We you got dreads, look like you want to smoke some weed or some shit. You know,
He got
like
that
you just want
Jamaican
to.
going on.
Yeah, he wanna relax. He done been all around the world. I done seen this nigga on my Instagram in different countries and shit. And I be like, man, when the hell you coming back, bro? It's like, but like you say, man, if he can't come back 100%, he need to chill. If he can't come back 100% himself, um, yeah, he need to chill, bro. Because he gonna get hurt messing around. If he could if Tim Zoo can do him dirty, bro, it'll be bad. It'll be
Yep,
bad.
that's what I think. That's if Tim Zoo was able to get to him, I know Charlo could get to him.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I don't even know what's the hold up on Charlo. But you never know. But you just never know what them boys. Them boys kind of wild and shit. You never know what they be doing down there in Houston.
Nah, I
You
think
know.
they I just seen Charlo. My son just fought in his tournament last weekend. So they
Yes,
was taking pictures with him and he was up there and talking to people. He was cool.
you think he just can't find a
Congratulations on
fight?
that with your sons, but I think them old dudes, they need to fight the old dudes and leave these young niggas alone.
I kind of
Like
agree with that.
Charlo, Thurman, Spence, all them niggas, they need to fight each other and leave the Fundoras, the
What
Boots, and all them dudes
Well, it's
alone.
kind of like Charlo, they kind of old school. They want to fight the young nigga, like on some pass the torch type stuff. Like, let me still see. I'm the best. Like, I was undisputed. I never lost my belts. I know
I
not
mean,
nobody beat me for a belt. So shit, I'm back. What's up? I'm trying
I,
to get all the smoke.
I get it, you
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like I understand it, but shit, I feel like what's gonna happen to them is the same shit that happened to Keith Thurman last night.
Nah, hell no.
Man, it's
Hey,
the inactivity,
Keith
man. It's
Thurman
really
ain't had a fight he had 2 fights in 5 years, and he was injured majority of his career. So Keith, it wasn't gonna end well for him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, the inactivity is killing boxing. Period. Just too much inactivity. These guys need a tune up. It's very few boxers that look sharp. And staying on top of their game with so much inactivity. And that's these young boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I thought Shakur looked so goddamn sharp. He was sharp as a tack when he fought Tio. And you could see, I was like, Tio, I really didn't think that fight was gonna happen because I was like, man, he realized he's gonna get beat up by Shakur. It's
Man, I
like,
heard T.O. bet on himself to lose.
damn, you got to be shitting me.
That's what I heard.
You know what though? That don't surprise me. You know what? That don't surprise me. It's
Man.
something about those. I
That's
hope it ain't no.
pathetic, Paul. That is pathetic. That is pathetic.
Why you think he dodged these black fighters, these athletic black boxers like that, man? He know he can't beat them
I mean,
dudes.
we already know that was the style that's demolished T.O. He's lost to boxers before. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's arguably lost to that style several times before.
Right.
So, I mean, even I get it. Shakur moved up to fight T.O., but it's like it was just a bad. It's a bad style matchup for T.O. Like, what he struggles with boxers. Struggles.
But his
I mean, I
personality don't
get it,
make it.
but nah, go
Go ahead.
ahead, Paul. Now I was just
I
gonna
was just
say,
gonna,
like, I feel like that style Shakur got is gonna be a bad matchup for damn near anybody unless you a volume puncher. That's the only he gonna need a brawler like a Gary Antoine or a Williams Apeda type of style to give him trouble. Other than that, his style is gonna be tough for anybody. So the same,
Mm,
I believe what happened to To maybe not as bad, but it's gonna happen to everybody.
nah,
no, no,
nah.
you
I
gonna have to
think.
show me. I mean, I do
Yeah.
believe that Shakur is probably probably the best boxer in the world, but I don't think he can win every match. I don't think he can beat everybody. I
He
think he
can't.
got the best skills in the world because I mean I don't see nobody being able to just if you're gonna box Shakur, you're probably gonna lose if it's a boxing match. But if you can mix it up, you know what I'm saying? If you can mix it up, he could be beat because I looked at the way he fought Santos and I wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it. I thought he had to rematch
But you wasn't
Santos.
feeling it
If
aesthetically,
that's the
poor,
case,
or
then he
was
should
you
just go to
feeling it?
147 and fight Ryan with no rehydration clause. Skills pay the bills.
Look, check this out, poor.
Shit.
Did you not? Because for that De Los Santos fight, I
Mm-hmm.
see it the total opposite of what you just said.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna ask you this: did you feel like that in that fight against De Los Santos, aesthetically, it didn't? You was like mad at the fight or whatever, or did it like something in the way he fought or the skills didn't showed you that he can't beat everybody?
I literally seen him
Oh,
turn and run in the ring.
Okay,
basically.
so right, but that's what I'm saying. So how does that aesthetically? I get it. I can see how you would be turned off about the fight. About how he fought aesthetically. Like you might say it was boring. You might say he was running all this and that, right? But for me, I saw somebody that knew how to win no matter what. So when
Uh-huh.
you really talking about boxing, we talking about something that you gotta involves a winner and a loser in a fight. And I saw the way he fought that fight against De Los Santos, as in this dude, if he really wanted to win a fight and don't care about how it looks or being aesthetically pleasing and all that, he can go into that bag and do exactly what he just did in that fight and win the fight. So
But we
I
we under
see it the
we
opposite
understand
for
that with
that
all
reason.
fight. If you never engage your opponent, you know what I'm saying, you can make the fight boring. You know what I'm saying? You can make the fight ugly. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is Shakur is not a huge name like that, especially at that time. We're trying to build stars here. We're trying to build, what I'm saying, big names. And just like he handled Tio, he could have did Del Santos the way he did Tio. You see what I'm saying?
I disagree.
And
Yeah, I disagree, but
if
I,
if
I
he would
feel
have
you.
fought Santos like he did Tio, I think his name would be huge. You know what I'm saying? Because that was a signature fight for
Hmm.
Shakur. And I think if he would have separated himself the way he did Tio, he did Tio dirty, bro. He could if he would have did Santos like that, I would be right here with you with the Shakur, Stevenson, ringtone and all that shit on my phone. I'll be right here with you. You know what I'm saying? But the way I saw that showed me something. The way he fought Santos, he wasn't sure himself. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, he just went out there to win. Um, I think if he fought that fight again, I think it'll be a bigger separation because now he got more experience. You know what I'm saying? Somebody with power. I think he got more confidence now.
And I
I
think
think he
power
I
is. I
think it's
think
too.
power is his kryptonite.
But and
shit.
to
That's
your point
everybody's
though, Pool,
kryptonite.
I feel like you arguing 2 points, like two different points. Like I think if the point is whether he's building a case for his stardom, I agree that the De Los Santos fight, his stardom took a hit. But when you talking winning and losing a boxing match, I believe that showed me that he knows how to win or lose the fight if we just talking the fight. So that's why I asked the question that I asked. Like aesthetically, I get it, but like if you see how he fought that style, and to your point, you said that everybody, if anybody wants to make the fight boring, I disagree with that because I don't think everybody has the defensive skills that Shakur got to be able to pull that off like that.
Well,
So I
maybe not
think
the way.
Shakur
Maybe
Yeah, but
has
not.
you
that.
trying to win a fight with defense?
Yeah, you're gonna win the fight however you can win it.
No, but what I'm saying is, what was that fight with Ring It Down, where he just ran around the ring and he didn't even engage against Casemiro? Remember that fight?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Remember that fight? All he
They
did was
hated
Yeah.
run
rigging
around the ring.
down.
He never engaged. He never engaged in the dude. Anybody can do that. You don't. If you don't
But
trade with
Regan, you talking Regan though, Pool? That's
no, no,
another
no. But
fighter.
I'm trying to get you to see the concept that I'm trying to get at.
Okay, go ahead.
Everybody knows that Stevenson can win the fight.
Right,
What I'm saying,
right.
through different tactics. He's a star in the amongst boxing aficionados. We would say that Shakur Stevenson is probably the best boxer. Right now, as far as a pure boxer, he's probably the best boxer, right? So we know he can box this guy and not get hit. That's his specialty. But what we looking for levels now. We're looking to see how he's progressing, as a fighter. So when you start stepping up in competition, you got to separate yourself. Santos was known as a power puncher. He was known as somebody with a high boxing IQ. And I want to see what Shakur was going to do with that as he's moving up in the ranks. Because if you watch Sugar Ray Leonard, if you watch Floyd Mayweather, as they moved up through the rank, they showed you different wrinkles to their shit. Even the fights that they had to grind out, where they had to adapt, do different things to win the fight, not just motherfucking run, and not get hit. It's like show me, some how you slip. Show me how you slip shit. Show me how you catch and shoot. All that kind of stuff. Let's see some new things in your arsenal. That's what I've been looking for in Shakur to see how he's gonna evolve, as he moves up in better competition. Now I think he's the best in who he faced. I want to see how he overcomes, the obstacles. I don't want to see him just because he got faster feet, that he jumps out the way and he don't engage, once the guy missed. I mean, he could have, the way Del Santos was committing to some of them shots, he could have done better, especially the way he fought Tio. He made Tio
He could have
pay.
did Tio worse too.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just think Shakur, he's a better boxer than we give him credit for. But the way this whole I'm gonna win by any means necessary shit kind of hurts his brand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it hurts his brand. Just like Jerron Booth, he don't have what Shakur has. Jerron, once he starts showing off, he get hit with that overhand right over and over again. But once he boxes and he just let it come natural to him, he's a better fighter. He's a better fighter. You can see his skills, you can see him, thinking in the ring, and stuff like that. So you start to see him evolve as a fighter, the better the
Hmm.
competition gets. So, with Shakur, yeah, he's a superior athlete. So yeah, he got faster feet, got faster reflexes. He could win the fight a number of ways. But I want to see his skills, behind his defense, behind his offense. I want to see that kind of switch up and get better. When he fought, what's that? The Z. What's the guy who started with the Z? What's his name? When he fought, he did the shoulder roll. I thought that was awesome. I thought that was awesome. I didn't
Zapata.
know. Yeah, Zapata. I didn't know he could do that. You know what I'm saying? He showed me a new wrinkle, in his
He
game that he
always
could
do
fight.
that little broke shoulder roll.
But the way he did it with Zapata, it was, I mean, he stood his ground. You know what I'm saying? While Zapata just got off and he was just, I just loved the way he did that. He just kind of switched it up, show you that he got a different different shit in his arsenal. You know what I'm saying? And I think he could have, separated himself from Zapata too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, not Zapata, but Dos Santos. I thought that was a missed opportunity by him. That's all. Um, but maybe we'll see it later with some of the other guys because he is getting a lot sharper. He's getting better. 2 Cents thought he was getting slower. Yeah, 2 Cents. You thought he was getting slower, huh?
Yeah, he didn't. When I watched that Zapata fight, he just didn't seem as athletic and as fast as I thought. But then later on in the interview, he said he was kind of bullshitting in training camp and stuff. So maybe that's why he looked like that.
You said, do I think Shakur more skilled in Bivol? Um, I think Bivol has
They
a
just got
different
different
kind.
styles.
Yeah, I was just You know what I'm saying? I can't say that Shakur is more skilled than him, but the dynamic that he's dealing with at 175 is a lot different than what he got to deal with at the power levels. It's different. You know what I'm saying? But I think Bivol's just as skilled. He's got a basic skill set, and he used that shit to the range. His range creativity is crazy. For them basic moves that he used, and then how he turned motherfuckers is masterful. He done mastered the little basic um style that he has. He done mastered that shit, bro. He's a master of it. That's why he beat the shit out of Canelo. So plus his size. I mean, that little 1 2 1 2 3 4. That motherfucker punching combinations. Um, the speed of his combination. It's like, yeah, you could put him. You could put him up there with Bivol, but I would still say the lighter
He
divisions.
not as
You know,
offensive.
right, right. Shakur is not as offensive, as Bivol. Right. But to say he's better, it's kind of, Bill got more experience. You know what I'm saying? He had
Hmm.
better competition. Um, I wouldn't say Shakur is better than Bill. Now when Shakur if he beat O'Shaquie Foster, if he beats he go back and destroy Santos, and he beats Abdullah Mason, just 4 more good top fights. You know what I'm saying? Where he had to face a little bit of adversity. But of course he got to have a good an opponent that's that put him through something, and I think that'll seal his legacy, right there. I think his legacy will be straight. But I just want to see that from Shakur. I think he got all the ability in the world. Only person gonna stop him is himself. You know what I'm saying? If he don't take the challenges that's put before him, and boy, they ready for him at 135. I don't think Abdullah Mason's ready for him as far as skill wise. I don't think he could. I don't think Abdullah could beat him because he need more experience. But they want to fight him. What's that dude? Mutalev or something like that. That dude there. That'll be a good fight for Shakur.
At 35?
Yeah, 135. Ratali, what do they call him? Ramatali, something like that. The dude that just won at 135. Well, I
Not
mean, he was
Mergazali is, right? Is that
Maliev. Yeah,
35? Yeah,
yeah,
Mergazali.
yeah. I think that'd be a good fight for Shakur if he come back to 35. That dude gonna give Shakur some issues now. You know what I'm saying? That
But
that dude is
Shakur at 40.
yeah, but he said he was coming back down to 35 though, didn't he? He said he was coming back down, right?
He said he
And
was. I
then
don't know. We don't, and that's another thing, Paul. Why we don't know which weight class these fighters campaigning at? I think that's weird.
because they don't want to miss no money. They want to get the big fight money. It's all about the money. You know what I'm saying? So they already stripped his ass. The WBC do not like black fighters. They
Man, he
nigga
ain't pay his
nigga
fees.
nigga 2 days, nigga. They gonna strip your ass, nigga. If you don't make no damn 350, You don't pay that goddamn fee, nigga, your ass up, man. You up. They're gonna strip you, your cousins. If he got a belt, they're gonna strip every black person down, nigga. If you don't pay that damn fee, you know, it's like the WBC do not give a damn no more. What you think? You know, they stripping niggas. They stripping niggas. You know what I'm
Well, you
saying?
know, it got to do too with them fooling with Turkey. That's part of it too.
Yeah, because you know I think he stripped
Jai
Shakur.
Patai just got stripped by the IBF because he over there
Well, he
fooling
went
with
he
Zufa.
went to Zuffa. Yeah, he went to Zuffa. So you know, because I thought I think he got out of there because David Benavidez was coming.
No, he
You know,
said he wanted to be undisputed. He thought he was gonna be able to keep them belts. But you know what fight I can't wait to see, Pool?
with that.
Devin Haney and Rowley.
Oh my God, girl, I thought about you when you told me Rolly was getting better, and I went back and watched Rolly. I said, you know what? I'd be damned. He is getting better. You know,
Exactly, Pool. A
but
lot better.
is he gonna beat Devin? Hell no.
I
You know what
think
I'm
he got
saying?
a shot.
No, he ain't gonna beat
Okay,
no
okay.
Devin.
Do this for me, Pool. Go back and watch the Loma fight, Devin and Loma fight. Watch the Devin and Ryan fight, and watch the Devin and Brian Norman fight. Right?
Hmm.
Devin fades in the back half of fights. Some people say he on cruise control, whether he on cruise control or he fades in the back half of fights, right?
Hmm.
He don't get his head off the line, and he's not as fast. Was never really fast, but he's even slower now at 47 than he was at the lower weights. So if you go back and watch the back half of that Brian Norman fight, watch how fast and easy Brian Norman was closing the distance on Devin. The thing with Brian Norman was Brian Norman didn't have the footwork, the experience, or the skill to really fuck with Devin. And I was saying that before the fight, and everybody was telling me I was crazy. So Brian Norman was closing the distance and getting to Devin, but Brian Norman didn't have a jab, and Brian Norman didn't know what to do when Devin clinched him. So I think Rolly is awkward. I think Rolly be strong enough to be able to handle the clinch like that. Rolly has a jab, and Rolly's awkward. He's throwing punches from wherever the fuck. Like he can throw punches, and they gonna have some pop on them. So the fact that Devin don't get his head off the line and Broly will be able to close the distance on him, I think that's going to be a very, very dangerous fight for Devin. I think it's going to be real competitive. Now, I'm not saying Rolly going to beat him for sure, but I'm just saying he definitely got a shot, especially with the
I
film I've been watching.
I think what we not taking into account is that I think Devin one of them fighters that he go by game plans, and I think he's getting more stuff inside of his arsenal right now. He's working with different punch selections. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I think he's getting stronger as he get more weight on. When he dropped Brian Norman, you know what I'm saying? Even though it wasn't, I mean, he fucked him up, bro. I mean, for that, he didn't follow it up with nothing. That's my problem with them. He didn't follow it up. You know what I'm saying? But he's starting to get a little strength, you know what I'm saying, with the weight, you know what I'm saying? Because I think he was depleting himself at those lighter weights. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, but even though Brian Norman is not as good as advertised, I think they were trying to get rid of him. I think he was just kind of cruising on hype, a lot of hype and sparring and stuff.
Right.
So I can't really give him, you know, like 100% credit because once I seen that nigga feet and I seen how slow that nigga was, I was like, damn. I said, I ain't talking about in the fight. I was talking about just in training, my nigga. I was just
Yeah, they
like,
really was trying to argue with me talking about Brian Norman got good footwork. I'm like, y'all, no, he does not.
I
He
was
does
like,
not
no.
have good footwork.
I said he can't get it there, bro. I've never seen him snap something cross, I said he don't have no. I said he don't have the reflexes. He don't have his footwork is trash. I said I don't know what they trying to say. Why they saying this guy's gonna knock Dev out? You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And I say, he's just not good enough. He don't have the experience. He's not seasoned. You know what I'm saying? And if you're a box aficionado, regardless of the rah-rah stuff, you know what you're looking at. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
and then his hand speed was just terribly slow. I was like,
Mm-hmm.
God damn. You know what I'm
I
saying?
think
So
people
Devin,
fell into that whole thing about Devin's chin, and then they believed the hype with that Brian Norman knockout he got against that Japanese dude.
Jin Sasaki.
Yeah, everybody kind of fell into that. So yeah,
But
I was
see,
on. Go ahead.
Rolly is who y'all thought Brian Norman was.
right, right,
I
right,
agree with you on
right.
that to a certain extent. Like to because I was gonna hop in when you was breaking that down. I think Devin gonna beat Rolly 12 rounds to 0, and let me tell you why. I do feel like that if Devin before the Ryan fight, that might have been a dangerous fight for Devin. But I believe Devin is going to fight that fight against Rolly the same way he fought Jose Ramirez. And that goes back to the point that I was trying to make with Shakur Stevenson and De Los Santos. I feel like Devin and Shakur has got to the point to where they accepting the fact on as long as I get in this ring and I leave with my hand raised and make it to the next fight, that's all that matters. So I feel like he's
Then
going
they
to
can't
stay
be
away from
upset
Rolly.
about and them and them fans can't be upset about the criticism.
And I agree with you on that too. I mean, I ain't mad at it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like aesthetically, I can't sit here and say like, Shakur, how he fought De Los Santos. People don't have a reason to be mad at him. You know what I mean? I
No,
get it,
I think the
but for
difference
me,
is that this
it's
is the
about the
difference.
win.
This is the difference. Devin going for the challenges. You know what I'm saying? He will fight anybody.
Right.
Rolly is a hard hitting motherfucker. Even Tank said that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That dude probably hit probably one of the hardest hitter at that weight class, right? If not the hardest, right?
Yeah.
Devin's willing to go for the challenges. He's willing to take the risk. That's why he get passes on the way he fought Ramirez. I thought it was pussy punk ass the way he fought Ramirez. But Devin try out different things, trying to improve and trying to show you, different different tricks. But one thing about Dev is, if he can make the fight with the big name, he's gonna try to get that done. That's why he gets. If Stevenson did the same thing, I think his cachet would be a whole lot. He would be a bigger star. You know what I'm saying? If he
I mean,
caught
but that's
people
the
out,
thing though, Pool. Like, when has he not? Like, I feel like now is Shakur's opportunity to prove that. Like before, like the point I was trying to make that it was all the politics was in his way because he wasn't a fan friendly fighter. So the politics wasn't letting him, get the biggest fights because he wasn't a draw and he was too high of a risk for a lot of these fighters. But now with Turkey Al Sheikh, he's willing to pay the money to where now the guys is willing to fight a style like Shakur Stevenson. So Devin being
right?
with Top Rank, and he got the Loma fight and all that. So it was good business. Devin been doing good business, and I ain't trying to knock Devin because I respect the way that Devin moves in the sport. But I just believe that the opportunities wasn't the same for Shakur as Devin.
Well,
You
you
know what
got
I
to
mean?
play. You got to blame Top Rank for that. They the one who's showing the audience leaving the damn building.
Yeah,
Tim
you're right.
Bradley,
You're right.
Tim Bradley up there talking shit. I was so
Yeah,
pissed off that damn fight. I was pissed the fuck off. I was
yeah,
like,
you're
what
right.
what are you little imp? And now you don't even have a job at Top Rank. See what I'm saying? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? You up there Uncle Samming it up, you know what I'm saying? Talking about how boring, what I'm saying, the fight is and they down. I was like, why are they doing that? You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Why they tearing this dude down because it's his
That,
last fight. Wasn't that his I think that was his
yeah,
last
that was
fight at
his
Top
last
Rank.
fight with Top Rank. So they was trying to make him go out of the door, and they was trying to put that stank on him. You know what I mean?
I
And
was
I
like,
mean, I get it because,
wow.
like I say, I don't disagree with nobody that's looking for if you're a fan and you looking for an exciting fight, you know what I mean? But
What up, Blaze?
I just think looking for an exciting fight is not the same as when you breaking down the winner and the loser of a fight. And I think that it's gotten to a point for now for Shakur and Devin, peer boxers, they not caring about the criticism. Like Shakur has made it clear that I used to care about what these dudes think. I used to care about the pound for pound and all that stuff, and now he's realizing that I'm gonna break this fight down in my head how I need to fight this fight and however it look. As long as I get my hand raised, that's all that matter, And I'm gonna take the good with the bad, As long as I make it to the next fight. So to y'all point about Devin and Rolly, that's how I think he's gonna fight this fight against Rolly. you know, and
They
it is
said they
what it
told me
is.
so. They told me so. It's easy to look better when you were already trash. That boy crazy. Aircraft carrier crazy as hell. Boy. Oh, I was thinking that too, man. But I was like, Rolly is
I'm
just a
tripping.
he's just a slow. He just a late bloomer. That's all.
He learned
And
on the job. You feel me? Like,
right.
and that's another thing I don't think people consider about Rolly. Like, these fighters, these other fighters, they polished, they've been fighting all their lives, amateurs. Rolly is learning on the job. So he's learning as a professional as he goes. So him taking L's should be expected, in my opinion. And
I
what
just
people
think
aren't considering is what happens after he take the losses. He's gotten better and better and better. And people, it seemed like people just stuck on how he looked when he first came. They not acknowledging the fact that he's gotten better.
well, all I know is 2 cents. It's like every time we get a muscular little Hispanic boy on there, you got something good to say about him. You know what I'm saying? With that good hair, that good black hair and shit. All you say is shiny reviews for these motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? It's
Nah,
like
man, I'm just objective.
I know you're in Texas too, so you're a little biased now. You're a little biased now. You're in Texas too, boy. You be seeing a lot
Nah,
of them
nah.
motherfuckers out here.
I give
You know what
I
I'm
give
saying?
objective analysis.
It's a lot of little Rolly Romero's every time you go to the store. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think I've
You
been
know.
wrong
Nah,
yet.
real
I don't
shit.
think I've been wrong
Shit.
yet.
No,
And
you know
then I,
what
I
though?
feel like another
You
thing
are
too about. Go
you
ahead,
on
go ahead.
point though. You on point with that though with Rolly because I definitely was calling his ass trash, and he was trash at the time. You know what I'm saying? But I do think he's been taking his boxing serious. I could see the improvement, man. All that wild shit he used to do, he's more in control. You know what I'm saying? He hits hard. I mean, he picks his spots a little bit better. He's you can still see the roughness around the edges though. I don't know who's training him now. I know it can't be that black dude with the dreads and stuff. That was
I think they said Silas is his trainer. He got a Cuban trainer.
yeah, Silas. Okay. All right. Cause I say I definitely see an improvement in the way he's moving now. He definitely got a lot more structure to his offense and defense, But he's still a counter puncher though. So that he'll never beat Dev. Man, he's a counter puncher. He's calculated. He relies on power. He's always trying to set traps and run you into something, and that's not going to work with Dev. Dev got too much experience for Rolly. I don't know how he's a champion, and he got a belt. Don't Rolly got a belt? It's
Yep, he beat
like
Ryan Garcia.
it's like, bruh. It's like I mean, so they could run that fight back as champions because Ryan got his belt for Mario's Barrios rolling. So that's a fight. That's a unification right there. Um, then you got depth shit. You got the from 135. Everybody just came up. You know what I'm saying? They could just fight right there. Everybody could just do a round robin and get it going, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that's perfect. You know that's gonna be perfect right there. But I do think that Dev is going to beat Rolly. You know what I'm saying? I just don't think Rolly, got the experience, and I just don't think he's that caliber of fighter that could beat a Devin Haney. I just don't. You know.
Yeah, me neither. I agree with that. And I really, I mean, I see Rolly getting better, but I still think he like way underneath them guys. And I say that because like, I mean, if we being honest, after he got knocked out by Pitbull Cruz, who has he really fought to show how much better he's gotten? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
to me, I feel like when he fought Ryan, a lot of people put a lot of stock into that fight, and that was a good win. Don't get me wrong. So I really don't want to take credit from Rolly because he was able to do that. But I feel
Mm,
like you can tell when you got somebody that's scared of you in front of you. You know what I
yeah.
mean? So I feel like when he fought Ryan and he dropped him and he was putting that power on him, he knew that he was fighting somebody that was scared of him. So it was easy
Mm.
for him to go
Okay.
out there and look like that. You know what I mean? So I kind of see it like, you know, we want to say that he got better and all that, but how much better did he really get? You know, for him for a performance that he fought against somebody that was scared of him. So you know, I mean, but I like 2 Cents was saying, I do agree he has gotten better because, like y'all was saying, you know, he is learning on the job. He was coming from being like a kickboxer or something like that, or martial arts, or I forgot what he was doing before he started becoming before he became a boxer. But I mean, I still feel like he's just way below them guys down. I mean, you know, the top level. So
Wait a
I feel
minute.
like Devin. I feel like Devin should go in here and beat him easy. If Rolly give Devin any type of a tough fight, then Devin ain't really what I think he is. That's what I'm gonna say.
You ain't tell me 2 Cents got all her predictions right. She's like 10-0.
Oh, is she?
2 Cents.
She like 10-0.
What's up?
You got like 10. You like 10-0 on your predictions.
Yeah, I be telling, I don't be wrong.
God dang, get the hell out of here. Cause what
Even
do you
though
think?
Ryan fucked up my Devin prediction, I predicted Ryan was gonna be Devin, but he
Let
fucked it
me
up
ask
with the Ostarine shit. But
let me ask you this. What's going on with your girl Carissa? And yes, I'm just because you a female that I'm kept calling her your girl. What's going on? And that's my daughter too. So, you know,
Yeah, I love
what
Clarissa.
what's going
she
on?
had lead in her drinking water, y'all.
I mean, I love her, but it's almost like I don't know. It's like I don't know. It's like she done found some kind of she just turned it
She's
into.
slow. I think
Oh
she's
my God.
mastered the art of keeping and getting people's attention. And I mean, I think she's like that. Like her personality is like that. Like obviously, because we've been following her for a long time. But I think now she's like mastered the art of just keeping people's attention. And so a lot of the things she do, I think she knows is gonna piss people off. So she keep doing it, and people just keep biting on it. And a lot of it is like people just being too overly concerned about her personal life, in my opinion.
That's a fact.
Well,
I tell people the exact same thing what you just said. But go ahead, my
I
bad.
mean, I don't even cover nothing on her personal life. You know what I'm saying? But because she always kind of kept her personal life to herself until she met Papoose. You know what I'm saying? And what kind of fucking name is that anyway? But until she met him, everything was kind of quiet, what I'm saying, about her personal life. Now it seemed to be the forefront since the Remy Ma thing, you know. I mean, her getting into that, and now all of a sudden, you're hearing about she's a super freak and everything. I really don't care about none of that, but I just hate the fact that her image from where, I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm her father and stuff. And I just hate to see her name just getting soiled, you know what I'm saying? Through people talking about they got videotapes of my girl, my baby girl and stuff, and she coming out kind of ratchet now on these damn things. She's wearing these red braids, she could wearing red
She
braids.
always been ratchet, Pool.
Oh my God, man.
She from Flint, Michigan.
I know, man, I know, but I don't know. I just saw her from the Olympics, and I guess I don't follow her personal stuff. I don't watch her videos on her Instagram and stuff like that. So I always
Right.
had this I always had this image of her from the Olympics, and just her getting her accolades, beating all the big names that she needed to beat. Then when you know how you say never meet your heroes and stuff, or get too close to your heroes, and also you start finding out personal shit about them. You know what I'm saying? And you just like, damn, you know, shit, really? I mean, all these outfits she wearing and the videos she doing with the tight shit on, and I was like, oh boy, Carissa, damn, you know, with the papoose thing, and I was like, you don't need to start out like that, you know what I mean? It's like you got your own legacy, you got your own money. Why not find you a fresh dude? You know what I'm saying? And build your own shit. You know what I'm saying? Stay away from all that controversial bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I just feel like, she done been, she just this is a bad year for her, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I think she'll be all right too, Blaze. I just hate that shit, man. I just like, damn, I don't even want to know nothing. Tell you the truth, I don't want to know nothing about Carissa's personal life. I really don't. And the only reason I pay attention to it, because all the boxing channels are talking about it. Goddamn hood boxing, goddamn, done made a goddamn that's his bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? That nigga, that's all he talk about is Carissa. A lot of these channels. She got hate channels.
Cause she get the views, Paul.
Yeah, they definitely do that. There's a dude that dedicate nothing but all they do is hate on Carissa 247. I'm like, goddamn, she one fighter. How the fuck can all your content be about one fighter? You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
Gossiping
damn,
about a woman. These grown men on here gossiping about a
man.
woman.
And when I tell you he my age, it's just embarrassing. I started to troll him just to be like, man, get your old ass, you know what I'm saying, off YouTube gossiping. You know what I'm saying? About a young female, young enough to be your damn granddaughter. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Oh my God, that shit was embarrassing.
They love to hate Clarissa, man.
I was like, man, she ain't nobody to hate on though.
Yeah, but
It's
they
because
do
she said she
great.
could knock out Keith Thurman. I mean, it's
It
because
is
she said she could beat up Keith Thurman. Ever since she said that, it's been all downhill for her.
shit. By the
I
looks of
mean,
it, shit. The way Fundora beat his ass, she probably could tear his ass up. You know
I
what I'm
mean, the
saying?
reality
Yeah.
is though, the reality is there been a history of media breaking down successful black women. You feel me? And so her being at the top of the sport like that, and then having the ammunition that you have, the way the way she moved. You feel me? It's not. It's expected. It's not. I'm not surprised
That's a good point. They're not
you
gonna
Yeah,
know,
see it like that though.
because
I
that's
mean,
what.
I
But you got to
think,
see it to have the historical context to it. Because if you
They feel
don't,
like she
then you gonna put
deserves
it
it.
on her. Yeah,
They
but
feel like she
you know,
deserves it.
but
I
we know as
mean,
well as we do is the algorithm creates all that because she ain't the only one to act like that. You feel me? Or move like that, or have relationships like that. You feel me? It's just that's how the algorithm moves. When you be the most prominent person at the top, and then if you're black and a woman, she can't win. So because she gonna get knocked, even if she was playing it perfect, there'd be a whole bunch of conspiracy theories. She'd be a part of Illuminati if you couldn't get anything on her personal life. But it's free ammunition when she got a situation in which she's messing with a rapper who's married. That's enough to just, kill the
yeah,
algorithm on all types of different because you gotta realize with Clarissa, these boxers don't hit like she hit because y'all know how y'all create content when you put the hashtags and it's different categories and stuff on how you tag it
hmm,
for people to come up in your algorithm. Clarissa comes
yeah,
up for all type of shit connected to Papoose. She comes up to all the battle rap. She comes up then, it's all them YouTube channels with you feel me personal business and relationship business. It's all types of shit that she taps into, you know what I'm saying, as far as content creators. So I don't get caught up because it's not in my feed like that and I ignore it, so when I see that stuff and it's not boxing when it's like inside the ring, I don't recommend that shit to pop through my feed.
yeah. I just hate to see, um, I just hate to see her get dragged through the mud like that. And I do think it's helping her popularity though, as far as just for good or bad. When she did the Shannon Sharp interview, I thought that was crazy, but it was good publicity for her. So I think she getting paid what? I think didn't she get like a $8 million deal or some shit like that? I think she's starting to build her brand up. You know what I'm saying? She really starting to get known. Um, if she can only get Layla Ali in the ring and knock her ass out, and she'll even go even further. You know what I'm saying? Because she just beating the shit out of these girls right now. Right now, who these boxing people now? They can't really touch her, man. Her skills in the ring is just getting better and better.
And,
Um,
and she's in that higher weight class too. There's not no competition up there. And so I'm
right.
interested to see if how she got a promo as far as her making money. She got to find a name. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, you see her skill set.
What
It's
didn't
like
I just say?
at that.
Ali.
Yeah, nah. Ali ain't coming back, man. Ali, if you look at Ali and you look at how she retired and how she lives her lifestyle and all that, she ain't boxing. You feel me? So I don't think she comes back. She don't need the money either. So it's like
Yeah.
I don't think that was realistic. Like when I seen it, and even then, I wouldn't want to
Where
see it. Like
where Ann Wolf at? Where Ann Wolf?
Nah, man, they
Wait,
too old. They too old, man. They shouldn't be coming back
shit,
unless Ann Wolf
and
want
Wolf,
the bag. You feel me? And Clarissa's gonna work with her to get her paid. You feel me? I don't think they should be doing that.
yeah, I don't want my baby girl to fight that wildebeest anyway. You know that's it. I agree. Somebody got the thing on. It said I agree that even though you argue with Sergio, PPC is home of Latinos now. Yeah, everything's turning Latino. You know, they feel like they can promote the Hispanic fighters. You know, they putting them in place. Ryan got oh shit, my goddamn battery died. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I done been on for about damn 5 hours though. But let's wrap it up because my battery about to die. You know, I got about 20%. Yeah. Let's wrap it up. You know what I'm saying? 2 cents. God dang, I enjoy coming back and seeing everybody come through, man. God damn, it's been a minute.
I know where you
Jeez,
be, Paul.
man, I just got frustrated with this shit, man. Concentrating on work and shit. I'm in Pennsylvania now. You know what I'm saying? I just got good reception. You know, I got to depend on the reception where I am to run a live stream and stuff. So I just kind of got frustrated with the way boxing is going. Not really no fights I really want to see. And um, you know, if we can get some consistency going, I'll be on here. But you know what I'm saying? The way people moving in boxing now is just more entertainment than a sport. So, I'm just kind of down on it. And I say, you know what? I work too hard on these damn videos. You know what I'm saying? You know how much time you put into editing this shit, putting in shorts and
I
you know,
mean, yeah, but it is what it is. You gotta
Yeah,
talk
nah, I
about
hear
what's
you.
available.
But if you come through, man, the community gonna support you, OG.
Yeah,
no
you a
doubt.
OG, man. We need these platforms, man. It's very
I
it's
just want to
very
say
few.
too, man, shout out to Moses Ayatoma, who I like to call
Oh
Big Tank.
man.
Big Tank,
Woo,
you feel me? At 6'40", 240, moving like that. He found his rhythm in the first round and
bruh.
got busy. Goodness gracious.
I
And he
just
just
found
boxed himself
out,
into a assassination. Everybody just found out. That's great pay. I'm glad to
bro.
see
I
he looked
just
like he got
found
good
out.
management. It looked like
Woo,
he got good management and good team on how they really trying to build him up to, really be a star. And then shout out to the WBO because they done made him #1 contender. He's mandated, he should be mandated to fight the winner of Du Bois and Worley. So he's up.
wow. Man, that motherfucker is bad, bro. I'm
He's
talking about
nice.
old school bad. He's old school
Yeah.
bad. I'm like, Jesus, his hands fast, feet
Yeah.
fast. He don't even look
At
like he
that
should be moving
size.
like that.
At that
Yeah.
size. Yeah. At that size, man. And
Nigga,
it's not only is he fast, he just technically sound. He's sharp. He's
and he
sharp
and
and
he light
incisive.
skinned. He's breaking the
Yeah.
stereotypes and shit. The
Yeah.
nigga light
But
skinned.
what we gotta see with Moses though, we have to see because Franklin was slight work, and I don't want to take a lot away from Franklin, but just because he's on the back end of his career, he never been stopped before. His two losses was against I think Dylan White and was it Du Bois? Think so. Or my man, who is it? I got to check box rec. I had just looked it up. But
Man.
he's a decent, but if you look, he didn't come in shape for Moses. He wasn't ready to come in shape for Moses for all of that. So I'm interested to see how he take a punch. You feel me? Because
Mm-hmm.
Franklin couldn't touch him. You know,
Man, that
he
that
was
motherfucker quick as
yeah,
lightning, man. He's
man.
fast. He
Listen,
throw them
nice.
combinations. The uppercut, when he slip in the uppercut, it's lights
Oh my
out, bro.
God!
He hit,
But like he
yeah.
described it. Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
No, the fat dude with the titties, man, he hit that dude with that uppercut. I didn't even see it. I'm
I didn't
talking
see it
about,
either. I swear I didn't see it. I had to see the
I didn't
replay.
see it, bro. I was like, what
Man,
did
I
he hit
didn't
this
see
dude
it.
with? All of a sudden, he was just suspended in air, and he was out
Yeah.
on his feet. And I was like, what the fuck going on? What did he hit him
That
with?
hey,
You know what I'm saying?
he literally turned real time into slow-mo for us. Dude was just gone on everything.
Oh,
But
like,
he
and
was
then he
saying,
sprung. It was
but
like
what
it's like one of those Japanese animation where you
yeah,
go through with the sword and that motherfucker just pause in the air and then fall.
yeah,
I was like, Jesus Christ, this nigga bad. This a
yeah,
bad motherfucker.
yeah.
For him to
But
be
what I
a English fighter, oh my God,
yeah.
shit.
And what I like what he said at the fight, because what he said is, he was trying to get him out in the first, second round, but he was like, he understand that it's not the hardest punch, it's the punch that they don't see. And so what I
Mm-hmm.
liked about how they did it, that's why I'm calling him Big Tank a little bit, is Tank does that in a sense of ability where he boxes his way into a one punch knockout. You see what I'm saying? He
Mm-hmm.
boxed his way into that. He didn't force that knockout. You know, he was
Yeah.
letting his hands go and got what he got it, and it wasn't the power punch. It wasn't the overhand. That left that he was trying to get off. You feel me? It was a clean uppercut that wasn't seen right on the button, and it just like you said, it shut all his power down. Goodness
I'm
gracious!
talking about, man. I was like, I mean, I was excited, bro. Just from what I saw of him, I'm just like, geez, man, I gotta follow this guy. King Judah was
Yeah.
all on my damn neck, man. You got to see this guy, man. I was like, man, that dude ain't shit. So I
Yeah,
said,
we
let
got
me
to go
go
back
see.
and watch his tape. Huh? He probably already got tapes. He
Man,
probably
when I
been doing
saw,
it.
I was like, oh my God, man. I said, this guy is incredible, bro. I was like, I'm getting on. I'm on top of him. I'm on his head now.
Oh,
Pause.
gee, when the last
So,
time you seen a heavyweight like that was nice move like that?
man, it's been a while. Michael
Just
Dokes.
oh,
I'm talking about
okay.
with that kind of hand speed, like
Yeah.
you got to look at Michael Dokes or some of them guys, because even Lewis
Okay.
didn't even move like that. His
Yeah.
hands wasn't that fast. He had power, but the way his
Yeah.
punch placements, combinations, shit,
Yeah.
reflexes, he moved like Roy
Yeah.
Jones Jr.
Yeah.
This
Like
kid
it, and
moves
that's what I
like
was gonna
Roy.
say. He moves like it's crazy. You or middleweight, or he moves like a welterweight or a lightweight or something. People was running around screaming Pacquiao. Who was calling him Manny Moses. Everything.
Mhm. Yeah, no doubt. But man, but my damn computer about to die blaze, man. You're gonna have to come back through, bro. I wish you would have caught me. I've been on for 5 hours, but damn,
Oh, it's
you
all
know what I'm
good. It's all
saying?
good. I'll catch up with you, man. I appreciate
Good.
you having the platform, man. Where's the cook?
All right, y'all. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button and subscribe, man. You know what I'm saying? We'll be back, you know what I'm saying? Peace out, y'all. Y'all got me back excited about the game. Peace out now.